Thursday. I almost clicked the wrong thing. Holy shit. Welcome in, chat. How are you doing? It's Thursday. It's almost the end of the week. It's tantalizingly there. It's almost there. We're right at the cusp. Right at the cusp of being free for the weekend. Anyway. Man who pushed piano. Oh, good. Man who pushed piano down mineshaft likely to get A flat minor. The way you said that, the way that's spelled just made me think, the kids, they yearn for the mine. Get cusped. Get cusped. I'm sorry, I'm specifically putting the really heavy, really heavy. They yearn for the mines? No. Do not send children into the mines. It's her. It's who? Where? What? Huh? Who? Huh? Hello? I can't look up too fast, otherwise my eyes close. That kind of sucks. Damn it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But how are y'all doing? How was your Thursday? How was your Wednesday? How was your Wednesday yesterday? We aren't sending them into the mines. They're going into the mines? Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. No. No. Well, at least they're not ghost hunting in the mines, right? Right? They're not ghost hunting in the mines, correct? Who knows? Who to the mines of Moria we go? No, guess what? You're pregnant. Did I get it? Did I get it? You watched Superman today. How was it? I now have a fully uncapped Kita-san. Oh shit, I need that. I didn't get a single one. I had 3 tin rolls yesterday and I didn't get a single one. I got fucking Super Creek. Superman's a great movie. I've heard chuds are getting really fucking mad about it. Because hold on, let me checks paperwork here. Superman flew across the globe to save a kid that was begging for his help. Okay. Why did the Ghost Hunter travel with fucking Annabelle? Because they're going on a tour. They're doing a haunted items tour and Annabelle's one of them. So they're like going around the world and showing her off. Well, and by world, I mean US, of course, obviously. Obviously, Annabelle World Tour is only in the US. They can't put her on a plane. Making Chuds mad and how it's good. No, it's good. They're like, it feels like they don't understand what Superman fucking is. I think right-wing people legitimately think Superman is like an American hero. Which is like, really, what happened in 1983? Good question. Also, this is the Nickelback version of Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. What important things happened in 1983? Space Shuttle Challenger. No.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Shockingly, a lot. Holy shit. Famous songwriter dies. Irish racehorse gets stolen. The Moose murders. Final episode of MASH airs in 1983. With bad internet, I'll be back later. No, our boy, we're gonna miss our Ordain. Something Comic Superman would absolutely do and probably has. Yeah. They've also done it in other Superman movies. There's plenty of moments through other Superman movies where Superman like flies around the world to do things. Like, I don't understand the fucking problem they have now. It's because they're stupid. It's because they're stupid and I guess tourist. Technically, anybody's a tourist if you're brand new to what do you call it? With a, wasn't Able Archer? Able Archer? What is that? 83 military exercise conducted by NATO took place. Oh, ooh. Part of the annual Able Archer exercise, it stimulated a period of heightened nuclear tensions between NATO and the Warsaw Pact, leading to concerns that it'd be mistaken for a real attack by the Soviet Union. The exercise is considered by some to be one of the closest moments the world came to nuclear war during the Cold War. Purpose of the exercise, like previous years, was to simulate a period of conflict escalation, culminating in the U.S. military attaining a simulated DEFCON 1 coordinated nuclear attack. 5-day exercise, which involved NATO commands throughout Western Europe, was coordinated with the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, aka SHAPE headquarters, in Casteau, Belgium. Hi, Hex. How are you doing? I mean, he was American canonically before rebuking his citizenship, regardless. Again, yeah, he grew up in Kansas, dude. He grew up in Kansas. That is a Kansas farm boy. But that is a Kansas farm boy who understands the values he was taught to his core. Not just some like dirty, corrupted version that they only save for very specific people. Is this why 99 Luftballons was written? Are you talking about 99 Red Balloons? The song 99 Red Balloons? Let us never forget they started this. Ugh. Ghostface costume today, just waiting on the mask. Ooh. Wait, did you get a good quality one or did you get one of the like Halloween store ones? This is important. The Mod Podkins in the movie too. I don't know how they looked in the movie. I know how they are in the comics and I fucking love them. It was? I did not know that. Melissa, thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit. 8 months. All right, you got to start thinking of kid names. 9 months is next month. What's our kid's name going to be? What's our stream baby's name? Hold on, I'm putting some of these things away. Because why is Scorpion trending? Is it the band? Is the band Scorpion back? Nope, that's a scorpion fighting a mouse. That's the band Scorpion playing at the zoo in 1990. That's Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. That's also Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. Oh, Mortal Kombat 2 movie. And they revealed what Scorpion looks like. Okay, that's probably a decent chunk of what this is. I suppose, because people are posting a bunch of like scenes from the older movie. Okay, yeah, that looks like what it is. Okay. Yeah, that's all that is. Yo, hey, Hectic. Heck, I was up and blah, 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 blah. Motley Crue got kicked off Ozzy's final tour. Ooh. Okay, that's fine. Tyranny. Oh, I think I asked this last time. I think you rated in once before with Tyranny. What is Tyranny again? $1? That is not $1. That is 1 cent. 1 pint, if you will. That is 1 cent. How are you doing, Falk? What trouble are you getting into? It'll never be as good as the original? I mean, probably. I'll give you credit for that. That's probably true. Probably. But I don't know. But how was your stream? Just completed the tutorial for Ubamusume and I'm hooked. Rip. I am annoyed with Ubamusume now because yesterday that update came out. I didn't get Kita-san Black. And even then I was borrowing like friends because they got it and set it as their like shared one. And it's fucking harder to win now. I literally had an entire run with my 3-star Medro Ryan and I couldn't get first. I never got first in any of her races and she failed 5 races in. I was so fucking pissed. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I didn't finish any of the careers I tried to play yesterday, and I played 4. 4 fucking careers, and I couldn't finish any of them. Before this patch, I got to a point where I was just like, okay, yeah, any character I run can finish their career, but they may not be able to finish, like, the finale. That's fine. But now I can't even finish fucking careers again. I don't know what this shit is happening and I fucking hate it. I'm so annoyed. Costume smells like shit, but that's to be expected. Oh. Okay. Does it look like, oh goodness. Wait, you can't recreate that. It doesn't look like that. It's a product of its time and place, and it's perfect. Wait, which part? Oh, the original Mortal Kombat? Yeah, probably. Hold on. What the fuck is this? Wait, unreleased skin for the Human Torch for Marvel Rivals? That motherfucker just looks like Don Quixote. What the fuck do you mean? One Piece Don Quixote is coming to Marvel Rivals? Goofy. Hold on, wait a second. What is this? Oh. Oh, Godzilla canonically in the Marvel comics killed a Celestial. That's a part of the Marvel canon that I didn't know about. But also, good. Good for Godzilla, I guess. Don Quixote, yes, Don Quixote do Flamingo. That's what he looks like. Supposedly, he's coming later in the season, but I don't know. But I'm looking to see if there's anything else. Oh Jesus, hold on. I need to post something. This is terrifying. All right. But chats. I mentioned it yesterday. Our plan today is to check out Twink Paranormal's newest video, which is, it mentioned the Bell Witch, which I don't remember if the Bell Witch is who put Bella in the witch elm or if it's a different legend. Regardless, I think it's going to be funny. Getting to beat up Red Skull, yes. His thing is that Godzilla's even more badass than he normally is. Roger that. Yep. Is Don Quixote, the blonde girl. Okay. Oh, I hate those. Oh, I hate those a lot. All right, Twink at normal. No, Paranormal Twins. Paranormal Twins. I'm not liking all this grok art I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm not liking all the people suddenly fawning over grok all of a sudden. I just grok to a gatekeep that thing. I hate that you said that. Somebody shoot Grins in the face, preferably. Are you excited for Twisted Metal? Not even a little bit. I don't care. Godzilla's only tail smacked Thor into space in the same comic. Countdown to Grok looting itself. Can Grok make art? I don't think Grok has the capacity to like auto-generate art. Right? I don't think. Am I misremembering? I may be misremembering, but I don't know for sure. Okay. I'm shocked. Shocked. Nah. Yeah. Yeah. I just don't care. I've never had an interest in Twisted Metal. It has the capacity to auto scan and database artist posts. Well, I knew but that's because Twitter built it to do that. But right now, it doesn't have the capacity to generate art. I mean, if it started saving like art of itself and reposting it, honestly, it'd be kind of funny. It'd be kind of fucking funny. And it's in like its own little way. Come on, right? Wait, what is this? Oh, getting a 0 out of 100. I was gonna say, yeah, if you get a 0 out of 100 on a quiz, the only way you can possibly be that wrong is if you know the correct answers. It is a statistical improbability for someone to get 0 out of 100, unless you're just downright stupid and there's only like 5 questions. But in like a multiple choice quiz that's 100 questions, War Against the Thinking Machine? Huh? What? Made me want to try busting out my gas lines refueled. Have you considered I'm just a disaster human being? I once got 1 point in an exam. To get 70%, just pick C. That's not actually true, but it is a very funny, like, misconception that still like spreads to this day. I always thought it was funny. I always thought that was funny. I did the same thing. Even when I was like a kid, I was like, yeah, just hit C if you don't know the answer. But, you know. Oh God, why is Coldplay the #1 trending thing today? Followed by Cherry AI. What the fuck is Cherry AI? A meme coin without an army of raiders will never crush like Cherry AI? Huh? Okay, I think this is actually just... I don't know why there's so many like Japanese posting going on with this and then having Japanese women doing weird sexy things on the side. But then the rest of everything else is like meme coin shit. Huh? Have a good night, Queens. Thank you for hanging out. Speaking word salad again. It is fucking word salad. I'm so tired of all the shit like in the news or what people are losing their mind over is just manufactured, what's the word? Manufactured, not consent, manufactured virality. Virality, I think is the word I'm looking for. When things are like artificially overspread essentially by having like bots and other basically non-real people spreading things, because Twitter man and the porn bots will insert themselves into any they're not porn bots. They're not porn bots. They're like, it looks like they're showing scenes from like Japanese game shows. Weirdly enough, it's not like astroturfing. Yep, I used that word earlier, but it is also like manufactured virality, but I guess astroturfing is probably the better word for it. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything interesting trending. Aside from the fact that a bunch of the Democratic senators walked out of their hearing an hour or two ago, which is pretty great. Because they just forced through a federal judge without letting any other senators fucking talk to them or allowed to deliberate on the subject. So they just said, fuck it, and left. Interesting. Oh, yes, the defunding of NPR and PBS happened overnight. I forgot about that. Where am I going to watch Sesame Street now? Yeah, that's usually what they do. If you didn't know, like, how late fucking, like, government hearings and stuff go, they go into the wee hours of the morning. Has to go to the House. The House is almost certain to pass it, though. The thing is, this bill that defunds NPR it went from, no, if I remember correctly, it's... Okay, this is the Senate. It goes House. No, it goes Senate, House, back to Senate for a final confirmation, if I remember right. It doesn't it? It goes to one of those places twice. And I'm pretty sure it's the Senate. The Rocco and Elmo beef. Oh my God, Rocco's the government. Don't let Big Rocco get you down. Sesame Street was bought by HBO, wasn't it? I fucking hope not, dude. I don't want HBO to own Sesame Street. Imagine what they're gonna do to Sesame Street. I fucking love the Rocco and Elmo beef. Rocco is the rock! Listen, it's cute. It's funny. But a storm out of Judiciary Committee meeting after Senator Booker accused GOP Chair Grassley of breaking committee rules by refusing to hold a vote on whether to hold a hearing with a whistleblower before they vote to advance the nomination of Donald Trump's personal attorney, Emil Bove, for a lifetime federal appeals court seat. The requisition for board debate came after internal texts and emails were released to corroborate the claims of a whistleblower that Bove told colleagues in a March 14th meeting they could consider defying future court orders by telling the courts, fuck you, so that planes carrying Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador could depart. Speedrun corruption, anyone? Speedrun corruption? Rocco's Modern Life? I didn't really like Rocco's Modern Life as a kid. It was also like, it was a little before my time, but it was still shown, and I didn't really like get most of it, if that makes sense. I wonder if there was like a thing in their contract that like Sesame Street got government funding, even if it was owned by a different company. So when they defunded it, HBO just decided to cancel it because now they're not getting that government money. Wouldn't fucking doubt it. Wouldn't fucking doubt it. I do not think that they are above that. Oh no. Oh no. I only follow bottoms. You must be lost, my friend. But welcome to the show. Wait, I swear we had this exact situation like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I don't know for sure, but I swear we just had this moment. Ooh. Whole months, Lucian. Oh my goodness. I'm staring respectfully. Why, thank you. How are you doing, Bottoms? Welcome in. I'm shocked that Ren and Stimpy was aired on Nickelodeon despite the fact that it was too risque for a kid show. I hated Ren and Stimpy. That shit was like, whatever that art style was, whoever made the art style of Ren and Stimpy, and like, what is it? Like the monsters that were in like the sewer or something. Fucking sucks, dude. I hate that animation style. It's so uncomfortable. It's so ugly. I don't know who in their goddamn right mind thought that kids were gonna like it. It's like Rugrats is kind of halfway there. The Rugrats animation style was unique, but still also really uncomfortable. I did not like it. Wait. Okay. Sorry, Riku was doing a drawing tablet giveaway, and when she pulled herself. That's funny. That's funny as fuck. Maren doesn't like the Russian artists who worked for Nickelodeon. The Russians, it was a Russian animation. I can see that. I can see that being a Russian animation, which is weird considering Soviet animations were so pretty. 90s cartoons are just too much, so full of thinly veiled adult humor. I mean, that's most of what kids shows are. The goal is to have a show that a parent could like enjoy for a few minutes, enough for them to leave their kids with the show. If it's too kiddie, if it's like even then, think of the current best kids show out there. What is it? Bluey. Hold on, I have a thing for this. We can just hit it with the. Anyway, I'm outside the bad internet building. Let's go, Ordain. Let's go. Kono! all of y'all remembering that from the fucking Kono thing. Oh no. My dad used to watch Animaniacs and Beast Wars with us. Yeah. Bluey Ghost. But no, Bluey is a good kids show because it teaches kids how to accept like adult things in a manner where it's like understandable and makes sense. And it's why, like, I think to this day, there's like so many artists, like adult artists that like will draw like little versions of like Bluey characters of themselves, of other people, or even like the anthropomorphize things because they're fans, because they like the show, because it's cute, because it's understandable. We had a day in, I don't remember which Discord it was. It wasn't mine, where we like marathons, Bluey shows, Bluey episodes. And it was really fucking cute. It's a really cute kid show. You couldn't compare it to the same way like Dora tries to teach kids, because they don't do like the blatant teaching. They don't do the like pause and like talk to the kid and be like, which of these things do we need to go to? What tool would help us in this situation? Or stuff like that. They're telling a story that like the kids. Jane, why do you want me to put on the heart rate monitor? All right, fuck it. For Jane, we'll put on the heart rate monitor. Fuck it, we ball, my dude. Sheep go round to Cambio on Bluey. Aren't they all dogs? Weren't they all dogs? I'm pretty sure every character in Bluey is a dog. Hold on a second. I'm wearing a big hoodie, so I have to like raise the whole hoodie up. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't remember ever seeing any other animal in Bluey besides dogs. Oh, that didn't work. Hold on. Why aren't you snapping in? Oh, the shirt's in the way. That's why. I think that's connected. All right, let's see. Take you. Sorry. I've been really gassy recently. And I don't know why. Okay, there we go. We're gonna take it. We're gonna move it. Give me a second, because it's in overlays, so I have to go like hunt it down. Heart monitor. We're gonna put you like there. For now. If you like Bluebeard, then boy, do I have a show for you. It's called Chipchilla. Wait, isn't Chipchilla the like conservative version? I swear I've seen that. I swear. I'm pretty sure that is the like that's like a conservative version of Bluey that somebody fucking made. I think I only know it because that one like animator dude that essentially oh my. Boop. The edited would do better on that belch. Keep trying. It wasn't an intentional belch. I can't like force belches. They just kind of sneak up on me. I've been wondering if at some point I should just try like one of those like Gas X products or something. Cause I have been exceedingly Saber Spark. That's it. Yeah. Saber Spark was the one that I watched a couple of his videos like 2 months ago, probably longer than 2 months ago. And that was one of the ones that I remember seeing, but I don't think I watched it. I did watch his one on that one like Family Guy like show. The one that they were like, isn't this better? This is a conservative. It's like King of the Hill, because the entire meaning of King of the Hill went over these people's fucking head. Okay. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else going on. Ooh. Oh, okay. This is the guy that's making Hear Tell of Hauntings, this like cowboy horror game. And he gets so many chuds in his comments being like, bro, why did you make the character a woman? It's woke now. Yeah, but she's a badass with a carbine. It's like this game was made for me, dude. No fucking norm. only animator I know is Butch Hartman, and that's also because he was caught tracing. I am not surprised. But his delivery irritates me. It happens at times. His delivery is not that great, which is probably why I don't watch like a whole lot of his stuff all at once, or even most of his stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Tits huge, ass fat, personality, badass. The thing is that she's not even like overly like bodacious or anything. She's very normal for like the time period. And chuds constantly come into this poor dude's like this person, canned food at Bone Ivar. I think this is Bone Ivar, but it's specifically Bone and then capital Ivar. Real nice girl boss in your cowboy game. No doubt the modern audience will buy this in droves. Followed immediately by, it doesn't matter if she's a girl boss or not. The well has been poisoned by years of girl bosses, so everyone will assume this one is as well. It was a mistake to make the main character female. Coward. Fucking coward. I'm bodacious. Hex, you are bodacious. Female character, not titty monster. Of course it angers them. Yeah. Oh no, chat. Chat. You want to know something we haven't done in a long while? Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, it's the new map for the Walking Dead Dead by Daylight collab. Okay. Curvy badass, where? I mean, she's like attractive. I wouldn't say like curvy badass. Here, let me grab you the person's Twitter page. So if you want to check out this dude's game, it's actually pretty cool. He shows off a lot of the like development over time, and I like seeing his stuff. His name's Sean Goss. Oh, gotcha. It's a pretty interesting looking game. I will probably play it when it comes out. Almost certainly. Ooh. Stop adding boob sexist physics, you sexist. You know what? I'm gonna add boob physics even harder. Wow, why are people getting why are these people getting so fucking upset? He's getting attacked from all sides of the gender spectrum. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? When is the Marin horror game where you play as Marin and destroy some chuds? I don't think a game as me would be like chuds. Honestly, the probably easiest game you could make that would be like me themed would probably be like a like carnival builder, a city builder, but it's a carnival. Or like a what is it? A like auto builder kind of game sort of thing. Would you piss everyone off / joking? Yeah, it's not the best course, but even then, these people are like finding things. Oh, they're yelling at him, claiming he's sexist. Oh, is he? I don't see a problem. This is probably the most closed I've seen a female protagonist in a video game in a while. Since V. Okay, the post is unavailable, but can I click it? Can I see? Nope. Okay, it's a deleted post. Dev, who seems otherwise chill, is trying to be a better person and praise a guy for making a very basic game despite his awful actions. Oh, okay. He probably supported Pirate Software. That's what I'm guessing. Okay. Essential for gameplay, I assure you. And it's just the slight boob jiggle. Amazing. Hilarious. Jarvis, increased the jiggliness by 45%. Third-person shooter where you could make your arms into whip blades and murder droves of mooks. That's just prototype 3. The pussification of America. Horror City Builder, got it. That'd probably be like that'd be one of the first ones I would think of. If not some kind of like strategy game. A Civilization-like game wouldn't be that bad. Not the nut button. Come on. Ruined an entire generation of gamers. Yeah. All right. Do we want to go to the hellhole that is? Okay, come here, buddy. Grums. It's Grums time. Wait, why did this load me into like the middle of his feed? It didn't load me in at the top of his feed. 1 hour ago, Reddit mods can suck it. Most loathsome of creatures addicted to their power trip in the corner of the web. I hope Ethan? Who's Ethan? Eats a good dozen to his lawsuit. What? Ethan Klein. Wait, Ethan Klein is in the fucking... Yeah, the fucking YouTuber. Like curly haired dude. I don't even remember what he used to do. I know he was like going to court over something, but I don't even remember what it was. Officially asked Judge for permission to subpoena Reddit and Discord for the identities of the H3 snark mods? Huh? I demand to know the people that are accusing me. No. Mark's Ethan? I guess? No. Wait, no, that's not Ethan Klein. That's not that. Are you thinking Markiplier's Ethan? No. Not the same Ethan. Yeah. No, this is like a curly haired dude. I'm pretty sure he used to do. Hold on, I looked him up once, but Ethan Klein. Can I get like, what did he used to do? Here, Wikipedia page. H3 podcast. First known for H3 Productions. Okay, that's what it was. Wait, so his own Reddit mods? His own Reddit mods turned on him? Is that what this is? For permission to subpoena Reddit and Discord for the identities of the H3 snark mods. Oh, it lists specific users. Okay, so they have their names. User / Ozempic dealer. User / H3 snark mod team. H3 users. Okay, so Reddit. All documents and communications containing the personal identifying information of Reddit user H3 snark mod team 2. Roman P. Right Salamander. Cav 2. H3 Snark Mod Team 3, Wrong Salamander, Right Salamander, Pure Press, Kitchen Mukbang Star, Sarah Horn Jewitz Sarah Horn. I think those, I hope I'm not saying a slur, but because I'm pretty sure I just read that Ethan Klein is from, and his wife are from Tel Aviv, so I'm guessing they're Jewish. I don't know what his wife's name is. Is the less popular girl of those two popular girls in high school who realized just how bad their personality is after breaking things off with their only source of social capital. Called CPS on his kids, and he's alleging that snark people are working in tandem with the Hassan Orbit to create market replacements for his videos, which they claim they did publicly. With what evidence? Is jumbled from meds and the sunstroke. You had a sunstroke yesterday? You better be fucking laying down, Raw. You better be fucking laying down. He didn't write Diggy Diggy Hole, did he? No. That it was their doing? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Reddit finally is going to fuck around and find out. Mods wield huge power, abuse it, and have always gotten away with it. They brigade, distort, manage hate campaigns, and censor. Glad they are finding out now. Grums is just upset that he got his own Reddit taken down because it turned into just nothing but a hate speech forum. I promise you that's the reason he hates Reddit. But let's see, what else is going on here? Trump held approximately 120 campaign events during the 2024 election cycle. Epstein's name didn't come up one time. It was not a campaign promise. Bullshit, it wasn't. I've seen the interview. Basic justice is not a campaign promise. It's a presumption of functioning just society. So we all agree to work and live together, or we just excuse that now. You can't have a social contract if you do that too many times on bigger and bigger things. Oh shit, I agree with Grums. I agree with Crumbs on this one. Publicly, okay, read that. Have a good night, Swooshy. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you get some good rest. What didn't now? So it looks like Grums is on the chud side of like the MAGA splits. Hi, Fairbanks. I think I said hi to you earlier, but I wanted to make sure I said it again. He is a twat, but he seems he's on the side where MAGA split, where when Trump said that there was, when the administration said that there was no client list, he's on the side that immediately goes, that's bullshit. As opposed to being like, oh, okay, yeah, there's no client list then. He who walks away. Out of smush your face. My face? Why you gonna smush my face? Don't squish my face. Anyway, let's see what else is going on here. Splitgate. Splitgate reportedly shelled out $400,000 for streamers, but game is gasping for air now. Yeah, because Splitgate is a fucking asset flip of a game. Both its first and second game. Oh god, what is this? Huh? Busy with whom? I thought I was your guy. Oh, Grums is trying to date Croc. Is that what this is? Okay, here he is raging about. Wait. Okay, I have no idea what he's on about the Steam thing there. Every positive review of Splitgate 2 is sponsored. Listen, you won't, anytime I've taken a sponsored game, I will tell them, is it right if I give my honest opinion while I'm playing it? And if the answer is no, we want a positive review, I don't fucking take the sponsor. Let's build a hate machine that runs for a decade and then deny it in the last second. Yep. Well, 6 years. 6 years was when like Epstein died. Steam is now taking games that violate payment processor guides. This is a big elephant in the room. The real lock-on censorship comes from who controls payments. These are just a handful of companies, Visa, MasterCard, PayPal. They're basically legislating via monopoly control. This has been used against 2A companies. 2A companies? What are 2A companies as well? While some content is certainly disagreeable, companies should not be dictating this to the rest of the world. This effectively makes them governments without process and representation. Fucking correct. Listen, I can agree taking games down that are like too raunchy or anything, but I think it's fucked that payment companies get to dictate what a website can do. Who remembers the fucking Tumblr purge? The fuck is Splitgate 2? Splitgate is a like shooter like Halo, except there's portals. It's a big thing on portals. Fuck you, Visa. Are the moral arbiters of our society? Fucking apparently, dude. And the more puritanical they become, the worse that we lose out on what media can and should be. Oh, this is him looking for help. For like a game design thing that he's trying to make. Fucking goofy, dude. Okay. Okay, this is him talking about Epstein again. AC/DC. XAI and Grok $200 million contract to modernize the defense department. What the fuck does Grok and XAI have to do with modernizing the defense department? Huh? Oh no, what is this? What is this? 2031. I lay dying in the streets of Taiwan. PLA shrapnel shredded my femoral artery. I tremble as my blood nourishes foreign land. Annie no sensei appears in my HUD, eyes full of tears. Your death, she whispers in a soft lilt, will be 87% more honorable than average. Just fucking kill me, dude. How much bank would someone make being a transaction processor that encourages porn? A lot. In fees, like millions. It's the thing is they did it before and they made tons of money off of it. But apparently the reason that they would have like decided to basically crack down on it is because they've decided whatever morals they have against what these certain types of products are is not worth the amount of money that they're getting from it. Is it Brendan Mulligan did a skit about it? Oh, the one that was like, oh, what do they use their platform for? Nerd loneliness and uncreativity to tell the machines how to do war. The petition is complete. Stop killing games. Oh, Grums is on the bandwagon. Stop killing games. Let's go, sir. Let's go. Oh, Ghosty Yatai. Okay, he's still pissed about Ghosty Yatai. Elon confirms DLC outfits for Grok Companion. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Still Ghosty Yatai raging. He's mad Erika Ishii is the main character for Ghosty Yatai. Is basically his shtick. Okay, what is this? 2025, Stellar Blade and First Descendant are here. Grok's AI companion also arrived today. Literally no reason to settle for this. You mean a super realistic Japanese style combat game? Okay. That's a woman in a straw hat wearing a fur coat of the time period. I don't know what you're going on about. Also, it's funny to see Notch call out Pirate Software for being an idiot. A broken clock twice right twice a day. Okay. Have you seen the Netflix show Yakitori? It's future Marines equipped with a bunny girl. What? What? Yakitori Netflix. Not the food. Not the food. Soldiers of Misfortune. Oh. Oh, this is the 3D animated thing. It reminds me of that one mech. Is that a fucking pug man? Why does the pug man have a mustache? All right, hold on. But Erika Ishii is cute. Why would they make fun of them? Yes, you were correct. You were correct. But they're playing a woman in the game. So I was talking about this picture. This is the picture that he's going off on. Okay. He's gonna be so upset as Erika Ishii just becomes more and more popular. Because I remember when Erika Ishii was like still very early voice actor, and now she's doing mocap and voice for the main character of an entire AAA game. Good for her. Good for her. I remember when she was still new and was basically just playing hold on, let me see. VTM. It's not Seattle by now. LA by night. Erika Ishii. Just when they were doing the cosplay and the fucking the playing live. Also, Jason Carl, this the bald guy in the middle, he's the creative director of White Wolf Games now for all of World of Darkness. So that'll be fun. Them acting out scenes from the actual game. It's a good show. It's a good show. This is when she was like basically brand new to the scene, which I thought was like really cute. Anyway. All right. Perona? What do you mean Perona? My Perona. I know that's not the right thing. Good, let them mauled and seethe. May they be balded by their anger. Grums, I'm pretty sure, is already bald. Wait. No. Wait, does the Grok companion have a lingerie setting? Holy shit. Oh. Yeah, she's straight up in negligee. And this isn't like art that somebody made of her. There's 3 different pictures here. I hate it here. I hate it here. Just fucking kill me. Had Alex Ward playing Nosferatu, so you'd know it had to be good? It was very good. Alex was probably the best character. Jasper, that was his name. He played Jasper. But excuse me? I'm not going to show y'all. We're not going to pull this up. It's... Ugh. Welcome to 2025, where actual piracy ads have less ads than YouTube. Agreed. Agreed. Why is the anime Horse Girl game so popular? I don't know. The post he quote tweeted for it doesn't exist anymore for some reason. Wait, maybe they like untagged it. Maybe if I click it, it'll take me to it. Oh, loading. Oh, it's vodka. It's a post about vodka. Okay. The mare who managed to win the Japanese Derby after a 64-year drought, vodka, and the only ones who've done it since. The last mare to win this illustrious race was Kirifuji in 1943, and is the reason why her choosing it over the Oaks was such a big deal in Uma Musume. Yep, vodka's one of my favorite characters. And one of the first ones I got to 3-star. It's also kind of because she's obsessed with being, quote, cool, which is very funny to me. All right. I don't see Hans game, good management game, and good anime. I have not. I think I watched the anime like a few episodes when it first came out. But other than that, not so much. Socialism or barbarism? It's got to be barbarism, isn't it? I think they'd rather descend into barbarism than let any sort of socialism take place. Are you finding that the art commission world is impacted by generative AI? Are there less commissions now? Do you as an artist feel things are any different? What about the customer? Are you buying less art now? He's actually making question posts where he wants people's feedback. Insane. Who are you? Barbarism by barbarians with pointed heels? Pointed heels? I just like how unhinged Goldship is. Goldship is still unhinged to this day. Do you want to know a fun fact I found out about Goldship? Goldship, the actual horse, has one of the highest, quote, virality ratings of any horse. Goldship has a 99.1% conceivement rate as a breeding horse. It is known that if your horse cannot get pregnant, you bring them to Goldship. And Goldship has been described as fast, efficient, and calm during the process. Goldship singing Danger Zone? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure. But I'm trying to find... Yeah. Hold on. Okay, we've got 30 seconds. I need to show y'all this. Right click, save images. Mila was saying season 2 might be on her top all-time animes. Oh. What is it, Fairbanks? Anyway, all right. Let me put this away. And then I need to get words out because we only did fishing yesterday. So we're doing words today. Loading. Okay. There we go. All right. What is it, Fairbanks? What? Are you pregnant? What is that? You took my fucking ram? Why did you take my ram? Are you gonna eat my RAM? Wait. Switch 2 owner banned for playing secondhand Switch games? Wait. Oh, interesting. Weird roundabout kind of thing. Okay. Subnautica? Wait. Oh, hold on. Grums is complaining about the new YouTube policy. Crunchy, don't eat my RAM. Why? I only have 2 sticks of RAM. I only got 32 gigs of RAM in this PC. Because they already tried to download more RAM. Straight up banned the secondhand market. Well, no, it was, he did like this. He like cheated the system apparently. He essentially like it looks like he'd loaded up his cart and then like sold the account, and then somebody else bought games and didn't realize there were other things in the cart, and so he was given games. It was like this. He did like this weird roundabout loophole system, is what it looks like, but I don't. He was playing Switch 1 games on the Switch 2? I don't understand what it's getting at still from like this case. Banned for playing secondhand Switch 1 games. I don't understand. I still don't get it. That would make, if they were selling the physical copies, if they basically just made it so that selling physical copies meant fucking nothing, Nintendo's gonna get fucking stormed. Right? Right? I'd hope so. All right, hold on. Grums is apparently actually upset at YouTube's new AI policy. YouTube to demonize AI videos. I will be really shocked if they go after the GunTuber AI vids and the space and science AI vids. I always get these recommended and they all suck, but the real question is, will they be able to tell in the future what is AI? Yes. Yes, they will. Also, AI GunTuber and space and science videos and AI are fucking stupid. If you want to be a science communicator, fucking communicate yourself. Pull a Milo Rossi. I don't care. Just don't use fucking AI, dude. I've considered doing that recently. I've considered like finding people that are doing like oceanography or marine biology, like pseudoscience, and then doing the shit that like Milo Rossi did, where he just like debunks them in like 30 seconds. People like with AI voices are fucked. Good. I fucking hope they are. I fucking hope they are. Marin Marine Snark? Yeah, give him the Marine Snark. Are so close to discovering new physics data from questioning AI. Wretch. What? Physics data? I don't understand how those are relevant to each other. Bronze. Also, hold on. I need to check. Okay. Okay. Weren't some people spewing something about AI making up new physics? I wouldn't doubt if it made shit up on the spot. Oh, I went to the wrong thing. I meant to close words on stream. All right. Then we can put the screen away. For now. Teacher told their kids to make AI read research paper and then go over the slop and research why and how it was wrong. Hopefully that'll, oh my God, I hope so. I hope that's like, that'd be a good way to do it. That would be a good way to teach kids to question the things that they are given. Oh my God, they should do that in English classes. Like middle school English classes. That should be mandatory. That should be mandatory now with how we went from like, hey guys, have you heard of this thing called ChatGPT? It's kind of cool. It does like it'll help you find sources, to like in just a couple of years, people being like, yeah, all of my essays are done by ChatGPT. I just like kind of check them a little bit and then I just send it off to the professor. It's fine. Or to the teacher or whatever. And it's like, oh, okay. I genuinely think that at this point, that should already be a part of the curriculum. Make kids make a like automated research paper and then make them reverse research it. I did see something about new aerospike designed by AI being tested. The thing is, they will use the word AI all over the place. But it's more than likely just like they use like simulations. They use like virtual simulations to run several different reshaped, like probably several thousand reshaped virtual simulations to find out what is like the best aerospike design. Pull someone's hair out when it's wrong? Correct, because it'll literally take like misinformation documents and think it's fact. But since no one has faith in the country and aren't getting paid enough to live, the laziness will continue to grow. Yep. Yep. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Grum's is trying to teach people the line of how AI became what it is. Wait, hold on. I want to read through this before I read it out loud. Again, a lot, like 90% of the things that people call AI right now are just automated systems. It's just good coding. It's just good fucking coding. That's it. To give any answer, not the correct answer. Yep. RFK submitted a paper to the DOH with 4 completely made up sources. Yeah. Over the last several months, I've also seen multiple hearings where people have been like called out for the sources that they, okay. Here's a good Texas example. I'm trying to remember which one it was. The Furries Act. That's what it was. The Texas Furries Act. It's an acronym. I'm not going to pull it up to read you the whole thing. But it was essentially a senator was trying to pass a bill that banned any sort of animal-esque role play in school. And his only source he had was he claimed to have gone to a school, specifically Smithsville ISD, and saw a student using a litter box in the bathroom. And you know what the people in the committee did? They questioned him on it because they got in contact with the school. Nothing like that ever happened. Just never existed. And whenever they were like, okay, do you have any other sources or anything? He like flips through his paper. He's like, I'll have to get back to you on it. Needless to say, that one didn't pass, but the Ten Commandments one did pass. That came out that same night. Great. Hashtag Epstein Trump cover up. Ooh. That's what's on my trending page right now. We are not going to go click that because it's going to be the same shit again. What's your source? I made it the fuck up. The thing is they will hear things. Like, for whatever reason, right-wing people will hear things that somebody obviously made up. Or they're like, wow, something like this is so ridiculous. I bet it's happened. It just takes one person like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's ballsy enough to say something that makes no sense, but try to pitch it as real, and then everybody else just to buy it. It's a weird Gish Gallop tactic in the case of making this up. Making the insane story go further than the like rebuttal, the proof that it's not real. You mean the space lasers? Yeah, the Jewish space lasers. We asked the principals, we asked the superintendent, we asked the students, we asked the parents, we asked the janitors. They all say there's no evidence. Clearly, it's a globalist lizard man conspiracy. Ugh. And the kids are in on it. 99% of the people in power implicated by it. I wouldn't fucking doubt it. But at the same, oh, what was it? Didn't somebody, I saw something yesterday that was like, yeah, if implying the entire power structure is within a, what is essentially a pedophilic sexual trafficking ring, then the whole system has to come down, dude. If the U.S. will fall over the Epstein client list if we release it, then it deserves to fall. Burn it down. Continue. Who told you about the space lasers? I mean, what? Of course Fairbanks has space lasers. You're Fairbanks. I didn't think that had anything to do with being Jewish. I thought it was just because you're Fairbanks. It'll collapse. Yeah, I need that dude that's like, that does the overly dramatic music and like looks into his phone and be like, do it. Fire me. Hi, Wiz. How are you doing? Ain't you got your own personal space lasers? No. But I do have bottomless pits that I can drop people into and torture them for all of eternity and rip them into pieces. It's great. I know who you're talking about. Yep. You know the guy. He mostly does it based on like shitty work practices and stuff. Wait, what? Superman is great. Nothing woke, and the immigrant thing is BS. It's a fun comic book movie, and unapologetically so. Yeah. Is epic, emotional, and one of the most joyous superhero movies of the past 20 years. Maybe I will go see Superman at some point. I don't have the money for it now. I got paid. I paid my bills, and I got my fucking $90 prescription, and now all I have is about $50 for food. Shit. And I sent all the money I had on PayPal from the dono thing up there in the corner. Sent that to Sai yesterday, so that's off. Off like the winds. Although PayPal now fucking charges fees if you're sending things to like friends and family, which fucking sucks. Food thrown Kofiets? Oh no. Wait, that reminds me. Didn't somebody thrown yesterday? Oh god damn it, I'm not logged in. Oh my god, I forgot Throne tells you it's your birthday. It's the person's birthday if you're on their webpage. Okay, yeah, somebody did the money. Oh wait, hold on. I think it's Twitch draws less than $30. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I don't wanna have the percentage fee. Happy birthmas! Quick, Mayor needs food, says Throne/Kofiet. No, it's fine. I have plenty of stuff right now. I would be fine to get there. And thanks. It is my birthday on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. My birthday is Tuesday. That you said Superman is the movie we need in these trying times. It's like it's the first lighthearted Superman media we've had since like Smallville. Smallville, I think. Probably. Maybe. Mayhaps. Okay, what is this? Oh, yes, wait. James Gunn says Superman is about an, quote, an immigrant that came from other places and how we've, quote, lost the values of basic human kindness. Yes, it's about politics. Damn, I didn't realize basic human kindness was politics. And then Grumps is complaining immediately above this. Ah, yes, the quote, made it political to own the Chud strategy. Damn, I can't believe kindness is owning the Chuds. Big shrugs. I guess. I fucking guess. To the authoritarians, kindness is offensive. Yep. Storylines have been cut. Baldur's Gate 3 actor warns that diversity is being removed from some games. Listen, if I can't fuck Karlach anymore, we're burning the Steam to the ground. We're burning Steam to the fucking ground. Oh, good Lord. Grums is saying that, wow, this entire trailer is made by AI and it looks better than most Hollywood slop. Games are next. I will never play an AI game. I will never watch an AI movie, an AI TV series, or a fucking AI video game. I will watch that shit rot to hell. I don't care how good it is. It's also, though, looking at this trailer, it is nonsensical. It makes no fucking sense. It looks like they fused like Dune, Starship Troopers, and King fucking Arthur for some reason. Oh, and now there's vampires? Oh, and there's a sword. I don't want to show y'all this. I don't want to show y'all this. It just makes no sense. I feel like somebody just typed into like an AI generator thing. Said it best, what the hell would play something you couldn't be bothered to make? Yep. I have to include the ancient rites and some Mr. Rogers, Avatar of Compassion. I like that. I need to see art of that. I need to see that as like summoning a warlock patron. Run to the indies for they shall be our saviors. Indies? Oh, indie developers. Okay, gotcha. My brain was like, indie mountains? Mincemeat style filmmaking? Yep. Detective game that uses AI for interrogating robot suspects? Do you mean... Oh, what was it? The original Blade Runner game. Is that the one you're thinking of? The old, like, Atari Blade Runner game that had, like, each run through was going to be different. So different people could be, what were they called? Synths? No. What are the copies called in... No, not Blade Runner. Is it Blade Runner? What's the cyberpunk movie that has, oh my God, I'm forgetting the actor's name. Indiana Jones in it. Han Solo. Is that Blade Runner? Is that the first Blade Runner? Yeah, Harrison Ford. That too, become mountain hermits? Listen, if you could spiffy up a cave, that would be fine with me. That would be a-okay with me. Wait, what is... The fuck is he going on about? Oh my God, it's Hurston Bird. Replicants, that's it. Yeah, replicants. Yeah, because I did find out at one point. Oh no. Okay. Replicants, that's it. Yeah. I remember the old game. It was like one of the earliest versions of having like a story that's different every time you play it. Because different people could be replicants in different playthroughs. Welcome back, Cool. How are you doing? Oh, eyes. I'm sorry. I missed that. All right, there you go. There you go. Here, we'll get rid of the glasses too. Uncover the smoking gun. That's what the game is called. Uncover the smoking gun. Uncover the smoking gun. A battle of wits with AI solved the case by conversing with a suspect robot using GPT to gather evidence. What single truth emerges from countless dialogues? And there's also AI generated art in this game. It's apparently good, I guess. No choices, only questions. Your questions are key to unraveling the case. All victims are linked to an experiment called Project Atlas. What massive truth is hidden behind this chain of curtains? No. Hi, Gundam. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? All right, hold on. What is this? Is that Hassan Abi holding a gun? Okay. Airsoft gun. Okay. Trying to see for the people doxxed can sue. The people threatened can sue. Asmongold and Tectone could sue for unfair enforcement. It's the thing is, the thing that the people don't understand when it comes to the shit that Hassan says. Hassan isn't condoning violence. Mostly. When they compare him to like Asmongold and Tectone, the things that Asmongold and Tectone say are legitimate hate. Like thinly veiled racism, sexism type fucking things that they get banned for. Hassan's not doing that. Sounds like just using an LLM cleverly to interrogate a randomly generated scenario. That's pretty much what it seems. A leap to call it AI. I don't know if it's like implemented with like a segmented version of ChatGPT. I don't understand fully. Because I don't know too much about that game, but the fact that they're advertising it as, yeah, guys, this is AI and we're using GPT to make it happen means that they probably support it in a certain way. AI art in the demo. Did you look at the big posters of the people's faces and stuff? Must uncover the meaning behind Operation Codename Atlas Shrugged. Oh no. Where it's a secret cabal of seasteaders are trying to reincarnate Ayn Rand as an eldritch creature. Oh my god. Okay. Would it be like is this like a Call of Cthulhu-esque game, but Cthulhu comes back and it just has Ayn Rand's head on top of it? Yeah, I'm not saying I like Hassan, but there's a difference between what Hassan does and Asmongold and Tectone. Yeah. Yeah, still questionable. Yeah. You don't know who Ayn Rand is? The fucking one of the pillar women of the quote liberal movement of like, is it the 80s or earlier? She's the one who made Atlas Shrugged, we'll call it the Bible, 57, much earlier than I said. Probably like basically she's part of the pillars of like the libertarian movements. A lot of people typically read her books and come out worse for it. If you're going to read an Ayn Rand book, I highly recommend reading it like with a heavy grain of salt and not in a way to look for a political ideology, but to understand what other people think. Read it drunk or high, because my god. I'm surprised you've never heard of Ayn Rand, Fairbanks. I'm pretty sure I actually remember having Ayn Rand's name mentioned in US history class at one point. Objectivism, yep. Racist woman hating hypocrite who willingly accepted SSI and other government funds late in life. Yep. Yeah, that's a modern philosopher in like heavy air quotes. Fuck everyone else got mine. Yep, she was basically the proponent of that kind of liberalism. Objectivism, things being like always right, always wrong. I think is the kind of objectivism she was. Let me see. Ayn Rand. Let me double check. Emphasizes reason, individualism, and capitalism. Ugh. Posits that reality exists independently of consciousness and that individuals should pursue their own happiness and well-being through rational self-interest. Ryan's philosophy is a comprehensive system of encompassing metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, aesthetics, and politics. Aesthetics? Aesthetics? Closing that. It's from South Park. After reading every page of this piece of shit, I vowed never to read it again. The worst drivel and egotistical intellectual has ever graced my eyes with. Exactly. But at some point, I'm probably going to end up reading it just for the sake of I know exactly what's in the book. I wanted to go to a... what was it? Oh, no. Oh no, Grums is supporting a VTuber. It's Common America. I made it all the way down to July 4th. She's like a goofy mix of like, I don't know what actually says here. Meet America's Henshin heroine. Cute. I've seen her before, and a lot of my mutuals follow her. But I do not. Because I'm pretty sure she uses AI art. Not 100% on that, but one of these did look pretty iffy. It actually could be fan art. I think somebody else did it. But yeah, I just scrolled down and found that apparently Grums quote tweeted her like birthday announcement. You just found her last night? Oh, I've known about her for a couple months. Man requires the knowledge. But oh, what I was saying, the bookstore. I wanted to go to a used bookstore that's around here. I haven't been yet. But when I was looking it up, I wanted to get like... There's a lot of texts I want to read and like learn. Oh, I did not mean to close that. Ew, whoops the daisies. Oh, hey, YouTube knows exactly what I wanted to do. The first video that comes up, top left, the night the Bell Witch attacked us. Thanks, Twin Paranormal. All right. Need to change you. Okay. Are you afraid of any ghosts? No, I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Bell Witch ding donk, ding donk, ding donk. YouTube never knows what I want. Listen, sometimes they nail it. Sometimes they're far from the mark. All right. Are y'all ready? Are we ready to make fun of these goobers? Everybody's favorite paranormal twinks. The trio of twinks. Part of the reason I'm drawing more in the combination of a supportive community, getting past my fears, and the fact that if people are accepting AI art as great, then my own struggle drawings are just fine. Damn right, baby. Damn right. Plus, you've improved already just in the various drawings that you've shown recently. Listen, once you start getting around to like learning like, what is it, hard coloring and stuff, again, don't like overcomplicate your learning process. So once you get started into coloring, like don't even think about shading. Don't even worry about shading. Just go with flat colors. Flat colors are fine. Will this be a sober viewing of the twinks? Yes, it is. So let me go ahead and get, where is it? Screen time. Boom. Boom. Okay. What song is this? Hunter's Moon. Nope. Hi, Dio. Anyway. Wait, what the hell? Hold on a second. What the fuck? Why does it do this? Okay, there we go. To this day, I do not understand why the like lower chat box just disappears. I need to go move this. Here, I will leave this on for now because it's kind of funny and you'll maybe be able to see just how heated I get while we're oh, god damn it. Also, the full screen is broken. Okay, there we go.
Takes on a life of its own. It starts to breathe.
Oh my god, my heart is pounding. This might be one
Okay.
of the scariest things I've ever done.
I like that they're doing this with just candles. That's
It
cute.
calls itself something.
It?
The Bell Witch.
Okay.
Said your name. Not me.
Oh, a cave!
What you're dealing with is not a spirit in the traditional context.
Oh, go ahead, say demon.
This is pretty crazy.
Is it?
Welcome to another movie on our channel. We are Twin Paranormal, and for the next
Movie.
48
I like
hours,
they've been
we
calling
are
it
going to
movies.
uncover
I am wondering though, chat. Do we? I said we weren't going to do a drinking one today. But do we want to do a drinking one again? My favorite investigators because of how much they commit to it. That's exactly it. These guys, I think we keep coming back to them because I've tried watching others. I've tried we've tried looking up specific places and we end up with like exploring with Josh or that other like blonde guy with the really long hair. And every time I just want to come back and do these guys. I'm gonna say they're the best. I think they're the best entertainment wise. They're good presenters. Generally, they're good at presenting the information they want to present. You made a whole ass low poly model for Tia. That's fucking cool. Holy shit. But it's like I was saying with these guys. They're good at what they do. They're good at presenting the information they want to present to you. Is it in a dishonest way? It depends on what they understand of what they're doing. I can't say they're dishonest if they don't know the methods of what they're doing. It depends on how much they actually believe the things that they're doing. I'm guessing they wouldn't have started this channel and maintained this channel if they didn't believe in some degree. So, you know. Dwinks for the twinks. I'm coining it. Oh my god, Dwinks with the twinks. I don't think they'll ever talk to me if we keep calling them twinks, right? They'll probably never talk to me if they find out that we always call them the paranormal twinks. It's endearing. It's endearing, I promise, guys. If you ever see this, I promise it's endearing. I think y'all are really cool and I'd love to have a conversation. Even if we disagree on certain formalities. I just want to come back to the twinks, but is it wrong? Well, no. Oh my god, can you imagine the day that happens? Can you imagine the day that happens?
the mysteries
And maybe I need to start tagging
behind
them on days
the
that we do
Bell
this.
Witch Cave.
It is said that this is the site of the only documented murder that was caused by...
Wait, we've seen this place. We watched the other people come and visit this place. I don't think it was Twin Paranormal. I think it was... Who are the... Sam and Colby? I think it was Sam and Colby. To the same place. And they brought out like some teenage girl who was like, I'm a witch. And she wore a fucking white t-shirt and a black skirt. And it was just like, and this is how we're gonna do this ritual to summon the spirit. It was very unconvincing nonetheless.
something paranormal in history. The Bell Witch herself is the one that took credit for John Bell's death. It is also
Okay.
said that the daughter of John Bell would wake up with
Betsy
scratches
Bell.
on her face along with handprints as if she was scratched or touched by the witch herself.
All of this would happen to
Wait.
the whole entire family within a span of 4 years. It had all started.
This is the one where they said they could hear a voice coming through the walls. I could have swore this one was debunked. Oh, I just don't remember what it was. Hi, Nex. How are you doing? Twink's affectionate. Twink's very affectionate. We'll give hug. We'll shake hands. We'll go on ghost hunt with them. Oh, that would be the funniest way to have a face reveal. All right, guys, face reveal over on Paranormal Twins. They did a tease, a little bit of research into it. Oh, it looks like they're going to go in. They're doing like here's like the main information of the murder. And now it looks like they're hopefully going to tell this. Oh, what the shit? The webcam on top of my monitor just fell over. It's been like slowly dipping anyway, so that's fine. There we go. All right.
Started with them hearing what sounded like scratches and voices inside the walls.
Yes.
The Bell Witch is something that is very
But if I
real,
remember
so
correctly,
that
wasn't it
means
confessed later that it
three
was
of
like
us should be very careful.
a
I don't know if
boy
you guys
terrorizing
realize, but
them,
this
terrorizing the
location
family?
could
I can't remember his
potentially be
name.
the scariest place that we
Do a
have
crossover
ever
with Papa
dealt with.
Mutt.
So with that being said, this is our 48 hours.
I know Papa Mutt does like the ghost hunts and everything. It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting. But it's also like Papa Mutt has this sort of like disbelief to it. I believe, if I remember correctly. He has like, when he does those, he very paranormal intwinkination. Oh my God, intwinkinification. But, oh shit, I forgot where I was going with this. Oh, Papa Mutt. Whenever you watch like any of Papa Mutt's like ghost hunting or anything, there's like this bit of, like you feel his disbelief. Like he's going through the motions of something he expects to happen, and it never does. So there's like this little bit of like disappointment and this little bit of like, yeah, I just got to do this thing and then this will be evidence if it like goes off, blah, 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 blah. I haven't watched one of those. I don't know when the last time he did it. It's been over a year. It's been over 2 years, I think, since I've actually seen a Papa Mutt paranormal investigation.
At the Bell Witch Cave. Deep in the woods
Ah,
of
yes,
Adams,
the
Tennessee,
cave.
lies one of the most terrifying paranormal legends in American history. This is the story of the Bell Witch, and it's not just a legend. What
Yes, it
happened
is.
here changed an entire family forever, and may have even
That
claimed
was
a life.
weird animation.
In the early 1800s,
I know it was AI.
John Bell moved his family to a quiet farm in Tennessee, and for a while things were peaceful. But in
Okay.
1817,
Never let Papa Mutt in the
that
kitchen.
peace
I've
was
seen what Papa
shattered.
Mutt does in the
It
kitchen.
began when the Bell family started experiencing something that defied all logic. They would hear strange knocking.
He's done
and
some recently.
sounds
Oh,
outside of their
interesting.
cabin.
Okay.
They started hearing scratching on the wall.
I think he has a separate channel for it, doesn't he?
Voices.
And what sounded like chains being dragged throughout the cabin. They were things that none of them could see, but everyone could hear.
And it's just his
Soon,
family?
The invisible
Just
force
the
turned
family?
violent. John's daughter, Betsy Bell, was the main target. She was slapped, scratched, and even pulled out of the bed by her hair.
Paranormal
It
investigation?
lifted
Oh
her
boy.
up off of the bed, had scratches all over her. It was really bad on her.
The entity spoke in full sentences and
Oh, good
claimed
Lord.
to be a spirit from everywhere. Heaven, hell, the earth, and the air.
Huh? Okay. So, a demon? Well, a fallen angel-esque demon? I guess. I don't know what the fuck they're getting at here. That's a lot of things. That's a lot of gibberish. That sounds like, if it was a paranormal entity, that's the shit I would say to fuck with people. That's it. That's the parasocial investigation. Banshee? No. I was gonna say, if it was like all of these things, it'd have to be a character that's like, the air is haunted. Like, that's, I don't get it. It would have to be like, okay, so fallen angel makes sense. They're a demon. Possess a person, totally fine. Person dies, gets buried. Okay, there's your earth. And then I guess comes back as a ghost, and that counts as air. But frankly, it doesn't make
Locals
sense.
would start to call this thing the Bell Witch.
She would present herself.
Yeah, 'cause they're attacking
in
the
different
bells.
Ways as a black dog or a black.
Oh my God, that was
woman
so
with eyes.
But this
janky.
was all far from just a haunting. It was intelligent.
And I'm playing
It
the
predicted
Phasmophobia for this?
deaths,
Agreed.
Mimicked voices and exposed secrets that no one else should have known. And word would spread fast.
What are those secrets?
Even a future president, Andrew Jackson, would come to visit this property. And he
Okay,
would
they're getting
reportedly
really
leave
heavy
soon
with
after,
all the
claiming
AI
that
art
he
that
would
they're
rather
making.
fight the entire British army than face the Bell Witch ever again.
Is that real? Is that real? Yes, Ordain, what is it? What's the problem? They just called it curse. The ghosts are gossiping again. The voices. The voices. What are we ding donking, Ordained? What's the problem? What's the deal? I don't see a commercial break thing. We don't have a commercial break for like 18 minutes. something like that. Ordain. Ordain. Also, was that only 7 weekly passes for the week? Oh man. Oh man. Bell Witch? Okay, gotcha. Bell.
Things
Bell.
would
I
get
gotcha. I
even
see where you're
worse.
going with this. I see where you're going with this.
The entity grew darker, more personal. It focused its
fucking-
hatred on John Bell.
The goofy-
Over
the goofy
years,
witchy
this entity
look that
would
they keep
slowly
showing.
poison him, whispering in his ear, calling him names.
I remember hearing something
and
about the Bell
even
Witch was a
told
local
him that he was
superstition, though I
going
don't know
to
if that is
die.
true or not.
And in
It's local
1820,
superstition.
John Bell did in fact mysteriously pass away.
They actually found the vial of poison laying at the foot of the bed.
Many believe the Bell Witch had finally succeeded. This makes the
Oh, the vial of poison sitting at the foot of the bed? Physical evidence that somebody poisoned him? Who could possibly have poisoned Old Man Bell? Oh, I froze. Why did I freeze? Beep beep, thank you for the 5-stream streak. Gotta politely ask the banks for money. The ringleader demands taxes. It's the
Bell
clown
Witch,
tax.
one of the only spirits in American history believed to have directly caused a death.
You just
However,
said
the
there was a
activity
poison
didn't
vial.
stop there.
You
The
just
cave
said there
on
was a
this
poison
property,
vial.
now known as the Bell Witch Cave, is believed to be the place where this spirit had retreated.
In our gift shop,
Retreated
we've got a
for?
binder full
In our gift shop. Oh
of
boy.
letters explaining what happened to people that have taken rocks
And
out
this
of the
dude's
cave
wearing Oakleys.
and sent the rocks back.
And people who enter it today claim that they have heard growling,
Mage
seen
hands. Just
shadow
use
figures,
long-range
and
mage
even
hands.
that they have been attacked. Some believe that this cave itself is actually a portal, and whatever it is that lives
Two.
inside is still watching, still waiting. And for the next 48 hours, we are going to throw ourselves into this cave to find out if the Bell Witch
Just the
really
cave?
is still
Just,
here.
I remember there being
Spoiler,
like multiple
it might still be
locations when we
there.
watched
But
the Sam and
before we
Colby
do jump
one.
into this episode, if you guys are
Ooh.
not subscribed to our channel,
Uh-oh.
and you keep finding yourselves coming back, or
Uh-oh.
if you are new and you like what you see, please hit the subscribe button.
Is
We
this
are
the
on our
underworld?
way to
What, the
2 million,
cave?
And with your guys' help,
this hell?
we
Am I
can do
dead?
this.
Hatsune Miku!
Also, make sure to hit the like button because that lets us know that you have been enjoying this new series and you do enjoy this episode.
And waiting and
Helps
waiting
a
and
lot,
waiting
so
and waiting and
please
waiting
take
and
a
waiting
quick
and waiting.
second and like the video. Every single
I do kind
episode,
of
we
like
to
the
shout out
the
5
classic
of
horror
you
movie-esque
beautiful,
posters they make for these. They're kind of
beautiful
cool.
Blueberry muffins because I'm craving one.
Ooh, I want a blueberry muffin.
Here, here, and here.
Balchinian.
Chosen. If you would like to be shouted out on the next
Oh my
episode,
goodness.
all you need to do is
Are
go
these
to
the parody
our
Ghost
Twin
Investigators?
Paranormal
No, these
Instagram
aren't
account,
parodies.
Follow that account. Go to the latest
These
post,
guys are completely
mark that
serious.
Post and comment down below hashtag the guys with the Bell Witch. Rawr. Scary. Not long ago, we had announced that
Okay.
we came out with plushies.
What?
You can get your hands
What?
on one of these.
Chats.
Plushies. These are sick. The ghost logo is a plushie. Are you kidding me? Huh? That glows in the dark. If you guys have not gotten your hands on a plushie yet, all you need to do is go to twinparanormal.com and you guys can get one. Also, when
I
you
don't
do
need
get
it.
your
I don't
plushie,
need it.
take a
I don't
photo
need
with
it. I
Tag
don't
us
need
on
it.
Instagram and we will share
it's
it
green?
all over our stories. We love you guys and thank you for the support.
I thought they were
We
white.
really appreciate each and every one of you. And we hope you
The
enjoyed
Twinks
this
came out.
episode.
I heard the same thing at first too. I was like, wait,
Now
what?
that we know
Oh, then it
the
was plushies.
history
Like,
of
oh,
the
okay.
Bell Witch Cave, are you guys ready to try and uncover the mystery behind the Bell Witch?
Hold on a second. Oh, goodness. Sorry. Yawn. I want to remind you, chat. This is a tourist location. That's a rebuilt cabin of the Bell family house. There's picnic tables here. There's a gift shop they've already admitted. So, would you say they have a financial incentive for this story to be real as they can make it? No thanks, I'm saving my own money for something else. Makes sense. Rebuilt or refurbished? I'm pretty sure it's, I wouldn't say it doesn't look original. If you look at it, that stone chimney is way too nice and that roof is definitely replaced. That deck is also replaced. If this cabin was from roughly 1804, so they moved here in 1804, Probably the only thing that I would half expect to still be in really good condition would be the main walls of the house. Deck probably would have fallen off if there was one. Chimney would likely be leaning away from the house, if not be far more crude than this one is. If we see the inside, we may be able to tell.
Story. I want to let
We may
both
be able
of
to
you
tell
know
easier how
that I do
modern.
love you. Wyatt, if you go missing tonight, I will speak at your grave, and you know what I will say? What?
He died like a
This
bitch.
man was the young, tallest, beautiful, red-headed guy who was known as Wyatt, and therefore, we must not forget him.
No, that's actually very sweet. I kind of like that.
And then I'll go,
Oh God. Make sure you add it to my Wikipedia page too.
wait,
Yeah, that one.
I'm scared.
Oh, I'm actually scared. Oh, dude. You know what's even worse?
Wait.
Wait, I want a hug too.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
This is cute. Okay, I'm sorry. They can have this moment. This is cute.
This could be the last time we ever breathe.
It's
Doubt.
actually serious.
Doubt.
Not gonna lie, I'm scared.
I don't know
Doubt.
what's gonna get us first, the witch
Drama!
or the humidity.
I don't
Listen,
know
at
what's
least they're
gonna
not
get
doing
us
the,
first,
what is
Lion,
it?
the Witch,
Ghost
or the
Adventures thing?
Wardrobe.
I love that. Oh my god. Oh, I love that movie.
Put your hands together,
It's not that
boys.
great
You
of a
know what we
movie,
do before each
but I
and every
can respect the
investigation. Let's go
enthusiasm.
ahead and chant on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go find the Bell Witch.
Also, I'm pretty sure
These
this is
bugs are
the-
gonna make us itch.
I just realized. Oh, hold on. I'm getting a phone call. Give me just a second. Chat, you'll never guess what news I just got. You'll never guess what news I just got. Sorry, I had to go check something because somebody called me. They were looking for something. They were afraid they lost their really expensive glasses, but they're here. They just left them here. And then I had to let Coco in, and I got a drink. An orange drink. Became a billionaire? No, I wish. This is better for y'all, actually. We will have time to stream this weekend. We will have I have the place to myself until Sunday. So, Friday night stream, Saturday morning stream, anyone? Anyone? We may do something fun. Maybe I'll do like community on Saturday. I kind of want to play more Mech Break. I just don't want to play by myself. I really don't want to play by myself. All right, let's put words away. We can get back to this. I'm sorry for the random cut in. I got hot chocolate for me. Ooh. Your purchase of Gold Ship went through? Yeah, I bought Gold Ship. He'll be here in 6 weeks. Because they're shipping him on a gold ship. Community Mech Break. Community. Ooh, I can do Rivals. Again, I haven't played Rivals in months because I don't want to play it by myself and nobody's asked me to play it with them. It's okay. I'm not hurt. Anyway.
Hopefully we don't die and end up in that ditch.
There's a ditch.
Okay, well, I'm just
What's
gonna
in the
let you
ditch?
know, I think the Bell Witch is watching us right now.
Okay, why? Why do you say that?
There's a deer over there, and I swear on everything, it looked at me and it was like, yo, I'm the Bell Witch.
That's a deer.
Guess we're
Actually, I'm sorry. That's Jane
Making our
Doe.
way down
The
to
deer
the
lady. If you've never
cave,
seen her, she's
and,
really cool.
pretty nervous.
With what
Actually,
we just
hold on,
heard,
chat. I have to introduce
Cave
you to somebody
possibly having-
else's really cool OC. Dewdrop Starshine. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're not going to do that. Hold on. Jane Doe. Where's this art? Where's this art? Here she is. Whoa, damn you. Thank you, Instagram. Okay. Oh, Jesus, Peter fucking Christ, Zebby. Zebby! Welcome in, Raiders! Those of you who don't know me, my name is Martin. I'm the ringleader of Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever my little inclinations like to get into. If you happen to like this stream and or spooky dooky ghost things that we are going to be talking about today, I highly recommend dropping a follow and hanging out. Date, everything is destroying my brain cells. Oh my god, do not fuck the couch. Anyway, how's that game going? Are you having fun? Did you have a good time? Did you enjoy yourself? I brain farted while we were thinking because they brought up a doe and I wanted to show them this cool character. I keep seeing when I scroll Pinterest for whatever reason because somebody uploaded her to Pinterest. I just think she's neat and very pretty. Anyway, yeah, this is how I had to look her up. She does kind of murder people. I think that's why I like her so much. Pretty good. They do a lot of crazy good animations. Anyway, welcome in. We're watching Paranormal Twinks. I mean, Twin Paranormal. They are currently going over the Bell Witch incident. Girls gotta have a hobby. I know. Listen, you can't blame her. God forbid girls have hobbies. The answer is all the food we could eat if we traveled the world shows us twinks who talk to ghosts and lets us ride in the boat. Yeah, they do get to ride in the boat. They get 30 minutes in the boat every day. You've been to the Bell Witch Cave forever ago? Ooh. I know it's in a mutual friend of ours state. I was gonna drop their name. I didn't want to. Even though they talk about it on their stream all the time. But you know what? It's Tennessee. It's Tennessee. They said it's Adam, Tennessee, I think is what this town was called. Adam or Adams. They said it at the beginning. That's a nice boat. That is a nice boat. 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 All right, let's get back to this. They basically just started, so you haven't missed too much.
Portals in it.
But I've
And
never
photos
been
that
to
we
Adams. I
saw
think it's a small
are pretty
town.
insane
I'm
because
assuming
you
it's a
can
small
actually
town.
See someone manifest themselves right in front of it. And am I tripping?
You see
though?
who to what's
Does that
here?
not look like a witch?
Yes, yes.
Big pointy
With
hat.
the nose and everything.
Oh my god.
Frame by frame, dude, there's a screenshot.
What?
I don't know if it's pareidolia or not, but if they actually caught the Bell Witch.
Okay. I am very proud of them right now. Like, it warms my heart. They did this in the last one we watched too. And they've started doing this recently. When they use certain terms that aren't like very front forward, understandable to any person, they will put a description up here. And I'm very glad that they acknowledged pareidolia in this because I genuinely think it's a big thing when it comes to ghost hunting that people will like freak out over because their face will like recognize human tendency to recognize faces, not just in rocks, mist, shapes, different things. Like, is one of my favorites. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's not, no. This is part of pattern recognition. This is part of pattern recognition. This is specifically the tendency to create faces out of patterns, to look at a thing and rather than see like clothing, dots on the wall or things like that, they're more likely to see a person. Your brain is more likely to generate a person out of shapes than it is anything else. Like seeing a cat in the bark of a tree, or like when people look at their doors and they see like the knots in their doors and they're like, wait, that looks like a person. I don't like that. Like Jesus in your toast? Yeah, Jesus in your toast. What are some other examples? Like, of course, clothes folded over in different ways. In the dark, if there's like certain items laying a certain way, it could look like a person like sitting in a chair or standing up and staring at you because of shadows and stuff. Or the face on Mars, yes. That's like people being like, there's a face on the moon or face on Mars. That's just a shape, and you're just forcing the face shape. Your brain is just like, yeah, that could be a face. Moving entity on the side of the screen looks very person-y. I'm pretty person-y. For now. Anyway.
Yeah. That looks like the witch.
Oh, but Zebby, if you need to go get food, hit the bathroom, do all that good old post-stream shenanigans, I totally understand. I hope you had a really good stream. I hope dating everything does not ruin your brain and you don't start eyeing your nightstand.
To try and see if we can open up some of the energy.
You're not going to do it, right? Right?
See if we could get in contact.
Ascend to godhood and beyond. Listen, eventually we'll just go God Spider or something. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I'm thinking God Spider, though. I think I like the idea of God Spider.
First things first, Wyatt. If you lose at rock, paper, scissors, the Bell Witch is 100% gonna drag you by your legs all the way to the end. That's why
we'll have gold thread
for you, because they knew we were coming. And it also says
God Spider. Yeah, God Spider.
So that means, yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Oh, see, oh, here, hold on.
So that means,
like that shit. Look right down there. That's just fucking light, like going through the trees. But the second he moved out of the way and I saw that, my brain was just like, ooh. He's just standing there menacingly. No, it's Tennessee. This is Tennessee. This is an Appalachian. Is that new Spider-Man variant? No. I was just thinking like giant monster spider, just kind of like a weird, like pseudo all-powerful spider. The entity, kind of. We'd be way more elegant though. We'd be more like a fancy version of like Elise. Elise from League of Legends. Walking in the dark and be dressing like a traffic cone. The God Spider, a new branch of the Mafia, a new web of the Mafia. Strand? Never mind.
that doesn't matter.
I touched it.
Kumunga from Godzilla?
This witch is gonna take Wyatt out.
So just focus on not losing.
Just focus on not losing him.
If I win,
It's fine. It's fine.
No, if you lose,
There is a little bit of. I get a little stressed though watching him hold the camera directly from the lens like that. Even though that's literally the heaviest part of the camera and probably the best way to balance it.
Going to or death.
Hold on.
Going.
Chat, I'd hate to tell you, but if I'm going somewhere I'm excited for, this is how I'm walking. I do the silly walks. I do the silly walks. You can't take my joke and effortlessly make it better. That's not fair. Wait, which joke? The web from TMA?
To or death. Going to or death.
They're not losing my ass in the dark.
We're going to or death. All jokes aside, the further we walk
I was gonna say, I wouldn't even be slightly concerned. I'd be more scared of wolves showing up.
That like,
I'm walking here.
Dude, I have the worst anxiety ever.
And I just look like the Dr. Livesey
really
walk animation.
So just by any chance, if something, you know, puts out
Maybe when
a
I
nice
walk to a
vial
food
of
place,
poison,
also
I'm
same.
so thirsty I might drink it.
That reminds me that they never show water bottles with them.
We're going to or death. I don't like this song.
It gives me the same vibe as like the we're going on a bear hunt. That old children's book.
Wait, really? Like right now?
There are no wolves in Stillwood? Are there?
Together. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That means I won.
That's
Look, wait. Whoa, listen. Look, boom. Winner.
Oh my god.
That's all you, buddy.
Go get him, champ!
I
With a candle.
lost
Oh
rock,
no.
paper, scissors, and the goal was to send
that's
one of
2
us
out of
in
3.
to try and get the feel of what kind of energy is around.
They don't have the Marin water bottle from local carnival
Light a
vendors?
candle, and that is
I have
the
mine
only
right
light
here.
we will have through the dark and eerie cave.
Correction.
Hmm.
That is the only light you will have.
It is
Is
the
that
only
a...
light I
Oh,
will
it's a
have.
cup.
Wait a minute. Me and you got rock. Can we go at it just to see who's gonna win, just in case?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. You ready?
Wait, who's next?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Once I get to the first section,
Okay, ad breaks can start any second, chat. I'm going to give you words on stream again, even though I just gave you one a second ago. But let me see here. If you want to avoid the ads before they come up really quick, you should definitely sub. Apparently, we only have 7 weekly passes this week. That's not a lot. I swear to God, the fucking like delay, the like counting thing. Hold on. I swear to God, the like counting thing for this is getting like later. 15 months. Thank you, Doc. Holy shit. I swear that the delay, it's supposed to reset on like Saturday nights. Now it resets after like fucking Monday, dude. I swear. Or Tuesday even, possibly. Here, let me actually see. Let's scroll through the activity feed while we're doing the commercial break. I'll bring the music up. Okay, so that says we have 8. So we have 1 from Doc. 2, 3, 4. Oh. 5. There's a gifted one. To nice eyes. 6. No, never mind. It's accurate. I just hadn't looked at it at all this week. 7. Fairbanks. 8. Ordain. 3 days ago. That's Monday. Damn. It is actually accurate, but I guess I just hadn't looked at it all week. I don't think I even looked at it the last couple weeks. I think because it was making me sad and I didn't mean to look at it that time, but I looked at it and I was like, aw, man. Marin the cereal, Marin the doll, Marin the flamethrower. Ordain loves that one. The flamethrower. It's funny how bears are basically giant puppies to Russians. I mean, there was a point when canines and bears were kind of the same genus. Kind of. Like 50 something million years ago. I'm trying to remember. It's either that or later. I just don't remember how much later. All right. We'll do one more. We will do a run more. Black against your skin like that. What's the point? Making your extremities float in the dark? I don't know. Could be neat. I think he also used to have like a big piece there. And I think he just decided he'd rather it be all black. I'm not 100% sure on that. But it is possible. Okay. Okay. Oakley dokeling. Wait, we have a Marathon flamethrower? Why did nobody tell me? You can't have it. It's locked. You can't find it. Nobody tell him where it... Actually, I'm the only one who knows where it is. You'll never get it. You'll never get it. It's where you will never expect. I actually have a mental place in mind. If you guess it, I will tell you that if you're correct or not. I will tell you if you're correct or not, if you can guess it right. Behind the water place? No. What do you mean behind? You mean like out past it? Under the ticket stand? No. No. Under the desk? No. In the PC case? No. Who puts a flamethrower in their PC case? Actually, don't answer that question. I just thought of the kid that like set off fireworks in his room, and that guy that basically blows up his office every time he does a stream. There's no flamethrower, just like there's no spoon in the shower? No. You missed. Try again. How are you doing, Rabq? All right. That was actually perfect timing for the end of fucking Rainbow in the Dark. All right.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
Also, no. There's no flavor, just like there's no spoon. Do we even get to know the general area? Nope. It's hidden. It's hidden. You have to guess right. This isn't I'm gonna narrow it down. This is y'all have to either keep guessing or just give up. I am the flamethrower? Well, I mean I could be a flamethrower, but not in this situation. Not in this situation. Somewhere in the carnival, technically correct. Technically correct. I got a donut. Oh, I want a donut. I want a donut. Nobody ever gives me donuts. I finally have progress updates on my art piece. Ooh. Does Coco have it? No, Coco does not have it. All right. Filled with combustible gas in places of all the organs that Marion doesn't have, just pop a hole with a pin, then you got a flame. Oh my God. Top of the Ferris wheel because their ding can't reach it. No. Is it in the water park section? No. Well, no. Anyway.
I was told something special. So once
Special?
I get there, I'm gonna go ahead and do something.
You look so smug about it.
Let this spirit, this entity,
You hit it in my tail.
whoever it is,
No.
know that I am around, and it also.
Okay, I couldn't
gives
risk
them
you
an
finding it. That's too easy.
invitation to
That's too
show
easy.
up.
I thought you were gonna say.
Especially if I shake you and it falls out at some point,
Let's hope not.
you would know
feel
then.
Like my anxiety has risen to the max.
You? Me? I'm gonna go touch the butt. Does this look like
He's
it's gonna
touching the
light up
butts.
the way? I don't think so.
Guys,
Will you
I'm also
open this
sorry,
for me, please, so I can get this over with?
Paper cup candle is so goddamn funny to me.
Okay.
Good luck.
Yep.
The fireplace is the flamethrower. It's one big unit that's been built into the building to
Okay.
conceal it.
Adrenaline is starting to kick.
No, but I did do that. Different product. Different
Really
product.
scared.
I'm not
It's
gonna
fine.
lie, dude. This is the Bell Witch Cave, and I don't think.
No,
I
but
would
it's
ever
not
do
under
that.
the stage.
I don't know. if
That's full of
there's any
Miku
plus
dolls.
side to
Just
any of
ask
this.
Zebby. Zebby's the one who put dozens upon hundreds of
Listen,
Miku dolls under the
listen,
stage.
It's a tight squeeze here. Okay, just to
Is
show
this
you
officially
guys, you can
flamethrower-shaped
see them
fire
back there,
eater?
but
No.
This is what I can see.
Did you replace my shaving foam with the flamethrower? No.
Be
It's in the pipe-bombed bathroom, ain't it? No.
Be strong. Oh God.
To build my own flamethrower? It's not
This
gonna
is the
work.
opening.
In the PC? No.
Hello. Okay.
They shine so brightly.
I am in this
Ooh.
first area. This area.
It's dark.
Where a
All
lot
we
of
get is
people
face.
Have heard voices. They have seen the Bell Witch
Is
here.
it in the turlet? So hot shit? No. Go make nuggies. Oh no.
Who's in here?
It's with Faye?
Can you say
I
something?
mean, you're getting there. You're getting pretty close.
I have this method I like to do.
You're getting there.
To
Then
make
Carrie
myself
eated it.
known,
No.
And to give you
Nomad
an
did not
invitation
eat
to
it
make
either.
yourself known as well. What this method will do.
Yes,
is
we're down to a
give
singular
these
twink.
Spirits or entities an invitation to come and speak.
Sure,
And the
that's
goal
what
for
it
us is
does.
obviously to see
Totally.
why the Bell Witch did this and where she is. if
Yes,
she's
after
still
200
here or
years,
not.
you are going to be the person that gets this
The
information.
Bell Witch.
Absolutely. It will be you.
If you're here,
Sivan? No.
I'm going to go ahead and ring this
Close
bell.
for a different reason. Is it with Pickle Chan? No, it is not with
This
Pickle
is
Chan.
supposed to let you know that I am
Is it in
inviting
the
you
secret Mechazord? You're not
to
supposed to
come
know
and
about the
speak.
Mechazord.
to come and have a
But
conversation.
you gotta win tickets to get it? No.
If you are here,
Those are smaller versions.
I'd like to see you. I'd like to hear you.
Is it in
I'd like
emotes?
to know
No.
your story if that's okay. Okay, I guess I am going to go ahead and give
But they
this
were
a
doing this.
shot.
Are you talking about the one,
Here we go.
the two ladies that were saying they were shamans? Hold on. That sounds more like water running. And that's somebody's breath. But I'm pretty sure that's the other two further outside. That sounded like the other twin. It's the core of the earth? No.
Are you
Too
here?
deep.
Is somebody here?
You've been talking to women? Wait, which part? Oh, wait.
My. Oh my.
Again, that sounds like the water. That sounds like a bubbling of
Did
the
you
water.
Just say something? I just want to let
Did
you
this
know
gremlin eat it? No.
that myself and 2 other people who are here with
Well, yeah,
me
there's dripping water in here, but it's making me
will
think
be
that
here
there's
for 2
like
nights.
a place
we
where it's
came to
running
gather
from,
some
and that sounded like a bubble
want
of the
your
water.
story.
Hora has it? No.
Oh my god. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Come on, talk to us.
I don't know
I
if you
didn't- I
guys
didn't
heard
hear
that.
anything.
That sounded like somebody approaching.
Again, that's the water. That was the water.
I'm shaking. Okay.
Oh, he almost blew the candle out.
Can you say something, please?
I want the other twin to come out and just like appear within the light and be like, I'm hungry.
Do you hurt people sometimes? Whoa. I am in the Bell Witch Cave, alone.
And nothing's
I rang
happening.
a bell 3 times, supposedly to invite a spirit.
You know they're stretching whenever you go, yeah, the family's name is Bell, so they decided to call it the Bell Witch, the Bell Witch situation. And so we thought a really cool that would totally work with the legend was to like bring a bell. So gullible people believe it. Did they blow the candle out by accident? Probably not at all. They haven't blown it out at all. Just mom, I threw up.
Entity to come and
I want to go home.
I was told
The
it was
ball
a
witch, not the ball
powerful
witch.
method to bring forth a spirit.
I'm the ball witch,
Always
don't you
worth a
know?
try.
Anyway,
Do not let the spiders land on me. I am looking
hi Willow.
spirits, entities, witches, but not
I
spiders.
cast crush balls. Oh
We're
no.
not the Discovery Channel, buddy. No.
We're not the Discovery Channel, which means y'all aren't douchebaggins. Honestly, a win, an improvement.
All I know is I have
Y'all are
anxiety,
funny.
And I feel like something bad is gonna happen.
Got the bell out of the
I don't know
gift
if it's
shop.
gonna
It has a
happen now,
price tag on it. You
later
can see it
tonight,
right
or
there.
Tomorrow.
It's literally in camera.
Something just touched my shoulder.
Okay, sure.
Did somebody just touch my shoulder?
No,
Is that you? Can you appear, please?
it's me. You're in my flesh cave. Get out.
Something grab my shoulder.
They might not be douchebaggins, but they sure are stupid.
Oh
I don't think they're stupid. I don't want to call them that. I think they're doing their best with what they believe and what they genuinely think like equipment is for. I want to believe that they're not doing it maliciously. I'd rather them just not know the things that they're doing are like either like incorrect or not believable or anything like that under critical analysis. But the thing is, I think the point with a lot of these things, to enjoy them, you have to either enjoy being critical of them or not be critical at all and just absorb whatever information they give you. Touching shoulders. Oh my. Every time Ghost touches shoulder, but not ass or crotch. I mean, there's a lot of people that have been like, I got scratched by a demon in my back.
Bell Witch.
As opposed to a demon coming up and saying, how you
don't know
doing,
your
Toots?
real
And just
name.
grabbing a handful.
I would like to.
Brother, I played a lot of Phasmophobia in my
Bell
time.
Witch
Tell
is
me you
here.
ain't doing it right. How
Can
old are
tell me
you?
You are.
How old are you?
Can you tell me
Where
yes?
are you? How old are you? Where are you from? How did you die? How old are you?
Yeah, this might be one of the scariest things I've ever done. 100%.
Yo, it's
I'm
just
shaking.
chilling in a cave, dude. Hold on. This is only scary if you believe in ghosts. And the reason I'm saying that is because you are in a cave that only has a single entrance that has a massive grate on it, and your brothers are outside. Ghost just replies, old. with a big lighter and Axe body spray. How's the family? How the taxes? Poor ghosts will never get these questions.
I think I have an idea.
Cave diver
on what
ghost
I
probs.
should do next
Well, this cave was
before
never
we
flooded.
actually start this investigation.
It was just
I'm gonna
worn
go
down
ahead
by
and
water.
pull 3 tarot cards. See if we could get some sort of a reading.
Oh God, are tarot
on the
cards the main
environment,
part of their thing now?
and see if we could find out what may happen to us for these 2 nights.
All right, I'm
Okay.
calling it now. Hold on.
I will be back.
I'm calling it again this time. We are either going to get the devil, the Empress, Death, Wheel of Fortune, and probably one of the pentagrams. If they do, or pentacles, if they do, if that's the kind of deck they have. I wouldn't doubt if we end up with the tower. We had the tower in the last one. There's no way they're going to go with the exact same 3 for the trick, right? Hanged Man? Could be Hanged Man. Could be Hanged Man. That's a good one.
If you would like to come along, just to communicate, you can. So please, try and talk to us. Okay, I'm gonna make my way
All right. Did we get the fool? Was the fool in the last place? The plateau?
Whispered in my ear.
Did they?
I just heard a whisper.
You
right in
didn't.
my
You
ear.
didn't even dub it in for us.
Is somebody right here?
What's Jeff
Did you just say
Bezos'
something
credit
to
card
me?
numbers?
Oh my god, my heart.
Find
is
any
pounding.
Gengars? No Gengars. Only.
That was.
Weirdly enough, this cave is only full of Geodudes.
I'm coming back.
Mom, I'm scared.
His candle survived. I'm not gonna lie, I 1000% thought like water dripping from the roof of the cave would put out his candle.
Oh, what an experience! That
They
was
didn't go in very bright,
insane.
so we also don't know how. I'm pretty sure the cave itself is like
I was
wet,
trying
wet.
I was trying to get up,
Because
make
we
my
saw
way
like
back here,
ones when they went in with their
set the candle
flashlights,
down.
and it was
As soon
very
as
much
I
the
get
like
up,
sleek,
something in my
calcified
ear
walls
said something,
of a
was right in my ear,
extremely
man.
moist cave.
but it sounded like something like that.
So it wasn't like an
No Zubats in the cave. Nope,
Not
just
audible
just
at all, but
Geodudes.
It was clear as day. It's so hard to explain. I can't. That's my explanation.
Where the fuck my $5 that you
100%
owe me, you
sounded like
son
maybe
of a
one
bitch?
You guys, and I could feel it. So I went and grabbed
Just
the
whisper me a
candle as
billionaire's
fast as
account
possible.
and
But
routing
dude,
number.
Next time I need to wear your Apple Watch to monitor
Oh, wait, which
my
one?
heart because I have so
Oh yeah,
much
no,
adrenaline right
I
now.
see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Happen when you rung the bell 3 times?
I think
Brain will still making
I
shit
don't
up in these
know.
situations.
We
Oh,
will hear it
correct.
on audio, but
Here.
I think I did.
That's being in solitary and complete darkness is in fact torture. Fun fact, chat. It is torture. So often in these times when you have not nearly enough sensory input data, the brain starts to go haywire. It will start making noises for you. It will start like augmenting noises that are happening around you. And it happens like, I think it's something like in 15 minutes. Very, very short time. And it only gets worse over time, like exponentially worse as days go by.
I also hear a voice.
Still
And
such
it
a
sounded like
bougie looking
somebody
bell. Does it still have the
approached
price
me. I know
tag
we
on
got
it?
that on audio. 100%.
Reverse tism. I don't know about that.
Not gonna
Maybe.
lie, this
Maybe.
place is insane. Let's do the 3-card method.
It could be the
We can
same
try
level of
and read
static
the
input.
environment.
Yes, that's true.
Do we have to go in there?
Yes.
You ready?
Let's do a
Like,
tarot
hold
reading.
on. Look at the size.
Yes.
Look at this gate. Ain't nothing normal getting through that gate without you fucking noticing it. From a purely material, like, being like, things are solid here, there ain't nothing in that cave.
Ready?
Let's do a tarot
Sensory
reading.
underload? Yeah, sensory underload. Therefore, brain go must make noises. Or has to be noises. The voices! The voices!
It's a necklace. I've never seen anything like it, though.
Oh, it's old.
Oh, it's a, look. A witch broom.
It's a locket.
With a witch hat and a crescent. A moon.
That is not focusing. That is not focusing at all.
It looks like it is.
That's
What does
definitely
that
something
mean?
somebody left
That
here
is
on
weird.
purpose, dude.
I almost don't want to touch it. I think I'm like too scared that I'm gonna like get some weird.
That's a very modern chain, so you're fine. You're fine, dude. That's somebody's witchy pagan amulet that they bought off of Etsy.
That?
Well, let me
3
tell
cards,
you,
fire,
it's
fire, and fire.
Very difficult Kind of wish you were here to hold my hand.
Were you a fireman?
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Whiz!
If we're gonna go that way, should I close the gate just in case if we get scared and can't get out?
Just close it.
What if we all comes back?
What if we all comes
and
back?
It's locked.
Yeah. Oh my god!
Dude, wait, hold on. There's a spider right there, Wyatt. Just letting you know.
I was gonna say, it's either spider, and then I saw the bee, and I was like, okay, somebody spray painted that in there. Somebody spray painted Belle in there.
This isn't National Geographic. I'm not here for that. I'm here for ghosts.
I think I'm also a little more annoyed that this is a...
I think National Geographic.
Because, like, there's stalactites and stuff forming on the ceiling here.
To be fair, you did point it out.
And there's so much water still actively seeping through this area. I'm a little upset that this is some dumb tourist trap
Bad. Guys. Yeah.
instead of like a preservation site
Can I just
for like a calcified cave.
watching?
Like I've seen so many that are like, obviously there's like, was it Carlsbad? Inner Space Caverns, like those major caves that are obviously like at face value tourist locations. But behind the scenes, they're research locations. God, Carlsbad. I want to go back to Carlsbad.
Worst nightmare. This is the worst thing we've ever done. This is the worst.
Ever been to Pinn's Cave, the tourist grate? I have not been to Pinn's Cave. But the ones that are like isolated, that are like, yeah, guys, we do tours here. You can come in, we'll walk you through, we'll explain stuff. Just please don't like touch the wall, and we have like guardrails here and stuff for safety. Because you end up with caves like this, where people just fucking tag them for some reason.
Dude, you're kidding.
Oh, Ruby Falls is another one.
This is crazy. I didn't even get to see it with lights.
Contain real, authentic wiggles.
You didn't even turn on a light at all?
Okay.
Are these the same cards? Does it say black and white occult tarot?
That's what.
No, what? Hold on.
Okay.
Not the green Uno skip card.
That's what.
That was water, dude. That was more water trickling down.
I did.
I'm with Wyatt's
Just
face
to
on
see
that one. He's like, what?
I can go over here. I'm telling you.
I think it's funny that they still have the deck in like their original box. I feel like these guys would be bougie enough to like get like a snazzy like card case
Of us will pull one card.
for the tarot
After
cards.
that, we're gonna make our way out. We're gonna find out what the reading means. And then we
Oh,
come
you're gonna
back
pull the
with all our
cards
gear
and then go
start the
outside and
investigation.
look up the meaning?
Okay.
That's hilarious.
Somebody is here. I don't know if it is the Bell Witch. But
water.
if it is, I felt her.
Go back there.
Is a woman touching you right now? Where is she touching you?
heard in my
River, where is she
No.
touching you? Tell us! Tell us!
I asked her to make herself known.
I think the first thing I need to do,
Let's do it.
the first thing I need to do is figure out the difference between the twins and know which one's which. I am a bad fan. I can't tell the difference between.
What is that?
I don't know which one is which yet.
Yeah, seriously, what is it?
It's a box.
That looks like a shallow grave, like for a child.
It's a bunch of
I'm not
rocks
saying
that
that's
people
what
put
it
in a
is,
shape.
But I will say personally, I have seen
Almost certainly.
certain Native American burials that have been kept secret, like with the skeletons and everything.
I promise you this is
And
not it.
Some cultures do place them in caves.
I promise you that is not what this
Coffins,
is.
For lack of a better word. I have
Because
literally
it looks
seen
like
that.
there's mortar. It looks like the stones are mortared
Size,
together.
Would it be for a full person? Like, would they have to kind of put their pieces in there, or would this?
You can see the mortar, especially at that stone at the base. There's that light gray line. Somebody came in and put this together with like mortar. You can also see like more light gray along the edges here. The thing is, though, this isn't a mining cave. This is something that somebody like knew the legend or the story and came in and wanted to make something spooky. Or worse, the people who own it came and did this.
This be for a child?
It's definitely for someone of a smaller
But it's the
stature,
Gamma del
unless
Toro
they were,
tarot
like,
deck?
curled up,
Oh.
then you'd have to be a pretty small
No,
person,
I have
if
the-
that is what it was.
My sister got me
We're
a,
gonna have to
a,
ask
a
about
deck
that
of tarot
tomorrow,
cards
'cause what is
multiple
it?
years ago. And I got like a little leather card holder for them.
That's perfectly
cute.
man-made rectangular. That has to be what that is.
Right.
My God. They say when
He
you
touched
kinda
the
walk through
rocks.
hole- Whoa!
Huh?
No way. Through it, you can see spirits.
That's crazy. I can't.
I
believe you
mean,
just found that.
you are in a cave that drips water.
What- your sister. What did she call that? I don't remember.
For a planchette, isn't this why they put the circle in
I
it?
believe so.
Wait, I thought they were all brothers. Oh, maybe it's just the twins and then
Someone talk.
he's just a friend. Okay, why did I think they were all brothers?
Can you see my ball through it?
Yeah. It's nice. Looks like you're wearing armor.
Although, wait, that actually looks like it has breakage.
Could see. the
I think
Bell
somebody
Witch.
broke out that center.
Oh, Miss Bell Witch.
Difference between the twins, one has dyed hair. They both have dyed hair.
Please, show my brother your stuff.
We have a 50-50 hair.
Doubt it.
Is it working?
I think they both have 50-50 hair.
Let's do a tarot reading, but
That's cool.
let's keep this in mind.
Wait.
We'll keep it off to the
Solid
side.
tattoo sleeve.
Very gentle. Brand new deck. We like
Come
to
stand next to each other, damn it.
use brand new decks each
Okay, that's a solid
location
sleeve.
Because it is said that when you bring out a deck from a different location, some sort of energy could be stuck.
They're
in
brother
the
twins
deck.
in spirit,
I don't
that
know
is
if I
true.
believe in it, but just in case, we did get a new deck. I did get this gifted from River.
Oh my god, they both have solid sleeves.
I have seen a lot of people.
They both
in
have
the
solid
comments,
sleeves, damn it.
As well as some of the people that we have.
Good enough.
I have seen a lot of people in the comments.
Store it with a piece of selenite. Stay safe, guys. Mad love for this channel. Okay.
As well as some of the people that we have met along our journey that have said that too. That like you're supposed to cleanse.
Okay, that was
cards
Linda.
after
That
you
was the
use
one
them.
from the
We are in the
plateau
process
one we
of
watched
that.
last week.
But you don't have to cleanse a new deck.
One has the white side. I think they both
Our way
have
of
the white
cleansing
side.
deck is, whoop, throw
No,
it
no,
away.
wait, maybe you're right.
I'm just kidding. We don't do that. We have each and every deck. Did you just hear that?
I did.
Ryan, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Relevant or not to what's going on. You have some candle wax on your shirt.
Hold on, go back.
Did you just hear that?
I did.
Ryan, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Okay, Ryan
Relevant
is
or
half
not
and
to
half.
What's going on?
River
You have some candle wax on your shirt.
is the one with the
how
bare
might
arm.
That happened.
With one bare arm.
Guys, do those look like markings? Am I tripping out?
Where?
You're finding patterns there, champ. You're finding
It's
patterns.
like a plus. I don't know. It just looks like markings.
You know what
Little
we were,
markings.
dude?
Oh.
I
What we
promise
were
you it's
told
not.
that the
It's
first
just
sign
broken
of the
rocks.
Bell Witch
Not
was
cleansing your
marking
cards. You don't know what the
scratches
ghosts are
on
doing to
wall.
those things. Oh my god, they're jerking off in my tarot cards. No!
First things first.
He says he wouldn't touch the amulet, but then he's happy to touch what he thinks is Native American grave. Yeah, fucking apparently.
I bought a shuffler. Obviously, I didn't bring it. I just bought it today. So the next couple.
Oh,
of times
so
guys
you got
are
an
going to
entirely
see
separate tarot card deck.
Electric robot professionally shuffle it because I'm the worst at shuffling cards. But with that being said,
It is so much nicer.
I mean,
Define nicer.
if you had a table, it'd be fine to just do the good old throw them on the table,
I'd rather be
shuffle
outside
them
too,
around, and
where
bring them back together
energy's
into the
nice.
deck. To shuffle their taro, the potatoes.
Drop down the
Potatoes? What do potatoes have to do with this?
You shouldn't take that water drop home.
right in the.
And that's why they're mad? Maybe.
There we go.
No,
You know
the
what they
only
say,
thing
right?
that this tarot deck
You're not allowed
possesses
to
is the
take
spirit of
the
capitalism.
Because something could happen to you. Also, you're not allowed.
I bet they
to
went to
take the water
Barnes and Noble to
droplets
buy
in.
it.
That makes me. So
I don't know if that's.
A vehicle from an
that.
alien civilization? Oh, it's just a Jeep. Okay, it's just a Jeep.
would be
Gotcha.
I told you I'm really, really bad at shuffling cards.
Oh my god, dude. Come on.
Look.
You got this. No, I think you're fine.
Okay.
Those look kind of like an uncolored version of the ones that I have.
and that was
Kind
a
of.
52
Kind
card
of.
Pickup. I think
The ones that my
shuffling.
sister gave me.
You guys want to see the last card that hit the ground?
No.
Sure.
Actually,
I'm dead. It was the
All right,
last
so we've already got
card I
one
picked up.
Flash of the
Just
Devil.
saying.
That's weird.
One
Just
Flash
be
of the
a
Devil.
coincidence, Kind of. I'm gonna keep shuffling.
my head actually hurts in here. Like no joke. And kind of bad.
Really?
Devil.
Well, what? You know what they say.
Here,
about
we'll
Bell
sit here. We'll
Witch?
sweat it out
You're
together,
scared of
chat.
Something. That's how she.
Oh no.
gets you.
Oh no.
Do you
Oh,
mind coming over here and doing
the fuck was that?
I can try.
I thought it was tinnitus starting for a
Are you good
second.
at it?
Yeah.
Listen, they haven't drawn their 3 cards yet, but of course they had to flash the devil
Shuffling.
for a little bit of the ominous ambiance. Huh?
That's the way.
I'll do it a couple times.
Okay.
Not the D word. Yes.
To the Bell Witch.
Dark.
The three of us are here, like I said. We want to know your story. We want to
E.
know why you did that. To the Bell Witch. So if you are here,
Oh
we have
no,
these
me
cards
and Sai should have never
that will
watched that
help us
fucking video.
understand more. Maybe what you want with us. Any information we can get. If you can please approach.
I was thinking of the fucking the EA Sports meme, but it's all replaced with E's.
And each one of them will resemble what is going to happen to us tonight.
Yeah.
What kind of information
Well-
we'll get tonight, and what will happen tomorrow night as well.
Isn't it past, present, future?
Okay. Let's go ahead and spread it out.
Past, the fool.
So this is a method we've been doing, and so far.
Oh, I'm guessing this is why he had the towel. I was wondering why he had the towel in the back of his pants earlier today.
Bad intentions. This is for us to try and understand if there is a spirit or entity trying to communicate.
Waiting
It
for
will
the
help
A,
us
but
figure
there's
out
an A
where
never
to
comes.
go,
Nope.
To do. Really, it's just a lot.
It's just
information
saying
that
the
we
word
can
E
get
over
right
and over.
away. And also,
E,
we do
E,
this method after
E.
we get some evidence to see if
it lines up with what we've already gathered.
right.
Lore
so
of tarot
the plan
cards, do
is,
spirits
I will draw a
choose
card
it or like
and line it, so that we can put all three of
it's
our
new age. It's new
see
age
what
magic.
happens.
Right.
We are not going to
Magic.
find out any information.
I
until
couldn't
we
tell you. It depends. It depends on the beliefs of the people.
different.
So we're gonna hold off on the information. Then once we.
Some people think it's just like the energy. Hi, Nightmare. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's just like the energy of the universe that like pushes the energy to you to interpret through the cards.
Tried to spread them.
There's like some people who like believe in other gods that like believe that the gods are telling them things through the cards. It really is down to the person. I think it's just a fun game. This one. Oh my god, not the fucking audio. And how blurry it is. Swords? 8 of swords? 9 of swords?
6 of swords.
Oh, 6. Okay, I couldn't see the number at the top. It was too blurry. It focused on the picture, but not the number for some reason. Listen, that's fine. 6 of swords is not inherently bad.
That'll be your card.
2 big mana potions. That's why they're using 3 people. That's why there's 3 people here. They're all casting one at a time.
Wait till my hand twitches or something like that.
Those unclean cars.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh
Should
my
I just
god.
look away?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna look right at you.
The camera.
This one.
Ugh.
That was the one.
Wait a minute, hold on. You also pulled it reverse.
Guys, I
Oh,
showed
now
you.
we're doing it reverse?
I accidentally dropped cards. It was under the rock. It was the last card I picked up and put back in the deck.
Well, yeah, y'all showed that. The devil! It's the devil! Oh no!
Card I picked up.
Guys, you're gonna die. You gotta get out of there.
Real shuffled many times.
So what are the actual odds now? That's
Of-
the devil card.
Of what? The odds? It's always what, 1 in
Pulled a devil
75?
card upside down. We pulled it
I
only
forget.
one
Is it
time
75? We talked about this. How many cards are in a tarot deck? On a full tarot deck?
ever. No, I'm not. You guys curious? I'm not.
75?
Is that a bad thing that I pulled that?
74?
But
So we're not reading for ourselves.
The
we're reading
devil from the
environment
Bible?
for the future.
yes.
That is the
I'm
intention.
sorry. I'm
But
sorry.
Here's also what we're reading for.
I really
We're reading
am.
for what
But it's funny.
our nights
It's
are
very
like to be,
funny.
Right. Involving the Bell Witch. So
Oh, thank you for self-care.
I'm gonna go ahead.
I have
and
like the
rephrase
remains of a
this.
body
When I
armor
dropped those
here.
cards, I was like,
When,
could be a
when Grammy go around
coincidence.
came to visit,
Now,
for whatever
that you
reason, she
pulled
brought
it,
like a dozen
now I don't
different body
feel like
armors.
it's a
Every
coincidence.
single
Yeah,
one
that's
was
getting
different.
weird. It feels like a meme.
And there's still
So let's
some
go ahead and
left, so
pull your
I'm eating,
card,
drinking an
and
orange
now
one.
we find out. Because that's a present, guys.
Past present.
That's the present.
Oh wow.
The devil is here.
That's actually crazy.
I have no idea what the devil reversed is. Now, in my opinion,
Wouldn't be
I
that
think that
bad.
Wouldn't be so bad, but we don't know.
I can't believe I keep pulling the Sheep Go Round card in my Malvin deck. Must be a curse. Is all the same card, you fucking dork. It's one of those cards that's like in Magic, the like, what is it, the Black Acolyte or something? Black something Acolyte that's like, you can have any number of this card in your deck. So it like ignores the like maximum 4 rule.
Hi, sorry.
So sheep Go Round just has that
like,
same rule.
When you jump
You can have
into
any number
cold
of Sheep
water
Go Round
and
in your
you're like
deck.
Hyperventilating.
Sacrifice
Did you
Sheep Go
just, like-
Round to summon Sacrifice X number of, X number of sheep go round, where X equals the converted mana cost of whatever Malman card you are trying to summon.
Nice.
Dirt.
Cave poop.
Just go find a small puddle of water. You're fine. Go wash off in the puddle of water.
Serious.
If you guys are wondering why we joke around when there's a serious moment,
It helps.
it's because
It helps make it lighter.
anxiety is a real thing. Fear is a real thing.
Listen, I do the same thing. If I'm scared, I will be funny or I will be intellectual.
Choose my card.
Yep. You are the future, my friend.
Is the devil here in the cave with us? Looks at the grave again. The pseudo grave.
Oh yeah. This.
Did your hand twitch?
No, like it almost felt like a bunch of dead people's souls reached up and took.
Oh,
my
sure,
finger and brought it
sure,
down.
sure. It's fine. Page of Swords.
Oh, we've never pulled a page.
So six.
Six of Swords.
Six and Page
Upright.
of Swords and the devil.
Reversed.
The devil.
And Page of Swords. Upright.
Remember,
I
kids.
wonder if there's a significance between
Remember, kids,
two
respect the
Swords
devil.
cards as well.
Respect the
How
devil.
strange is it that the past and the
He makes
future
better
are
food
both
than
a
God.
Swords card?
Yeah, the middle's a devil.
And if that's false, may God
This
strike
is
me down where I
like-
stand.
Like he was talking about the anxiety and things like that.
That's
This is
what I
like
thought,
edge
you
of the
coward.
seat tension,
That's what
being
I
in here not
thought.
knowing what this means.
You guys want to feel on the
The devil uses good spices? Of course the devil uses good spices.
No.
What's the devil doing here?
Dude, we're gonna turn off our
With swords and turn you into swords.
We're gonna be quiet.
Should we light the candle?
Do you have it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, the same candle?
Something is different. It almost feels like
Is it-
you
is
put
the
yourself
difference-
in danger, but that's not what this method is supposed to do.
I promise,
It
chat, if I ever got to go on a hunt with them,
But I think
I
the
would not
reason
be
why it
as
does is
insufferable as I
because
am
of
right
what
now.
this entity
I would
has
at
done
least
in the
give them the
past.
liberty
So knowing
of
that
playing
in your
along.
head, it almost
Mostly.
makes it worse being in.
I will be
It's funny
their
that you brought
their
Bell, too,
resident
because,
skeptic.
Like hundreds of years ago, bells were used frequently to try to either contact the dead or ward
Six of
them
Swords
away.
means barrier, a challenge, a trial, devil, love,
And,
chaotic, change,
many
high energy, the
scientific
Page of
beliefs
Swords.
and
I don't
research
remember.
that
It's okay,
says
Next.
that
You did your best. 2 out of 3 is pretty
certain
good.
Frequencies have the possibility of affecting evidence that you get.
I wonder how
about
long
the
we're gonna have to wait
afterlife.
for them to
I wonder
actually,
if
like,
that
give us the
bell
meaning.
creates a certain frequency that resonates with the
I could
cave.
look it up. I'm not gonna.
You guys ready?
I want to see what they're gonna claim that it is. To build a reputation.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Okay. First off.
Oh
the
my goodness.
feeling
Hi, Knight. How are you doing?
By 100.
Hold on a second.
Is this the talking candle?
This is the talking stick.
Oh god.
Where's the bell?
You guys ready?
Yes.
Are you?
Hello?
Doing ghettos camping. That routine for the right moments? Oh, gotcha.
Gust of
I
air.
saw it.
Again, you're in a cave with an open face.
What?
Wind will
Did
come
you-
in, whip around, and then whip right back out.
Bug just fly around it, and you literally moved it to burn it alive.
They've been eating me alive since we got here.
That's kind of funny. That's actually really funny.
Is that from moving?
I totally missed that. I did not see him get to burn the insect.
If you're here,
The little
can you
bug.
please say something to us? We're here to have a conversation.
The spirits. The
blow this candle
ghosts. Come on.
If you can't blow the candle out, can you make the flames move?
Guys, that's just wind. It's not hard to move. It's not hard to move flames. Flames will also move on their fucking own.
Was that movement?
Yours channel idea number 137 has an upload on the. I know, I'm sorry. It's
yourself known.
scary. How old are you?
I want to know who spoke into my ear or blew
It's not an
breath
editor,
into
it's
my
the
ear.
cameras
I felt
themselves.
you were
It
right
seems
next
like the
to me.
cameras are on like some sort of like autofocus
EVP
face
recorder?
setting.
We run one EVP. We gotta try.
Oh no, they even have the shitty Panasonic thing on the background when they
We're
say
gonna
that
do
they're
the
doing
method that Adam
EVPs.
showed us. We're gonna say a word. We're gonna count to 3.
All
and we're
right,
gonna see if they
chats,
can
ready
repeat
for
that
your
word.
eardrums to
See if
bust
they're intelligent enough.
from the worst
gonna
recorder
say a
you've ever
word.
heard.
If you can please repeat it, we'd really appreciate it.
I want you to say Belle.
Do you think the witch is actually a MILF on the hunt for Twinkie paranormal investigators? No, she'd be more enthusiastic
On the
if that
count
was
of
the
three,
case.
Can you please say the word that River asked you to say?
We do focus on hands in
1,
these parts.
2, 3.
All right. You're just going to get the sound of like piddling water. Okay. Listening.
Let's try it again. Again.
I was gonna say those little, those like very tiny, like weird,
And if you
long
can,
thumbs was just the
say
water.
Belle.
I don't think y'all are waiting long enough.
2, 3. Can you please say that word?
Okay. That was the water.
Guys, did that
Y'all
say
even
river?
said it
Did
was the
somebody just say
water.
River?
No.
You said River's name, and I heard River.
That was
I swear on everything.
that was loud.
We 100% caught
Was
that.
it?
That said.
Was it?
That was so loud.
Whoa.
Not me. Please. I'm an innocent young boy.
I don't know, man. That sounded like River.
That did not sound
Say
like
that word. You mean
No, it
bird?
sounded like a voice.
Bird is the word.
Okay.
Jesus, dude, the audio.
It says
That was
River.
not a laugh. That was
It
the
says
wrestling
River,
of him
River
holding the
twice.
thing
It says
to like
River.
fucking mute it
sounds like
to
it
stop
says
the
River.
recording.
River.
I do it. She
Okay,
wants the twink.
whoa.
Oh no.
Hold this real quick.
Oh no,
Yeah,
River, you
sure.
gotta run. You gotta run, man.
Listen.
I don't want to talk though.
She's gonna buy you so many nice things in return for sexual favors. You gotta run. Oh my goodness. Can I take off the heart monitor? I want to take off the heart monitor now. It's getting uncomfortable.
Whoa! Did you hear that too? Leave him. River. Ha 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 ha. Oh. No.
Huh? I do not understand how they hear voices out of that thing. I do not understand how they hear it. It either has to sound different or they're really trying.
That
Dude,
is horrifying.
I'm gonna play it on a faster speed.
Like-
that is
Where's my Bell Witch
so
Sugar
clear.
Mama? I know.
And you
It
know
should have been me, not him.
So far, we have not introduced our names, but you
Oh my goodness.
said River's name.
I did.
So it's the first name that she knows, or this.
All right, hold on. I'm taking
whoever
off
is
this
here
heart monitor.
knows. Okay. Wow.
Come here. All right. Spectral Sugar Mama. I remember back when I first got this heart rate monitor, the like average my heart would sit at during stream was like 90 because I was always so nervous on stream.
Should I ask?
And now it's very funny
I
to
can
just
go
see it like
down that
rest
way and ask
very
by myself.
at a very normal level.
Take the candle and stand there in the center. Maybe she'll take me away and I'll live
Okay.
happily ever after in a cave. Like
It was
a-
I ordained. I was the Bell Witch all along. I knew it was a Dutch creature.
Bad idea. Never mind.
Yeah.
A Dutch creature in
You gotta take all
1804.
I can't take the. Nope. I'm.
Ooh.
Nope.
Huh?
You hold this.
You got it.
I'm gonna take.
Oh, passing the camera. Okay.
Here's the other question. How am I gonna make my way down there?
With the power
Down
of
where?
flashlight.
Okay, but I would honestly
Flashlight?
like to let you guys know that if something does happen, please
If I
forgive
die,
You got it.
Okay.
tell them I died the way I lived,
I love my
doing
life,
something stupid.
and I don't want to die.
She scratches, she bites, pulls you out of bed by the hair, not seeing anything but green flags.
What's wrong with it?
I don't know. Nope. You said in the middle.
Maybe.
This is scary.
What is scary? You're
went in
10
by
feet
myself.
away.
I have no remorse.
.exe. Oh my goodness.
Well, guess
Monka.
what? Now my name just came out. Thanks a lot. Did not want that.
Wait, your what just what?
I'm soaked.
Well, guess what? Now my name just came out. Thanks a lot.
Wait, what?
I have no remorse.
Yeah, but the thing's not saying your name right. The thing's saying my name.
Well, guess what? Now my name just came out. Thanks a lot. Did not want that.
Guys,
Wow.
I'm soaked. First. Second, I got hot wax all over my arm.
The power of flashlight did not help you, nor did the power of friendship.
How long does it take to
Does
get
it count as a power of friendship if one of them's your brother?
You talk? I drank the water.
Don't tell him
Oh.
Your name just came out. Congratulations.
Oh. Dude, fresh.
I don't know. I've seen kind of the shit that's on the wall in there. I don't know if that water is that fresh.
all my needs, Bell Witch?
I don't know. I really don't know. It depends kind of where that water's coming
Please
from.
don't murder me. You can hear me right
Please
now.
don't murder me. You're fine. You're fine. It's totally fine.
Can you please say something else in this device?
Dude, it's fresh. It's like eating a flower in the Resident Evil universe. Wow, this cave has really pretty flowers.
I just felt someone touch me.
I'm kind of hungry because I had to like walk through the desert to get
You guys
here.
want to hear something wild that I did not tell you?
I think I'm just gonna pick one and eat one. Why not?
Yeah, I swear. Riff, it sounded like
What happens if somebody
was
eats the
right.
progenitor virus
Are
directly?
you okay? Are you okay?
Does anybody know? Was that ever a thing? Did somebody ever eat the progenitor virus directly?
There's no way you didn't hear that. Crazy. It sounded like someone was running down.
Is that the leg of his pants that's covered in water?
Like you're gonna cry.
This is scary.
There's power in name. No, those are
Out of
words.
all the locations, jokes aside,
Springs out
this is
of
pretty
well,
crazy.
stabs you, fucks
And,
off again. You fucking bitch.
my watch is stuck to my arm from the wax.
I'm just imagining like Ordain is slowly becoming like
And just
a
the
random
feeling
jump
you
scare.
get being alone.
If in like an
looking down that
RPG,
way,
or it's like the
and
Evil
it
Dead game where like if you open a
like there's
box,
a
sometimes you
whole
can just find like
different
a bunch of
type
tiny
energy,
ashes
like a
inside of
wall.
it because it's
And
trapped.
that's where most of the people have captured apparitions in what they think is the
Time to create spells for each person's name. Oh no. Oh no. Wesker? No, Wesker didn't eat the progenitor virus. He had the Ouroboros virus. He just survived his injection of the Ouroboros virus.
Whoa! Give that to me.
Dude,
Let me try.
wait, whoa.
Hold this up like that.
That's crazy. Right before I said, guys,
In a game, who runs and stabs you then runs off before you can get them. He's the fast version of the Tonberry. Without the insta-kill ability.
guys, wait. Okay, hold on. In the middle of that, it almost sounds like she never left. Listen to it again.
Does it?
It goes, she's never left. It goes, she's never
I...
Whoa. Wait.
I'd say it kind of sounds like that. It sounds like that, but again, it's so shitty quality that it's more like just applying words to vague sounds.
In this cave. They say that there's a portal.
I'm being like the
People believe
cloaker
that
from
there's a
Payday
portal
2.
down that way. So what
You
if
call this a difficulty
something came
tweak?
in, someone
Or you
came
call this
in,
resisting
spirit
arrest? We call this a
never
difficulty tweak.
believe.
Wobble, 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 wobble. Whoop, 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 whoop,
Let's go
whoop,
ahead and
whoop.
make our way out of the cave.
Whoop,
We're
whoop.
gonna find out what this reading
Whoop.
means, because this could put more pieces to the puzzle that we're looking for. All right, let's figure this out. Nice.
Wait,
No. Ordain's a voyeur? Huh?
that's awkward.
No, he's just up to outside. Oh, is something finally happening on the still camera?
Not gonna lie. I'm
Oh,
kinda scared
okay, no,
for
we
our
just
reading,
skipped ahead to
but
outside.
I just want to let both of you know, whatever happens
Is
tonight,
it finally time
and
to
tomorrow
understand
night,
the tarot card
I love
reading?
you. I love the both of you. You're like my little baby swans.
All right, listen. This is serious. You're doing a powerful 48-hour investigation at the Bell Witch Cave, a location known for one of the most violent hauntings in American history. So pulling these cards inside the cave is intense.
Who the
Here's what the 3-card tarot reading seems to be revealing, especially in that haunted.
Please tell me they did not just put it in as a prompt to Chat GPT. Please. Or did he text somebody? Did he text somebody to get an interpretation of the cards? In the environment they're in, I would much rather see them pull out the fucking instructions. No, it's in cave. What did tints have to do with this? Oh my God. AI divination is the future. I would rather throw myself off a cliff than get an AI divination. Hold on, I'm gonna go send that to Faye. Okay. I just told her the twinks are doing AI divination now.
Swords upright. Card of transition.
This is obviously the next step.
This
No!
card suggests that you're entering a threshold, a crossing between safety and danger. The Six of
Okay.
Swords often signals a journey into darkness to find answers.
It's just in
but also
fashion, not much we
implies
can do. What do you mean
lingering
in
trauma
fashion?
or
I'm not known
emotional
for being
baggage. Whoa. That's crazy.
in fashion. I'm fashionable. I'm not in fashion.
Yeah.
Think of the story of John Bell and his family.
I crashed the AI site, not the random button mash.
with marks on her skin.
Monster Talk? I have not heard of Monster Talk. What is
It could
it?
be the Bell Witch pulling you in, or warning you that you are stepping into something you won't come back from the same.
It's the fact
Dude,
that
that's
it's
freaky. That is
specific to
freaky.
their
Think about
situation
it. The people that bring home the
that,
rock,
to my mind,
they
makes
always
it
send
feel
back.
biased.
But what if
Again,
there's
I'd
more
rather them
to
like
it
pull
than
out the fucking
right?
instructions
If
that
there's a
came with the
portal or
deck
something
and like
where she can
unfold them into
come
the
and
big
go
fucking
from.
sheet and then
What if
read
she
them
can
that
not only
way.
affect people from the rocks,
Also, is
but the
this
moment
camera
you
broken
step
or is there a
in, it's
bug on
almost
it?
like she has like a piece of your soul.
Not this camera, the other camera.
Felt? Oh my God, River. When I went in
What is
there
that?
alone, I said that this feels like something is going to happen either tonight or tomorrow night.
Dear God, I'd rather watch a video on cryptozoology. At least that's cooler. What do you mean?
I don't know if it's going to happen now.
Is the Bell a cowbell? No, it's Bell because the people who were like apparently harassed by her's last name was
But it
Bell.
also sounded like someone needed
That's
help.
it. That's the
It
only
does kinda
reason.
sound like someone's like, I'm stuck here, or take me away from here.
Remember too when he was in there by himself? We were outside talking and we
That-
were
I
like,
can't tell if it's
the
broken, if there's a
13-year
bug
thing.
on the
How she
end of the
said,
lens
"Oh, I'm
there.
leaving,
I'm
but
pretty
I'll
sure
be
it's a
back,"
bug.
right?
I think it's a
wondering
moth.
if
I think
she
it's just a
hears
moth
us.
sitting on his
That entity's
camera.
still around. Can she just show up whenever she wants?
Here's the main question I have right now. How
That is
long
definitely a
has it
moth.
been since she's been back?
Right.
Is this the
Since she's been
13th
back?
year?
What do you mean since she's
Tomorrow,
been back?
Before we come back, we're gonna have to do some research and find out the prophecy of when she said she was gonna return.
Prophecy?
Could you imagine? Tonight and tomorrow night. I
Uses
find the
monsters and
witch.
paranormal to explore science?
Night
Huh?
one is the crossing.
Interesting.
You're entering her space.
I
Expect
guess?
mental and emotional games, voices, manipulation, and fear-based activity. It's the beginning of a psychological unreal.
Did they skip the devil? Did they
card
save the devil for?
reversed,
Okay, there we
card
go.
of breaking control or deception. Reversed, the devil indicates a toxic force losing control, but not without a fight.
This feels like a lot for somebody to send over text. I half imagined they put this into Chat GPT.
Manipulate or intimidate you. It's a warning. She may act chaotic or unpredictable, possibly because someone, you, is getting too close or uncovering a truth she doesn't want revealed. Whoa, this is a
Okay. It's the wording on this immediately makes me think of the two women that we saw in the plateau episode last week. Because this is worded directed at these guys and talks in the same kind of warning speech that she did then. To be like, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't be here. It's really bad. The energy is bad. And it's like, and they're like, they're directed at you guys. It's like, okay. Imagine getting cryptic text asking for advice from those guys at 3 a.m.
direct warning. The energy here
Yeah, I do wonder what
wants
time it
to
is.
confuse you.
It'd be
tempt
interesting if
you,
there's a way to like
twist
figure
your
out, like understand what
perceptions.
time
The
it
reverse
is.
devil also suggests you can overpower it if you stay grounded.
Weird.
That is weird.
Because we.
Oh, I gotta
just
stay
arrived.
grounded. Okay, I'll take my shoes off. We'll do the weird like hippy dippy where we have to go like stand outside with our shoes off and like bury our feet.
Now I'm thinking back
Is
to,
that
like,
the
what
kind of grounded I
Adam
need to
was saying the
do?
last few times that we were with him, how
Does AI
they
count
live
as
in
a robot by
space where
change?
Time is irrelevant. Like, did she know that we were coming?
Okay, but listen. You are forgetting one of the biggest pieces to this puzzle.
Am I?
We were here almost 3 years ago.
Oh, this is true. So technically, we do have some information from the last time.
She could
Oh, okay, so
remember?
they have been here.
I don't know.
That gave me chills.
Was it them that we watched? I thought it was Sam and Colby that we remember watching them do the Bell
Page of
Witch
Swords
investigation.
upright. Card of curiosity and surveillance. This card screams.
Wait, that
"You're
last one was
being watched."
entirely the fucking six
Whoa,
of
that is
the
huge
six of
here.
swords. That was
The
so
Bell
long,
Witch
dude.
is aware of your presence. She's listening, observing how you react.
All right, hold
what
on.
you
I'm
say,
curious.
What you fear. It is also suggested she might test you with knowledge.
No, I
through
almost
EVP,
don't trust these.
mimicry, or other deceptive communication.
Dude.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, that's insane.
This card is basically a future
Da-da-dum.
card. Night 2 will be about mental battles.
General meeting. We'll do this
Dude,
one.
Yeah, listen. Night 2 will be about mental battles. Paranormal activity may escalate.
Page
but
of Swords,
in a
new
way
ideas,
that feels
curiosity,
targeted
thirst
or
for knowledge,
personal.
new ways
Watch
of
your back
communicating.
and watch each other. Someone may be physically or emotionally affected. Whoa, already that was like off the bat. I swear on everything, and I don't know if you
Okay.
felt like you were gonna cry.
I just
but
feel like
dude,
what they were
I
saying.
never see you cry, and the fact that you came over, you were scared so much that your
You
eyes
fuck it down
were
with the
tearing
clankers.
up.
Oh my god.
Like,
I'm
I
in
could
vain and the
see
fog
and
is rolling
feel
in.
that
What do you
emotion
do?
coming
You go
from
into your
and I know
cabin, you
like,
light a
made
fire,
joke
and
out
you
of it
hunker down.
after, but I
If
swear
you
on
hear
everything,
voices outside
I
your front
saw
door,
you
you don't open the door.
Crazy. It sounded like someone was running down.
Good luck.
You okay? You actually look like you're gonna.
Hey, I had ghost sense A's that
So here's
died
what
and
I
turned
felt.
into ghosts.
While I was by myself, standing
If
in
we
the
have a
cave, I
day
was looking
where
down
people
because the
believe
cave
that that
goes
is a
further.
thing,
People have seen all
it's
sorts of
over.
stuff
We're
down
done.
there.
The
Holding a
human race is
candle
over.
and holding an EVP recorder is
Don't be
essentially
in vain
giving
then.
a source
Problem
of
solved. It's
energy
too late.
to whoever
It's
you're
too late.
trying to
Fogs are
contact.
rolling in.
I was contacting the witch. When I looked down the way, I heard as if someone was running up to me. But like gave me a
Alright,
sense
let's
of
check the
like
six.
fear. Just like the cards.
It's what she wants.
And it was like
Six
almost
of
like
Swords.
the fear that you can't do anything about the situation. That's what I felt.
This is getting serious. I mean, we haven't really done a whole lot yet, but that's okay because the point of us
Transition,
being here
change,
is
rite of
trying
passage,
to
releasing
get the
baggage.
feel, trying to see
Okay, they
if
did kind of
this
cover that.
Witch actually does take that sort of control.
State of transition,
and
leaving behind
makes
what
you
was
feel that
familiar
way.
and moving towards
Now,
the
before we
unknown.
end
Okay,
night
yeah,
one,
that's kind of what they
we should go
said.
back into the cave,
I don't think the page was though.
lights
I
out,
really don't think the
night
page
vision
was.
cameras, and see if we could get a little bit of information before we leave. I have a feeling I know what to do tomorrow.
You guys ready to go back in and introduce ourselves?
I guess so. We made our way back into the cave, but decided after we got the information on the reading to go lights out. So if the entity here, the Bell Witch,
Okay.
whoever you are, if you can hear my voice,
We all float
now's
down
the
here,
time
Ordain.
for us to properly introduce
I mistook the
the
Six
three
of
of
Swords
us.
for the Eight
My
of
name
Swords
is
before.
Ryan.
Whoopsie. I thought it was the
My
eight too
name's
because I was trying to
Wyatt.
guess it because
My
we couldn't
name's
see the
River.
number until they said it earlier.
Again, if you can
But
that was deeper.
I also caught an orb shoot straight down into
those
that
are lens flares, sir. Those are. That's dust. You're in a cave and it went
Why did
straight
you
down.
do that to the Bell family?
That's dust.
We'd like to know. We
Such
have
a
these
curious little
special
hobby.
devices
It's
that
a
you
fun,
can use
goofy
your
little
words.
hobby.
Sometimes people hear your voice. but
They
these
also haven't pulled out
devices might make it
the
a little
what is it?
easier.
EMF?
Not gonna lie, guys. I'm feeling a little
Are those
weird.
bells hanging there?
It feels very energized in here right now.
Wait, were those bells hanging from a
Please.
string?
Communicate with us.
Y'all saw that,
We
right?
mean no harm. We understand we're in your area. The reading told us
Right
loud
there.
and clear.
Oh, sorry, had to yawn. Those over his shoulders. Those are a bunch of bells on a string, right? That's what they look like to me. I'm gonna
We
live with that
understand
assumption.
You're trying to break us apart. You're trying to scare us so you could gain control. Tell us
How do you fly?
why.
Do you pull out the knives and start spinning like a helicopter?
Is it the power you want?
It's his
Or
tail.
is it
His
because
tail
you
spins.
protect this land? This land is yours, right?
Buff and hot, pass it on. How dare you? I'm not that
These
buff.
bells that are hanging from the ceiling right there. If you would like us to leave at all, and this is your area, you don't want us around, can you move those? Make them ring for us.
Okay.
Could you imagine if those went off?
I'd probably leave.
Check this out, guys.
What?
Come look at my screen real quick. I want to show you this.
Okay.
What are you looking at?
Of course, you have chaos magic.
For this.
Oh, ad break.
The eyes.
Okay, good. I really gotta pee. I really gotta go to the bathroom, so I am going to give y'all words on stream. Y'all better not flub it. Y'all better not flub it now. And I will be back in just a minute. Have fun. Don't burn anything down. That includes you, Ordain. Good luck, kids. You failed? What the fuck happened? What did you do? How did you fail? Can I borrow your phone? I need to call the Mothman. Oh, I think he's out of town. Bigot. Bigot. All right. Let me get that back open. Bring this back down. What do you have to say for yourself, Sunstar? Why couldn't you carry everyone? Why wasn't everybody else helping? Fire the anti-ordained ordinance. The anti-ordained ordinance is just tying ordained to the ordinance and then launching it into space. And listen, I'm a dumbass. Yeah, but several dumbasses can still make one half logical person. I'm not saying everybody else is a dumbass. I'm saying there's balance somewhere. There's balance somewhere in this equation. They don't call me. I can teleport? No. Not in my carnival, you can't. Bitch. Bitch. All I do is pour drinks, talk funny tales. Best you got is blink. Best I'd let you have is blink. You get a teleport that goes 5 meters at most. I got clankers kicking my ass in the back here. Clankers. Shouldn't be any clankers here. Well, our cast and crew that technically could be defined as clankers, but we don't use those words for them. He can't have gone far. Get his ass. Baldur's Gate 3. Oh. All right. Oh, y'all failed level 1. Huh. Okay. Guess we're doing fishing game the rest of the day. How could you, chat? How could you? You disappoint me so much. Y'all are really timing the end of these songs with the with the getting back to the video. It's kind of impressive. No brain there. Only femch. Only femch. Femch.
Your chin.
That's weird.
Which face?
I don't.
That's whoa.
I guess. I kind of see it.
Just a pareidolia kind of
Oh,
thing.
burb.
Right?
Unless if she's like cemented in.
Was it bird or was bat? I'm pretty sure it was
Star Wars is a
bird.
real thing.
Oh my god. I apologize. I just heard.
That would be the bird slapping into the fucking wall.
Were you saying something? Or were you humming?
I think it's very funny that they got the footage of the bird trying to fly into the
Only
cave.
take photos. The percentage and the odds.
Ah,
of
yes,
actually
airplane
catching the
mode.
spirit are very
Sure.
high. So,
Sure.
if you
I
are
guess.
watching us,
Okay, if you're playing
can
the
you at
drinking
least give
game,
us
remember to
a
take a
sign?
drink anytime they show you that their
When I
phone
wanted
is
to
on
tell us
airplane
that the world's
mode.
biggest bat is flying around in here right now with us. Oh.
Where are you?
Cave. Cave. Oh,
If
that's
you
one of the
need any
cameras they have
energy,
set up.
The devices that we have here.
The bird is still
you can
flying
use
around.
The energy from those. And if that's not enough, for now, I'm going to go ahead and stand.
But you get
our
95% of the
ground
profits from it?
here. You can
Ordain
use
does not
our
get
energy,
any percentage of the
but you cannot
profits.
attach
He's just a
yourself
little
to any of
harasser.
us.
Well, yeah, birds will roost anywhere that they can find a place to
Can you
roost
make your way down
in.
to the larger room here? Come and speak with us.
Like, he probably flew into the cave to try and get shelter for the night.
What?
A boy was killed.
What do you mean a boy?
Or he was already roosting there
Can
and
we
he
get
got
a
startled by
name?
them doing something and started flapping around.
Jerry.
Who's Jerry?
Thank you.
Whoa.
All
Why
right,
are
so
you
we've
telling
broken
us
we've
this?
broken out the annoying
The flash that thing makes
I
and
don't
the
think that was the
darkness,
what is it,
where you can see
necrometer?
like a split
Chrometer?
second.
Necrometer. I prefer saying
Jerry, can you
necrometer
hear
because
us?
it's funnier.
What happened to you?
Because it feels like they would emphasize the necro part
Please
of it.
don't be afraid of us. Again, we are not
Or,
here
Spirit
to upset
Talker.
anyone or disrespect anyone. Share my story.
It's on the internet. It's as shared as it's going to get.
Shy.
When was
Are
the
you too
Bell Witch
shy?
ever shy?
You can come over here.
That's the bird still.
That straight up sounded like someone walking down that path.
I'm pretty sure that's the sound of the bird flapping that they're hearing.
No.
All right, hold on real quick.
Like a push back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not like a physical, but like a force feeling.
Okay.
Get back.
Oh, that's kind of similar to when we had the candle.
Do you not want us to go
It's
down?
Jerry Lewis.
There's
No.
something you're hiding.
Oh my god.
Did you hear that voice?
I still really don't think that they're gonna find anything in any of these pictures.
Where are you?
It's
Whoa.
you did kind of jump while you were trying to take that picture.
Camera's dying. Whoa.
Right after that just happened, you capture a mist and your camera dies?
Shake those
The
bells,
camera's
please.
fine.
Gone. Mist is gone. Completely gone.
All of the cameras are fine. What are you talking
I
about?
heard you coming this way. Who are you?
The battery didn't drain though. It looks like it just turned off and he turned it back on, or
Dude,
it didn't do any of that.
there's something down that way.
The Force is Yoda in the cave.
Why did you say River's name?
Goals?
Skulls.
You
Okay,
saying
where are the
there's more
skulls? I want the
burials
skulls.
here?
I want to see the skulls. Skulls are cool.
Grave. Dude, there is a grave there.
She knows where James Dean is. Oh my god.
Directly
Wait, didn't
above
James
it,
Dean die in a
86 feet
plane
from
crash?
this hole is where the burial mounds are. Right.
Yeah. What are you trying to say?
Okay, yeah,
By any
that's just
chance,
the
did the
crummy
Bell
digital
Witch
camera
do
not
this
being
to
good with
you?
shadows and making them look misty. Or the flash just being bad. It could also just be the flash being bad.
Is there something that people don't
More often
know?
than not, it's just bad
You
flash.
can tell us everything.
Ooh.
Doesn't feel
Or
right.
Faith the Unholy Trinity Robo voice? Yes, that's the thing on his wrist. The thing on his wrist sounds like the fucking Mortis
Why are you
voice.
still here?
Mortis.
Can you tell us that, please?
Where Hoffa is buried?
Yeah, we can stay.
Jimmy Hoffa? Is that his name?
That just
I don't remember if that's his
What do you
name.
mean? It's what they call you. But are you actually?
Okay.
Tell me.
Bajorb. Bajorb. What are we doing? You're just gonna keep taking pictures of the same.
Why does this feel wrong?
Why are you mogging at the camera, boy?
Super.
Will you do me a favor? Will you turn off your night vision and show everybody what I'm looking into right now?
Fucking nothing. You're looking into nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
Nothingness.
The camera is still on. There's my watch.
Well, I'm picturing us doing a Scooby-Doo gangs type of unmasking of the Bell Witch, and it was Zerdane under the mask.
But darkness.
Actually, it would be Carrie.
Who's
Carrie
down
was
there?
actually harassing the Bell family for the sole purpose of stealing their
entity they call
food.
the witch? Or the spirit
That was the
that-
entire reason. Isn't that right, Carrie?
No way. The mist is gone. The mist is gone.
The mist?
Or the
Why did they
spirits of
spell it with
the
a
Native
Y?
Americans who
Why
were
did they
buried
spell it with a Y?
What the was that, dude?
It's kind of crazy how bright the
Guys,
room
that
is
wasn't
in
you. You
infrared,
swear on everything?
even though it's pitch black in our like viewable spectrum. I think that's really
Can
cool.
you do that again?
That shit's magic.
sound
If you want to talk about
crying.
magic in the modern day,
Or the spirits of the Native
being able to make
Americans who were buried
infrared
here?
lights and infrared cameras and the whole place looks like it's just fucking lit up,
There's no mistaking.
but
that
it's
one.
pitch black on the visual spectrum. That shit's insane, dude.
All my hairs are standing up.
Like, look how bright this cave
that
is
you?
on the infrared cameras.
Says it's dead, but it's really
If
not.
she knows who DB Cooper is and where the money is. The important part is asking where the money
A
is.
little quick journey, just right to that.
At the game
spot.
thing, I remember that. I do remember that
You
miss.
can hear us when you're farther in the cave. Can you?
Mars,
stand
here's
up for
somebody
a
interrupt
picture,
her.
Please.
Damn
We'd
it.
love to see
Not
what
fast
you look
enough.
like.
Damn it, Ordain. So close. Raid field where the White Sox play, which explains why the team is so dog shit because Hoffa haunts the dugout and backfield. It also explains why Disco Demolition Nights 1979 was such a shit show. What?
My device just said leave.
Do they bury people on baseball fields?
You mean in there?
That's something they do.
I hope we caught that on audio. I really hope we caught that on audio. It was.
Spreading her balls in chat. Ugh.
There's no animals in here, right?
No way.
No, the.
There's no treasure. I stole it. You
Hear
bitch.
us, dude.
And you didn't share?
Hear you.
How
Literally
could
says
you?
leave and then hear us after I just explained what I.
Yeah, the burb is still there. The burb is still flapping around.
And we heard that weird voice just a minute ago.
Why do you want us to leave? Did we do something wrong? Oh my god.
He really do just be staring into that camera, dude. He really do just be staring into that camera.
Leave, or I'll force you
Also,
out.
was he missing?
Says
Oh no,
walk
that's
back.
just a dimple. They just got the sharpest dimples on the planet.
Force walk back. How weird is that?
Yep, it was right. It was the necrometer.
We'll leave. We don't mind.
Okay,
move those
bye.
bells, we'll leave.
We're going to White Castle.
Move them, please.
Sorry, not White Castle. This is Tennessee. We're going to Crystals, baby.
Well, I don't know what to do at that point because if we run,
Take the wet.
Dodson, since the White Sox lost a game on purpose back in 1919. Was that the one that they got upset over?
rocks.
Because they basically
We're just
rigged their
here
own baseball game for
to try
bets.
and talk to you.
We mean no disrespect at all.
Yikes, my dude. Yikes.
Dude,
Are you okay?
flashlight. Guys, have it.
Flashlight? Wait, what?
Landowner, guys.
Landowner? Why does it say it like that? Or 0, 0
Dude,
years?
Something, I'm not even kidding. Walked up to me. I saw like a face. I'm not
Did
even
you?
kidding.
Did you
Like
have an
this close to
experience
my
that only
mind.
you could see in this room with 3 people?
Guys, wait. Shh. Calm.
Ryan?
This is what the tarot reading said. This is what the witch
Ryan?
is going to do.
It's a haunted speak and spell. It is
This is how she breaks
Mortis.
us. Ring it.
Ring it.
The bell.
It's the machine spirit. Oh no. Oh no,
don't.
Snow Wolf.
Should I go over there and ring that?
Oh god, they do have it. Okay, I was wondering when they were going to pull that out.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. Like,
I would also like to point out that there is an
something you know,
electrical
our eyes
box
are adjusted
right
enough
next to them,
to
and
this
there's a
cave that we
wire
can see a little
on the
bit.
ceiling.
Light glow.
There was something in front of me, and I couldn't see.
You're making a mistake.
Okay.
This is getting scary.
Why?
It's time to get out the Bibble, kids.
I couldn't see past a specific spot. Someone
Was blocking it.
was this close to my face. I'm not even kidding.
Oh my god. Is this whoever doesn't want us to go farther in the cave?
Doubt.
There it is again.
Doubt. Hard doubt. Extremely hard doubt. The role playing is Ultramarines. Come out to Xenos!
A face. I'm not kidding. Tripping out.
We're here to purge you in the name of the God Emperor.
Wait, again.
Reveal yourself!
Tarot reading, didn't it say something along the lines, this will make you hear
Oh my god. You know, are we required to do it with like
obvious?
doing DMT and like, different? What?
Are you messing with me right now?
Oh, that's the bird.
Okay. Careful. Yeah, please.
So you could write it like Dr. Strangelove? Oh my god.
If you can hear me,
I'm trying to kiss the twinks, run.
please go left. This goes to the left.
What are you doing with the bells there, buddy?
Great. If you can hear me,
Reveal thyself, phantasmal heretic. You stand before your judge, jury, and executioner.
through at the same time.
More to
Do you
the
have
story.
anything to say?
That's okay. That's why we're here.
Are they talking about the reading we just did? If they were
They-
here,
oh.
they would know it.
Yeah.
Hear it.
Not the at the end. How old are you?
Are you willing to talk to us?
Oh my
Are you
goodness.
willing to trust us?
Oh, I hate that. I hate this. That would be so fucking funny, dude. Somebody needs to do that for some Halloween. I need somebody to do like cosplayed ghost hunts on Halloween.
We just need your help.
Or hell, even like ghost tours.
Right now, the one that was buried in this grave.
God, that was my city actually was hiring tour guides for ghost tours. I applied and I never heard fucking anything back. I'm still upset about it. I'm upset about it to this fucking day.
Voices. I'm hearing weird.
I'm upset. I can tell the stories of ghosts and things that people find spooky. Do I agree that there are ghosts in these locations that they will haunt you and/or take you back home or follow you back home? No, not even a little bit.
I'm being 100% honest, and like
They
there's
feared your
something going
power.
on.
Me T-posing on the ghost
just
yet
telling
again.
you what's going
Go
on.
ahead, come here. I'll eat you. Nom, 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 nom.
You are helping me.
Helping you how?
Are you trying to use River to communicate?
Is somebody being
What are you
possessed?
doing?
Damn it. Too bad we didn't do drinking today. If they were insinuating that he's being possessed by the Bell Witch, is he?
Trap. Need him.
Is he?
Stop, guys.
Damn it, I just opened your stream. How long were you streaming?
Yeah. Yes.
I only just opened it. Welcome in, Raiders. Hold on a second.
God, dude, what is...
Oh my god, we're only halfway through. Ugh! Welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mart. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever my little inclinations like to grab onto, typically being RPGs and shit. However, Tuesday and Thursday, we do yapping. Tuesday is typically like food, soft stuff, super easy to enjoy. Today, we're doing ghost hunting. We're currently at the Bell Witch estate. I don't know. Basically, we're doing an investigation in the Bell Witch cave on the Bell Witch. Izzy, if you need to go lay down, please do go take care of yourself. Get something to eat, nibble on, like have some soup or something, and then lay down for a nice nap. Hope you feel better soon. Not the usual response to finding out one is halfway through a twink. But welcome in. We're currently watching Twin Paranormal, or as we call them over here, the Paranormal Twinks. They're probably my favorite ghost hunters because they're fun, they're entertaining. But we do typically hang out here. We do like a little bit of debunking. We talk about why they use certain methods that they do. In this case, much of the time it's equipment, especially when it comes to these guys, because they use a plethora of equipment that I sometimes don't see other investigators use. Hi, Nova. How are you doing?
What is happening?
Wait. Trap need him, yeah.
Okay.
Bad energy.
Oh, here. Let me turn on captions
That's
for
why you
this.
said my name earlier.
I didn't turn them on earlier
There's
because they had their own
something about
captions,
me that can help you.
but now we've kind of lost them.
We don't know 100% what is happening.
I know.
Don't you? Painful.
Dude,
Do we have a special health insurance plan?
there's
Absolutely not. Verbanter.
Like it's
Good name. Good name. I like that name. So that voice you just heard, yes, that is the Mortis
different things, guys.
ass voice.
The scratch.
A couple of them have watches. They look like big square watches. It literally only runs an app
Are you talking about me?
called Necrometer.
You are talking about me. Say my name.
And it's a word bank.
I
It's a
don't know
word
who
bank that
this
is
is exactly.
spitting out different
device
words that
said
sound
witch.
as ominous as possible to their current situation.
The bouncy leg, like the constant.
They probably find my ex because she usually ghosts me. I would disappear. No!
Genuinely super.
Also, hi, Morbid. How are you doing?
Oh, what is that?
We have another drinking game? No drinking game this time. We didn't do drinking today because I didn't want to be wasted by 4.
Dark again.
Dude, whatever this energy is that we were being told about,
Because they've done the airplanes, they've showed like airplane mode, they've done like a bunch of the other shit. And right now it seems like we're leading up to like a possession
There's
moment.
somebody here
Possibly.
that is 100% warning us, and it could be the boy.
The
They
boy
might be warning
elaborates.
us. Whoa. Why am I getting the feeling that we've got...
Vibe and drive and hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good.
Maybe we have.
No, or either that, or it's just like a deja vu.
Time zone
Did
issues?
the
Yeah,
witch
listen,
do
in the
something
future,
to
once
you?
we move,
I'm just curious.
stream will be at like 7 p.m. my time,
Maybe I'm
but it'll still be like noon this time.
I thought I just heard someone walking
So,
by
you know, we will actually be proper drinking hours.
Straight, exact of the tarot reading.
What is
this thing? This
Oh,
entity
that's right.
is
He's wearing like a
trying
crop top, and it looks weird
Entity is trying to
with the way he's wearing his
manipulate and
pants.
Control our feelings, just to try and break us apart.
It's the bat. The bat. I just saw it in the corner. That was the bat.
She does.
They can't see the bat. They could only see it on the cameras. But
I was just bringing up.
She's at the front door.
let me in.
I was just talking, right? I was just bringing
Baron
up
gonna
what her
schwast?
plan is. What
Gonna
we
get
were told her plan is.
schwasted.
And literally, somebody said, "Keep talking."
No,
because
I'm
that's
not a big
probably
fan of
either
drinking,
going
so
to
we don't
steer
do
her
drinking
away
stuff
or
that
remind us
often.
that she
I
has
usually
no
only do it in
control.
like
Then,
social
boom, she doesn't like you.
events.
Do you not like that I'm reminding the guys, reminding myself of what this witch is trying to do? Of what she wants to do?
Choke. Okay, random word. Go ahead, chat. That's the magic word for some of y'all, isn't it?
Bad.
Do you need do you feel some energy welling up inside of
You
you?
want them to cooperate with being scared?
Oh, here, I got you. Don't worry.
I don't know, dude.
We'll just do a little.
Weird, bro.
It's kind of working.
All right,
Can I
chat.
ask a
Are you
favor
ready?
Real quick of whoever this is that we're talking to.
Are you ready, chat?
That's the boy. That's the boy.
Wait, dude.
Okay, where are you then?
Hmm.
Are you deeper? Was that your voice?
I mean, here we could do something else. Here, let me just. We'll do. Where are we? Where are we working here? Let's do. We'll go come right here. Hi, chat.
Please touch.
Come here,
that
motherfuckers.
little green light that's on the rock.
Fraggle, fraggle, raggle, fraggle.
Can you make it?
I can only
light up?
shake myself. Unfortunately, it doesn't work well on the screen. It's fine. Yeah.
That's what we're trying to find.
Shake Sortain, shake Sortain, shake Sortain, shake Sortain, shake Sortain.
What if you walk?
Pro of Pro, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Don't mind me. I'm just doing some
We don't
stuff.
know where you are, but if you are warning us of this
Anyway.
witch, thank you.
Hi.
Again,
Hi.
we will be here tomorrow night as well, and we are
Not
going
even
to
a
try
drink
our
first?
best
No
to figure out
drinks.
your story.
Only
Are you
fun.
deeper into the tunnel?
Okay.
Any sign we would appreciate.
I didn't think we'd gotten to know each
Try
other
your
that well, you
hardest.
fucking
We're here
goofball.
for you.
Is that all you can
This
do?
witch may try and gain some control, but with your
Ordain.
help, warning us and giving
Ordain.
us information about this entity,
Do we need to go have a talk
we
again?
can try and figure this out. Oh my god.
Dude,
Throat
seriously,
pats
like,
for being
I was
good.
gonna say
Throat pats. Hi, sugar. Male ghost. That's not the witch.
Male ghost. Is it the little boy? If it's the little boy, can you please touch that light?
I still don't understand the
It feels like
little
being in
boy they're
sensory
referring to. Did I miss
deprivation
something?
chamber.
Did they talk about the little boy earlier?
Yeah, I believe that.
Steals the knife
were
again.
here
You
almost 3
motherfucker!
years
Swear to
ago.
God. I
What if you
swear to
want to
God. Think of self-care.
But for some reason, we're gravitating towards this spot right now. When you look there,
Hi, Cecil.
even
How are
though
you?
it's,
The
like,
boy in the grave?
dark,
There wasn't a boy in the grave, though.
you can tell there's like
There was just
something
that
in
weird,
there.
like, cemented together stones that they were like, maybe it's a Native American grave.
What does that mean?
I doubt it. I doubt that there's still a constructed Native American grave inside this tourist trap of a cave. Because that shit would be taken over by archaeologists and a historical society. True, you did in fact send me a lot of Pokemon codes. Remember, chat, if you buy Pokemon cards and you don't use the virtual codes, I will.
Consent in your sleep.
Think about the original story.
I like Pokemon codes.
Think about the original story, what we were told. It started out as like
That's I know at
scratches
my
and
local
weird
game
noises
stores
in
they
the
get
middle of the
thrown
night.
out like
What if
almost
I'm the
every
new
week.
little girl?
Strange dreams, sleepless nights.
Why does my
The guy
stomach
that
hurt?
said he would never stay
Well,
here.
not my stomach, my part of my abdomen hurts.
Like a
Whatever would be left of the grave would be milked to hell afterwards. True. That's also though in this day and age, anytime a like
Not
Native
getting
American
stomach ache, 'cause I
archaeological
feel like
site
I'm
is
getting a
found,
stomach ache.
What is that? Are we feeling
archaeologists
the
are like
energy?
immediately called in, and they are almost always immediately given jurisdiction over it.
Remember earlier when we were in here, I was getting a gnarly headache.
It's
Right.
I don't think I'd like to not think that there is major construction companies elsewhere that would dig up a corpse and be like,
Got you, babe.
yeah, just keep digging, just mix it in there. I don't care.
You almost just
That was a close one.
you almost just became a part of this cave.
I almost went all the way back. I need to kneel down.
I mean, fun fact, Chad, did you know the U.S. has bog potties?
Watching you. From where?
What does this button do? Next, thank you for renewing your
Evil.
season pass. Holy shit.
From the dark twice.
Dude, this is getting weird. What is that?
Like some at
These are the
70, I
answers
think.
that we're
It's
trying to
probably
find.
more than 70.
Tell us.
Because you sent them in like
We're not
almost
here to
batches
remove
of
you or
10.
anything. We just want to know the truth.
Here, let me go check real quick. Well, this
Can you
continues.
confirm that you said my name? I need a
10,
confirmation, please.
14.
Oh, wonder if that's why I have a stomach ache. Because I
26.
drank the water.
27.
Dude,
No way.
did I just sign myself up
34.
for a bellyache?
Welcome to the Bell Witch Cave, where we sign ourselves up for
45.
A whole lot of fear and
50.
Ryan gets Giardia.
59. 60.
What's that?
A sickness
65.
from certain water that makes you poop your brains out.
74.
You'll be fine though. This water is very filthy.
82.
Drink a lot. I
92.
drank a lot.
Dude.
99.
I admit it. This is like
109.
It's being filtered by the rocks. You'll be fine. If anything, you just got
119.
Right
Yeah, natural spring water that's being filled up with guano.
129. 139.
I felt like someone.
143.
No way. I just heard a voice
152. 153. Anyway,
Clear, dude.
it keeps going. It keeps going. Ordained has sent me a lot of codes. Ordained has sent me a lot of codes. There was still more. So you've sent well over 150, Ordained.
I heard that.
I got an idea. I'm gonna do this.
You didn't move the bodies.
Voice.
You're not supposed to move the bodies.
What the
You're supposed to stop immediately and call an archaeologist so they can excavate the site and figure out if it has any historical significance.
Down that way. Did you just?
Oh my god, chat. Chat.
Why?
I have to tell you about one of the coolest fucking... I'm sorry, we're side tangenting. I need Seahenge. I need a better picture. Fuck it, this will do. Seahenge, chat. This, I believe, I don't remember the years. 30,000? 30,000 years, I think. Sweet Lord, yeah. What games do you play? I usually play spooky games. We recently finished Crime Scene Cleaner. Next week, we're going to be playing Resident Evil 1. But yeah, this is Seahenge. You can't really tell from the scale of this, but this essentially became revealed over the east coast of Ireland, I think is what it was. I don't remember for sure. In 1990, after a major storm essentially like washed the sand away from the beach, revealing this site. Now, you would typically expect people would try to like preserve it in some way where it stands. Like, what you can't tell from here though, that is the upside down base of an oak tree. In the center, that is the like root base of an oak tree sticking straight up into the air. And then every single one of these things that looks like kind of a flattened rock is a tree trunk. They're all tree trunks. And whenever they called in the, I believe it was English Archaeology Society, it's basically the same society that like maintained Stonehenge and stuff back in the 90s. They maintain Stonehenge. They maintain like a bunch of other archaeological sites in the UK in general. When they came to try and like look at it to like ascertain stuff about it, instead of being like, yes, we'll preserve the area, we'll like guard it from like the tides and stuff, because this was only visible during low tide. This was only visible during low tide, and because a major storm had washed all the sand that was over it away. And instead, this is what they did. That's a terrible fucking here. Fuck it. Even if it's blurry. Essentially, they dug them all up, took them back to the English History Museum, and attempted to preserve them so that they would survive in dry air. They dug up all of it. Now, if you go to the area, the only thing that exists... Oh, here's another picture. Some of the other ones are put in the display cases. But I was trying to find... Oh, hello. Okay, that's kind of cool. Is this from... Wait, is Seahenge in Assassin's Creed Valhalla? I didn't know that. That's cool. However, if you ever want to go to the same area, there is a replica that the locals have made. However, there is also something called... See, I've looked it up. Home 2. Home 2. This... That is a really crummy picture. That's not better. This will have to do. Home 2 is another similarly or almost identical archaeological site that has since been revealed 50 meters from where they dug up Seahenge. I hate my kinsmans at times. Yep. This still exists though. A Home 2 still exists. You can only find it, I believe, on like the lowest of low tides out of the year. But it's still there. Supposedly it is still there. And frankly, from this picture, it actually looks bigger. It looks bigger than Seahenge, which is sometimes also referred to as Home 1, because this is in Home. Holme. But yeah, that's a fun little archaeological site I found out about recently and got really fucking upset over yesterday.
Internal thoughts.
Insanity, dude. Insanity.
That way.
Why?
I'm gonna see.
Oh, Egyptian stuff. That was just, I was like,
This place.
that's a weird way to spell something.
Crazy.
I'm gonna see if I can.
Damn,
get her to
Scots, they
say
ruined
something.
Scotland. Was it
This is
Scotland? I couldn't remember if it was
terrifying.
Ireland or Scotland. I think it was Scotland. I think you're right.
You guys mind maybe grabbing me or something?
Yeah, we'll grab a foot each.
Just in case.
You might want to point that mic by your.
We used to eat mummies. Oh yeah, I know the British used to eat mummies. They also used to put them in, turn them into paint.
Something making you do this.
I think I'm choosing this.
Mummy Brown, anyone?
That works for life.
Where's Faye when you need her? Faye, I want to eat the mummy paintings.
Encouragement. We're gonna give you a little bit more time for tonight. Again. Like people. Who? Loneliness. This is your chance to show yourself.
Okay.
I'm gonna speak. If you can hear
Most
me.
seasoned thing the British diet ever had. Oh no! The mummies? Oh no. It's not cannibalism if they're old, not from the here. I mean, that whole thing was almost certainly like fucking rooted in racism, so they probably didn't consider them
Am I wrong?
humans.
Like for some reason you just want.
They're probably more like alien to them.
I don't want to.
I'm dyslexic. I figured. Or something similar. Because you misspelled dyslexic too.
I just saw something behind Ryan.
Listen, there.
saw someone
Sound
walk
off if you have
behind you.
dyslexia.
I'm not
How
even
many of you are there in chat? I know there's a lot of you. Don't you lie to me. Clearly they were jerky.
Device just say Wyatt.
I was gonna say, technically, I'm not gonna lie, and I know most archaeologists probably
have a question
agree
for
with
me?
this if you ever ask
I'll
them.
be fair. We ask a lot of
Most
questions. I'll answer them.
archaeology, literally up until like
Imagine it says bring river.
70s and 80s, 1970s, 1980s,
Did you just pass
was
behind us?
terrifyingly rooted in like white supremacy,
Hello. Can you hear me?
especially with like the Germans and stuff. Their main goal was less so
If you have
to
enough
was more to
energy,
find like their
Can
superiority
you say something out loud
over
to River?
older
A lot of people say they can hear your
civilizations. That was
voices. We
basically
think
what
we
they
have a few
wanted from
times.
archaeology. It was to make themselves feel more superior by constantly referring to these other civilizations as primitive. Mummy powder cured headaches, heartaches, epilepsy, internal bleeding, cancer, gout, and depression. Christ.
Or he tried to.
Coping over mud huts.
Is that what Mr. Bell did to you? Is that why you
Amazing.
poisoned him?
Amazing.
An eye for an eye?
I bet Netherlands has great bog bodies. Ordain, go get a shovel. I'm gonna make you go dig up bodies.
Your nose looks bad. Don't say that because she's gonna freaking drag me down there.
We doing the shitty baby shows? Shitty baby shows.
What if she takes my feet?
What? Carrie? Carrie!
Carrie again.
Carrie, where
said
are
You were
you?
right next to us. Can you give us a sign? Where exactly are you, so we know?
I don't think we have. You don't have any archaeological
sites.
sites?
I've been trying.
Don't y'all have peat fields?
What if she's in the photograph?
I was gonna say, doesn't the Netherlands have massive peat
How do I
fields?
take a photo of you? You're not here.
I'm right here. What's
Okay.
up? No, they were calling you. They were calling you in the video.
That's weird.
We're calling you in the video.
God, that's not casual.
Man,
ring
crashed
the bell
outside
behind
10.
me?
Hi, Gaia.
If you ring them,
A bird can make a better show than this. What do you mean?
Something is off.
It is. I think that making these longer, honestly, is a mistake.
Hush.
That was what we were told.
I'm from
was gonna
Croatia.
happen.
Ooh,
Secrets being revealed and everything.
I'm doing pretty
They
good,
said
Gaia.
Night 2
It's Paranormal
is when
Twinks
things
Day.
will Change.
So, you know.
This could possibly change our lives.
The thing is, though, is
forever.
I swear that each of these episodes becoming
What
2+
the
hours
if you
is
look, you'll
way
find?
too long.
yes, yes.
Even for 48 hours. We're still on night
Where do
1.
we look?
Why are we still on night 1?
Why did that come out of my device?
Do you know why we're here?
Just thinking.
I'm gonna
about
get a
it,
picture of the
it
royal
really
family member
is
having
sad.
epilepsy and going, "Yes, quick, the queen is having an
Night one,
epileptic shot.
she
Get
will
her
try and
ground
put
up
us down.
mummy."
Night
No.
2, we will-
Put it in the tea.
No, mine.
Wait, dude, that's weird.
What?
You were
Oh my god, come on.
pains? John Bell drank poison.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, he
Did I
did drink
water
poison. And they said they found the vial at the base of his bed, which means somebody fucking poisoned
John
him.
Bell, are you here?
If you find a vial of poison in the bedroom of a person who was poisoned, you don't go, "Oh my god, a ghost
quick
poisoned this man."
talk about
You go,
the fact
"Someone
that
snuck
we're
in here
in
and
the
poisoned this
Bell Witch
man."
In the pitch black.
King Tut's anti-shaking powder.
What is it about this?
Is it time to talk about how the fungus, largely believed to be the quote Pharaoh's curse, has also been found to possibly be able to help create a cure for leukemia?
Did children sing? I heard singing.
Can you sing to me?
Isn't that great?
Sing to me, please.
The, the curse of Ra is going to become the
started.
blessing of Ra to cure leukemia.
Should I try?
Yeah.
The cow.
Curse of Ra fixes cures cancer. Curse of Ra cures cancer.
Dog goes bark.
Huh? Cow goes
The
moo.
witch goes.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. That is
Honestly, though,
kinda creepy.
that's
me
that's
singing.
kind of funny. Which goes creepy.
Whatever, dude. I thought it was clever.
More like the curse of Raw skin. Jesus.
Whatever.
When we
Thought
come
drinking
back here
radium
tomorrow
water was a
night,
good idea.
Are we gonna be able
Medical
to
history is an
communicate with the
absolute
entity?
nightmare. We used to think a way to cure cancer was to stick radium rods inside people, and that the radiation from the radium rod would kill the cancer cells.
Be honest.
It didn't work.
Why did it say imprint? Is what I want to know.
It didn't work very well.
You can-
It also kind of
you can
killed
tell
all the
there's
cells around it.
something in there.
And then it said sleep.
Ah, yes, the radium butt plugs. They were not butt plugs. Okay, maybe if you had like prostate cancer. Maybe.
Is that why you're here?
It just worked too
Or
well.
did you curse the land?
Indie found footage film is what these are trying to be. Seems odd to criticize that when you rely on the content. YouTube others
can't
channel for
see with
multi-hour
our own
link stream
eyes.
is true. I mean, you are completely fair.
The bell. Behind me, I swear.
No,
on
that's what I was
everything.
saying. We don't always do something like this. And it is hypocritical. This is literally just React Andy stuff. It's a chill day. Our Tuesdays and Thursdays are usually very chill. It does use other people's content. That is true. Or maybe if you have prostate cancer. You're not even giving us the context of the radium butt plugs. God damn it, Carrie. But yeah, no, that's what I was saying I wasn't saying it's bad to have this much footage. It just feels long. It feels really drawn out compared to their other stuff that they've made. Because, like, here, previously, they essentially at some point decided that their videos were just going to progress longer. Like 1 hour, 9 minutes, 1 hour, 6 minutes, 2 minutes, 20, 14, and then suddenly here, 2 hours. Where, like, all their last 6 videos are all 2 hours long. And having an hour plus is fine. The thing is, I'm complaining because I typically try to devote to one whole video when we do the Paranormal Twinks, and all their new stuff is double as long as it was before, and it feels really, really, really dragged out. Need the watch time, I guess? But hold on, I want to see. Okay, so 700K, 700K, 700K. Okay, it's actually doing a little better than their other videos, weirdly enough. Like all of their, like aside from like this 1.1 million, like it looks like their average is kind of between 500 and 600K is the more like normal points. And with all of these 2 hour ones, they're getting 700 plus on almost every single one. This one's only 4 days old, so I'm not going to count that. I'm not going to count that one towards it, but they're already at 400 plus K.
I swear, we can't see you with our own eyes.
Keeping the secrets of the butt plug? What do you mean keeping the secrets?
Dude, I'm not even kidding. My
What do you
arm
mean?
is chilled out. I heard it with my own ears. It was right next to me. Do it again, please.
I heard it too. Did you hear it? I did hear it. I heard
Also, Yumine, I just realized something.
Please.
You followed in October of 2023, and you've said 2 things in that entire existence. 10 out of 10 emote from Sandwich DJ. And then this. That's fucking funny. That's so funny. Do you lurk frequently, or do you just come and go, Yumine? Yamine? I need to know. I need to know. Wait, that's funny. Would you like another British remedy to strengthen the lungs with some dried up fox lungs? Okay. But why? Like, how do they take them? Do they, like, dry them up, crumble them down? What's the deal? Also, hi, Country
Can you
Outlaw.
tap this again. I know what I heard.
Oh,
And you're nowhere near it.
okay.
Well, I mean, I could touch it if I wanted to. Obviously, I'm not going to.
But you moving around right now isn't going to affect it.
Huff them
It's
with a
okay,
crude
you can touch
inhaler,
this.
clearly.
Someone just said.
How?
Touch
Wait.
This. Someone just said.
Okay, that's the machine. Scream?
I have no idea where I just heard that, but I heard another.
Oh my god, it's Andrew
Almost like
Zimmern.
somebody far away is like,
I love that Andrew Zimmern.
and then it says she's here.
No idea.
Who's
It's just
here?
said dried fox
Tell me through
lungs.
this device. Right now, please.
It's getting weird.
I don't like that.
Guys,
I don't
we're gonna
like
have
that.
To review that. I swear.
Do
it
they
was
just
a
like
bell.
swallow it? Do they
There's
have to
no other
inhale
bells
it?
in here.
Like that's a strange remedy.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I say what
Oh,
we do.
are we done?
Go ahead and pack up. What's up? What's going on?
Feels
You okay?
t-shirt being pulled.
That
Probably got
should be-
snagged on a rock, dude. You were just standing up.
That literally felt like someone like flicked my shirt out, the bottom of my shirt, and then I went and touched the bottom, and as I pulled on the bottom, the top went up.
Mentally, I feel
Okay.
like all of us, like just something is wrong.
That did not look like it happened.
I agree.
Good night, Ordained. Sleep well.
Shirt back up.
Sleep well, my little
Regardless
Dutch
of how I
fox.
tucked it down.
Go,
I think we should
go and
ahead
dream of the
pack up.
chaos you will
I'm gonna try
cause.
and make a phone call in the morning.
Bet it was the
and see
bat?
If I can get a little bit more information.
The bat
See
really
what we
hasn't
can
gotten
do.
that close to
Night
them.
2.
Like, the closest we saw it was in the one camera angle where it like flapped around right next to them,
Just like what we were told. Change our
but it didn't
lives
like
forever.
bump into them. Getting help? Oh no. Oh no, who's the help gonna be?
The reason why I wanted to give you a call is because obviously
Who
we're
are
here
you?
At the Bell Witch Cave.
Psychic medium.
And night 1, we
Was there
had
another
gotten
kind of
quite a
medium?
bit
I don't know.
information
A
involving,
drink?
like,
Would he have been a drink if you didn't put
something
psychic?
that is trying to make us worry, make us fear. Just
Who
so
is
this
this
thing
dude?
Can basically gain some sort of power off of
Gives this take
that
your shirt
kind
off. You
of
better
energy.
listen.
Right.
So,
Oh
I did
my.
a tarot reading. The first card I pulled was the Six
The bat
of
bell is
Swords
holding,
upright.
obviously.
The second card I
Oh.
pulled was the Devil reversed, and what
The
was
third one was the Page of Swords.
upright. So basically,
It's also
involving
just
with the
because somebody
devil
claims they're a
that was
psychic medium does not
reversed,
also mean
was
that they will
telling
fully
us that
understand
we
tarot.
basically have some sort of shock.
Those can be different things and different practices.
Put us in fear.
Hi, Laurel.
So I do want to mention something too.
I was talking about you the other day.
EVP, and my name came out of
Because I saw Makari's sniff emote. That's what it was.
we asked,
And I saw it and I was like, I want my own. But I wondered if I could get it where it was like a po' boy. Where it's like me sniffing a po' boy.
Something about my sleep.
Oh my
Like, I was
god,
gonna
no,
have
not the
issues.
wheel of punishments. Not the wheel of punishments. Alright. Don't be Chef's Club, don't be Chef's Club, don't be Chef's Club, don't be Chef's Club. Ah, shit. Double shit. Okay, I don't know. I know before I've complimented my hair, I've complimented my voice. I need something. I need something else. What else is there to compliment? My drive. I never give up on anything. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you,
He was
world.
sleeping. Last night.
Exist
when
out of
I
spite.
slept, I had the
Pretty sure I can do that.
dream.
Ooh,
I
good
was
to
in
know.
the cave,
I don't
all
have
three
any
of us
spending
were
money right now.
As I went to
I
go
paid all
kinda
my
walk
bills and then
down
got
the
my
cave,
prescription
I
for the
turned
month, and
around
now I
and
have
both the
like
guys were
$50 for
gone,
food.
and there was no way out.
Monster King, welcome in. How was your stream?
No, this is the first time hearing it.
I like that the timer's weirdly reset, and that is probably almost definitely not accurate to the actual time of the call. Ooh, Subnautica, did you have a good time? Did you have fun? Did you get into any
All
trouble?
of a sudden, I just came across like this dark wall, almost like it was a door.
Very greatly between. Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly, Fable.
For my name. And I woke up and I was breathing super heavy. Like
Mhm.
something was telling me that I was like alone in the situation. I don't know if it
Sir, that just sounds like you woke up from a nightmare. Or developing sleep
has
apnea.
anything to do with what happened last night, but we basically got told.
Well, I hope you
something's
have
gonna
fun with it. Was
happen,
it your
and
first
did,
time playing?
like, in my dream.
Are you? I'm doing pretty good.
What do you think?
We're working our way through Paranormal Twink's newest video. Paranormal Twins. Twin Paranormal.
Not a spirit in the traditional
I think.
context.
Okay.
When
Huh?
I've encountered something like this.
He's gonna say demon. He's gonna say demon.
I refer to it as an energy. To me, when I use
Huh?
that term, an energy, I'm talking about 3 to 4
Just to do my page, I got set up. Oh, the Vision? I have the link to the Vision. I have the link to your Vision.
created their own energy, and those energies come together to create.
I think I'm pretty sure I favorited the particular emote on Vision. I think I did.
Oh, and it starts to breathe. So it's almost like it becomes a spirit when that's not how
What?
it really started out. I find when I've connected with those things, they're very good at knowing things about
What?
people. Like they'll pick out personal things about you and throw them back at
You don't have the Vision? Wait, what?
unsettle you. And then when you start to feel
Hold on.
unsettled or when you start to feel fearful, that's what feeds
Oh
it.
yeah, it was. It was.
That's
That
insane.
is insane.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, it was
the
Kofi. It was
information we
Kofi
were
Commission's page.
gathering.
That's what it was.
So what do you suggest we do for night 2? Because this is
Perfect,
we haven't
exactly
started
that.
Yet.
Exactly
Wanted
that.
To have a talk with you first, and
So
then
they're dealing with
kind of
chaos
go
magic?
off
I
of
fucking
that.
guess, dude.
Obviously, we came here.
Honestly,
to
when you
try
call
and
in
get
somebody and tell them
information about
call them an
this
expert,
entity, what people call the
and you
Bell
don't
Witch,
have the expertise
and
of any
just want
degree,
to know
you
why
have to take
she
what
had
the
done
expert is
that
saying
to
at
the
face
Bell
value.
family,
At least for this
because
video.
The story's insane.
Even if
Here
what he
is one
said
thing I
made
did
no
do,
fucking
and
sense
through
and has
research,
no
not
grounds
necessarily
in
mocking
what I
the
could only
Trinity,
assume
I
is
have a
like
bell,
others'
and I
belief
rang it 3
systems.
times, basically inviting any spiritual.
Been rolling on the
energy,
wild magic
even
table with every
unfortunately,
question.
the downfall is
That's
negativity
exactly what the
comes
word
towards
bank
it
is.
too.
That's what
I
those
rang
word
it
banks
3
are.
times,
Spin the
and
wheel.
then things
All right, you get a
started to
word.
happen. So should I do it again?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
It
Uh-oh.
was an instant gut reaction feeling, yes.
Wow. Okay.
It seems to me that even though so many
Wait, do
people
what
go there to
again?
figure
The
things
tarot card
out,
reading?
They always focus on one thing.
Right.
And I think it would be really worthwhile tonight for you to focus
What
on something
could they have
other than what everybody focuses on. Everybody
I'm
always
clicked
focuses
into
on
OBS.
armor. I mean,
What have they possibly been completely focused on? Does that make sense? Bro's been rolling a don't know what it is. Sounds wild. Go back in and talk to the energy. Okay,
The one
that's
who
what it was.
tormented that family. I would almost go a completely different
It
direction.
will unsell you with
I
knowledge, the
really
medium
feel that
psychic
there's
once said.
another energy there that's independent of her, and it's 3 or 4 things
I
that
guess.
happen that have all come together. Really figure out what those things are, and don't just consider what.
It's vagaries. He's just saying extremely vague things that could mean anything in any ghost hunting scenario. You could give the same information to anybody and they could apply it to any situation where people believe it's haunted. Annabelle, the Conjuring house, obviously the Bell Witch house, any haunted house you've been into that has a story that you can be like, just figure out what the things are that made this energy. Huh? It's obviously the man getting killed, the kids being scared, the witch being there, Yeah.
Happened there on that land. Think
Again,
of the
this is
land
why,
itself
like,
and the surrounding area. I think this is bigger than just that place. What it is.
Oh, God. I want to give the guys in Twin Paranormal the benefit of the doubt and say that they genuinely believe in this stuff, I guess, to the point where they'll just kind of absorb any knowledge that's thrown at them to figure out whatever these situations are. I can't exactly tell if they're good at acting, which is why I want to give them that benefit of the doubt, is because it seems like they believe it. And if they don't believe any of this, then they're just charlatans. Which is why I think that they actually believe it.
Spreads outward.
I'm hoping they do.
I just said that. I didn't like that at all. It collects. Oh, that was horrible.
Wow. People believe that there could potentially
okay.
be a portal in the
Cold
cave.
readings?
I
It's,
almost
does it
wonder
count as cold
like,
readings if you
maybe
can't see the person's
something is
face?
able to
You're doing it
use
over the
this portal
phone?
to come and go, and it is like a strong force.
More than just
something
Belle,
that
this place is
can
actually
do
super haunted by
mental
multiple events.
damage or
Apparently.
focus on like fear and stuff like that.
But like,
I would definitely say
it's
so.
also, if I remember the story, they were haunted by the Bell Witch over multiple years.
Your traditional spirit. It's something that's blended itself to be what it is, and it picks at people. I've really encountered that before.
Are you trying to say demon without saying demon?
Basically targeting River.
It's a fae.
What would be
It's
good
a
way
fae,
to
chat.
end the
We
night
figured
with
it out.
some sort
It
of
wasn't a witch, it
chant?
was a
Do you
fairy.
have like a chant that we can say for like some sort of
His look
protection,
up,
something
up,
like
down, down,
simple,
left, right,
short,
left,
but
right, press A,
also,
B,
like,
start. Oh my god.
effective.
The first
It's a
thought
spectral
that
smoothing.
came to my mind, something about a name. Find this energy's name. It calls itself something.
Okay.
Take its name away from it. Take its name away. That was a very specific statement that I just made. Ordinarily, the way that statement would go would be like, find out its name, because there's power in a name. And instead...
What? What? Why is he claiming that? Why is he claiming that? He was surprised that he himself gave a strong definitive statement and is now trying to like walk it back like it's unusual.
Then I said, take its name away from it.
Whoa. Okay, so when I woke up from that dream, one of the thoughts in my
Yeah,
head...
you did say that. That is what you said. And
be like, okay, that just showed me that I was alone, but also it
I
said
don't
something
understand.
about a name. I was supposed to know a name.
I don't like
Nash,
psychic types.
I'm not
I
even
don't like the
kidding.
I don't
that
like
was
psychic types.
crazy.
Oh my, that's insane.
So what if tonight, because like when we drew those cards, it told us that our second night was gonna be the big one. We're gonna get a
What?
name tonight.
Do you know
The page?
Christopher, if
The
it would
page was the
be
future
a
card.
person's name, or would it be something older or more
Why
strange?
is
Does that make sense?
It is not going to be a person.
Page was the one too that they misinterpreted, if I remember correctly. When I looked it up, it did not have the same meaning that they were given.
You're going to have to look up what it means. Even if it's something that has multiple meanings, you're going to know. You're going to know which one is the most important.
So is there a way, if we do discover
Okay.
this name, is there a way for us to kind of like chant it out so that they know to leave us alone, they know we know that name? could I do something with the bell? Like, is there any
I-
possible thing that the bell can help with?
Okay, they're
Or-
making
I mean,
stuff up
'cause I know
again. They're
ringing
making
it,
stuff up
they
again.
Hear it. Would that
What-
also help?
Hold on. What do you think he's going to come up with? What do you think this so-called psychic medium is going to come up with on the spot to be a ritual to banish or to keep away this energy, as he calls it? I love having high charisma in D&D and just bullshitting my way through an encounter. That's exactly what this is. He's been told, pushed him to say, take its name as an external force, made him instinctively say it. Yeah, that's what I figured next. That's what I figured. They do these things where they, the weirdest ways to put it is hold no responsibility for their words. Is the words that they say, the definitive words they say are not their fault. It's an external force. It's something forcing them to say it. They're just channeling it. Pay me $50. Oh my God. But buy me pizza.
I think that would help a lot because sound is very powerful for moving intentions, for moving energy.
Okay.
Oh my God. As you're saying,
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Anytime I hear psychic, like, oh my God, I hate it. I hate it so much.
drown it out with the bells.
Yes.
Huh?
Make the bells be louder than its name.
Oh my God.
I'm not even kidding. I am just chilling.
Goosebumps, take a drink.
Hearing that.
Would it be a good
Goosebumps, take a
idea
drink.
to do that.
Regards this
in
and
the
that, which
cave?
you can
Because
find
we
at
have
my
not
sponsor.
gone, like all the way in the back.
Incognito.
But for some reason, something was telling us and making us feel like we
Nimcorn?
needed to go all the
Nimcorn?
way back there for some sort
Oh,
of.
Nomcorn.
in
Okay,
my
gotcha.
dream,
That's
as I was going
the
deeper.
7 TV episode 6 TV.
As a black wall, maybe.
Oh my God, dude. Yes, it ends.
Maybe that's why it
Oh.
showed that in my dream.
I don't know.
And I think you should go deeper, so yes.
In your dream, dude, you're having
I think you know
nightmares.
exactly
It's fine.
where you're headed
You're
today.
having stress
That's
nightmares.
awesome.
That part about the name is very important, and when I said that about making the bells be louder than you're saying the name, that was it. Take its name away.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you've got a plan. You're welcome. You're
It's good
welcome.
I don't like it when somebody says you're welcome before anybody says thank you. That's unless it's like a joke and kind of funny hee-hoo, but I don't like the smugness coming out. I don't like this man. Can you tell I don't like this man? I don't like him.
To hear from you again. Thank you so much.
Thought he'd
for the
recommended
help.
Dreamcatcher. Oh my
No
God.
problem. Anytime. You guys can reach out anytime.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
All right. You guys have a great night.
You too.
Bye.
I don't like the smug face on his profile picture either, because it gives the energy
That
of an
is so
Instagram
much
profile.
information.
The
Think of
whole
self-care.
time my body was just chilling up.
That was weird.
Guys, what is going on? Everything that Chris told
So all it
us
takes to get rid of ghosts is
just
to say
all
its name a
lined
lot and
Dude, I
spam
knew
bells.
the
Bells,
right
bells.
person to give a call.
Ding dong chat.
At the moment, I just
However
I had a
many
feeling.
ding-dong emotes
like
you
last
have.
night, I was like, boom, in my mind. Okay.
Chris.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So we know what.
All right, we got 2 minutes until the ad break. So how much time do we have on this?
Some more information.
Okay, yeah, we'll do the
Find
ad
his
break
name.
and then we'll finish it.
We need to go deeper into the cave.
This is how you drown out the streamer. It's with bells, obviously.
After the phone
Shouting
call
their
with
name and
Christopher,
ringing
we
bells as loud as
decided to make our
possible.
way here to the cabin to see if we could come in contact with any of these spirits, maybe the little boy, or to see if this entity who was attacking you, Riv.
Sim toys are actually a spectral deterrent. Yes, exactly. Just get out your keys.
Good
Just
idea to start this off with 3 rings of the bell. During that, I think we should set the recorder
That's
on
just
the
a bunch of
table
keychains, by the
and
way.
see if we can hear
Chronic Vice,
any
thank you for the follow.
response.
Welcome and enjoy the
Because
show.
in the beginning, when the Bell family
Ooh, wait, I did not like. I just realized that there's like
Okay.
one of those statue things there.
Wait.
I did not like that.
My leg just got chilled up.
I'm
I
only
did not
saying
like that
because
at all.
In the beginning, when the witch was haunting the Bell family, they would communicate.
You see it there, right? Just standing at the table.
This is a big thing.
Oh my
Huh?
gosh.
Sorry, was distracted by keychains. It's okay, keychains. Keys.
Hold on, dude.
Could you imagine we have the recorder out and we just hear knocking?
Also, yeah.
I was hoping we'd get to see the inside of the cabin with like lights on.
Yeah, that's our new companion.
She's cool.
I'm still pretty sure this is not a the actual house. I'm pretty sure this is a rebuild or an attempt at making like what their house would look like, which is why I'm exceedingly suspicious of this entire tourist area.
Stay together. We love Mars.
You mean mannequin? It doesn't even look like a mannequin. It looks like one of those big, huge straw dolls.
What was that?
Was that?
Like, the face doesn't look like realistic enough to be a mannequin.
One of the cups.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start this.
Okay.
Starting the EVP right now.
Okay, chat. Hold on. Pausing before they start all the EVP stuff. We are going to take a slight break. I'm going to give you the fishing game as soon as it loads. There we go. And I need to run to the bathroom again because I drank that whole body armor and apparently that shit goes through you like fucking nothing. Enjoy your ads, chat room. I'll be back in a minute. Hi, Damon. Welcome in. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? No one? No more, no, I was almost said mortalities. Fatalities, that's the word. That's the word. All right. Sleep token. Oakley dokley. Fishing game is going bye-bye. It's still going to be in background, so if you want to do more fishing, just a lot of casted lines, hell yeah. All right.
If any of the
Marlins.
spirits can hear my voice,
All right,
I'm
so
going to go ahead
is this
and
going to
ring
be...
this bell and hope the vibration
They're using the
of
same
this
shitty...
sound will bring you forth.
Right? They're going to be using the same shitty... No
use your
death, time to reach quota?
Manifest
Well, I mean, it's per stream, it's not per hour. What's our current count? Sound off if you're dead. What's our quota for the day? I think we're looking at 4 for today's show, right? Hi, I'm dead. All right, we got 2. Okay. Let's sound off. Who's not dead? Who's dead?
Could have possibly been the neighbor, Kate. Is that you?
Nope, just 2. Do we only have 2? My goodness, guys, really slacking over here. Really slacking on our quota. All right, Sunstar, go ahead, start taking shots. Okay, we're up to 3. We're up to 3. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
If you are not Kate, are you something else? Are you someone else?
All right, who you taking out, Sunstar? So the ghostly bellhop comes by. It's in a shitty little cabin.
Why did I have that dream?
That somebody had almost certainly rebuilt with modern building methods.
Something about a dream.
Again, I'm trying to look.
Right now, I'm so sorry, guys.
Huh?
Oh, I wish you were filming me. My sleeve got pulled up. No, my sleeve got pulled up.
They were fucking filming you. The other camera was on you, and I did not see that shit.
You
That's
said
dust.
something about a dream.
That's dust. It's going down.
I'm gonna stop that.
Or a
right now.
bug.
I'm
It's
so
actually moving
sorry.
more like a bug. The way it like
said something
zigzagged
about
like
a
that makes me think it was a gnat. Nope, hold on. Hold your fucking horses. Back one more.
You said something about a dream.
That was his own arm.
You said some.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna stop that right now. I'm so sorry.
You said something about a dream.
I'm gonna stop that
Nothing
right now. I'm so
happens.
sorry.
Nothing. I'm
No
sorry. I was
way. My
squinting at
sleeve
it.
got
I was
pulled up.
squinting really hard at it.
Angle's gonna see it because this is coming from.
I have to put you to 160 because I'm installing games and Steam keeps freezing on source. That makes sense. Yeah, mine was doing that earlier because it was updating Cyberpunk.
That's the same.
Cyberpunk's new
same thing.
update dropped today, and I was right. It is all like car and cosmetic stuff. Which neat. Oh, and there's an auto driving feature now. Anyway.
What is going on?
Bro, I swear on everything, guys. I swear.
No, I am like 99% sure that little speck was a gnat. It was a gnat flying around because of how zigzaggy it was. Cyberpunk, Sheep Go Punk a win? Sheep Go Punk. Like the exotics. Like the exotic cybernetics. Oh, I was like, what the fuck is that sound? That's the sound of the bell. It sounds less like a bell on this recorder and more like somebody dropping a metal pipe over and over. Listen, if I ever had I have not had money for any sort of commissions since we paid for the rigging of this model. I have literally gotten no commissions since then. All the emotes that still aren't finished were things that I paid for before the
I
debut.
think it said something. No, there's a missing word, and I swear
We
it
work on
says
Sheep Go Round tonight. Let's
she's
go!
Coming back, or something come back.
Maybe.
Okay, we'll do another
Like a
one.
squeaky shopping cart wheel? I don't know, it rang a little too loud to be a squeaky shopping cart wheel.
In your dream.
And that's a different tarot deck than they had last night. That's the tarot deck I have, though.
I had a dream last night.
You had a
You
dream?
come to me in my dream.
So there's a weird way to put it. That's a weird way to say you had a nightmare. Magnum Opus, the great work, immortality stored in the sheep. Oh, no. Oh? Came in his dream. Oh. Oh. Knock?
Oh
Does this
my God.
Does this house have windows?
Whoa.
I'm pretty certain this house does not have windows. Right? Are the windows cosmetic from the outside?
I did.
Why is one of them dressed as an old Victorian woman? It's not them. Nobody's dressed in that. It's It's like a mannequin kind of thing.
Yes.
It's part of the set. That thing standing there, it's like a straw thing. Which is weird because in the infrared, it looks like it's supposed to be a black
Wait.
woman,
1 minute.
but I'm pretty sure the Bell family was poor. Where the fuck did you get that from? That sounds more like the sound of like furniture being moved across a wooden floor than it sounds like a person's voice. Oh yeah, that statue is currently the scariest thing that I have seen in this entire episode.
Told me it'd be a good idea to just
And
go
then there's
ahead and pull
those
another
two.
3 cards.
Jesus, dude.
What do you guys think?
I mean,
Pull a quick 3 cards and see what.
Oh,
is
we're doing
happening
more.
now.
We're doing more tarot
Should we
reads.
focus it on the energy that he was talking about? That might be the one that came to you in your dream instead of on the area.
By using the cards, maybe it'll let us know that we're going to get the information.
Finally get to bust
that
out the
we
sheep
need
works
to be
years
able to
from years ago.
stop
Wait, sheep
whatever's
works.
happening to me.
Sheep go round day. Listen, y'all have to get the 250 subs to get another sheep go round day where we play Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
That.
That's what I promised y'all. We would play Hello
like
Kitty
that,
Island
with the
Adventure
lantern.
again
Yeah.
if we hit the Twitch sub goal, which is the 250.
No way.
Somebody sitting right here?
No. The Bell family wasn't black. That's basically what I'm saying. The Bell family was
It's just
poor,
energy
wasn't
that
black,
tried to take control of River.
and I'm pretty sure
We're gonna try and
they're
focus these
rural, so they
cards
probably didn't
in on
have like
finding out
a
some
domestic
information
servant of
on
some kind.
why you did that to him and why you are doing it to him.
Breen
We
has
also
less
would
to
like
work
to-
with.
You're going to receive
You missed,
your
Tay.
name,
Try
your
again.
real name.
There's my favorite bitch that wears a balloon as a dress.
Are you trying to communicate with Knox?
You want to knock on one of these doors.
What? You know what you wear.
If you want in, knock
That
twice.
shit is latex
We'll
and
answer.
tight
We
as
will open
fuck. Wait, like one balloon? Yeah, like she snipped both ends of a balloon and then climbed into it.
Loud.
I just said knock twice if you want in.
Do you want us to come out?
I wear stylish fabric. Does latex count as fabric, or is it just a material? I'm pretty sure it's a material. I don't think it counts as fabric. I don't consider it fabric.
Dude, something's going on.
It's material,
Something
sure.
is definitely around us.
But I don't think it's quite the same, considering it needs to be like pressed and molded
Very, very loud.
and not necessarily like sewn.
Like this.
I just like making fun of Tay, even though her design is absolutely awesome. I just like making fun of it because spillage. We're gonna go with the word spillage.
That's kind of creepy.
Does paint count as fabric if it's on your
Oh my god.
skin and clothing? No.
Do you want in?
Is good for avoiding spillage.
this.
That is true,
that bike
but not
on
in
the ground
Tay's
again.
case.
All you have
Tay's
to
got
do is touch
spillage
it.
everywhere. Cause it's fun. Goobery.
Here, can you touch it for yes?
It is very good model though.
Spirits
It is very good model.
Really doors or anything?
Nice. All right.
They can just go through anything.
Oh,
Did you guys just see that?
I think that's
What
the
happened?
perfect time to draw.
You did it.
I did.
oh, he finally got to do a sort of the standard shuffle. Is that what happened?
Cards out. We'll do it
What
again.
comes next?
Free roll. Each one of us pulls a card.
Thank you, Bard.
Need you to
More
communicate
abyss to
through
stare
these
into.
cards.
All the abyss to stare
Our
into. I mean, we
energy
could
is
always
going
just do.
straight towards finding out why you are targeting River, and also if we are going to discover your name tonight.
Yes, I'm covering the screen. It's fine. There's nothing happening except them messing with the cards and speaking. All right, come on, buckos.
Good intentions.
Hold on. Before we do this, do we have any guesses on what they're going to draw? I'm going to place a bet that they draw the devil card again. I'm going to guess. Still going to stick with my Empress bet. And another swords. I think they're going to pull another swords. Tower for being dramatic. 8 of swords. I bet they draw Joker. I mean the Fool.
Okay, that's some
Ace
serious
of
stuff
Wands?
right there.
That sounded like
Isn't it
somebody
Page
hit
in
the
this-
railing
in this
outside with
deck?
a bat. Did you just see this flicker? I did.
Yeah, blink. Blink.
I'm not even kidding.
I say, we already know there's bugs flying around in here. What's that little puffball thing on the ceiling? God, I hate that statue. Every time they cut to the infrared camera and it looks like the statue is staring straight into the camera. Ooh. Ooh. They'll draw Charizard, they flip it over. It's the legendary Mew card. The one that looks like the hieroglyphic.
It's on the other side of this door. I swear.
Do you see that?
Door on the other.
Can you move the door?
That's him moving on the bench. That's the bench creaking.
Imagine when the doors are just like.
Okay. Ready?
I'll pull the legendary merry-go-round. I don't have any cards yet. I still need to make my business cards. I still have my idea for a business card, but I need to commission Zungi because she did like a cool little sketch that was never finished that I was like, you know what? I want to put this on the back of the business card.
Another sword card.
Tower? Oh no, it is sword. I was right. It's the 8 of swords. Damn, you nailed it. Damn, dude.
Chariot.
Chariots. Okay.
Worst.
Is it me or are
But
you
yeah,
guys
these are the
sweating?
same tarot cards that I
'Cause
have.
I'm sweating.
I draw the Dark Magician. That's impressive. Well done on the 8 of Swords call.
Another sword card?
8 and 9 of Swords.
Chariot reversed. And 9 of swords.
Damn, did I get a double whammy by saying that they were going to pull the swords? Out of
Do it
keychains,
again,
Mary's just
please.
going to hand out business cards now? Well, I mean, I still have all of these. I'm not even joking. The 1.0 Wiggle Baby keychains are still right here on my desk. I have 4 of them here, and I know I have one of them in my car.
Something is here.
For the sole purpose if I ever ran into
Let's
someone
figure out what this means. It's very
that I
odd
wanted to give it to.
that for the second night.
I forget about it all the time. I really should have given one to Fairbanks.
Yeah.
Because they gave me like a whole bunch of little pins that I still have.
The second night of investigating at the
What the
Belwich
fuck
Cave.
is that?
Right now we are in the cabin. We did another tarot reading and pulled 3 cards. The
Oh my
first
god,
card
he's asking
is
Chat
Eight of
GPT.
Swords upright. The second card is the
He's
Chariot
voice asking
reversed.
Chat
The
GPT.
third card is the
I was
Nine
right. That
of
shit
Swords
was
upright.
fucking AI
What
tarot
does this
interpretations.
mean involving our first night.
Guys. Internal temp.
Battery overheats.
Whoa.
I mean, you don't
Reverse
have
camera just
AC in
completely
here.
Turned off. Shut down.
No.
There's no
there's
AC
a
and there's no
nitrogen
wind flow, so of
behind
course
it.
the battery overheats.
No way.
I'm not surprised, even slightly.
Oh my god.
Everything's happening to me, man.
Maybe next year I can go to cons. Well, I'm moving out of the country, so sadly it'll be really difficult to go to conventions. I hope to go to not this coming TwitchCon, but next TwitchCon. At least EU TwitchCon.
That's weird. I don't like this, guys. I really don't like
I wonder how affordable EU
Okay,
TwitchCon
here
is
we go.
compared
This
to
is what it
US
means.
TwitchCon.
8 of Swords upright. Trapped, powerless, blindfolded.
Oh my
This
god, I get to
card
beat up
represents
a
mental
bard in person.
imprisonment,
Hell
fear,
yeah,
and
dude.
being physically
Hell
bound.
yeah.
This likely symbolizes
Put up your fucking Dukes bard, let's go.
connection to the darker energy.
Oh no, dude. Wait.
So that's why the ghost isn't going near them. They use ChatGPT. Exactly, monster.
I turned to go back down the cave, and I ran into a black wall.
Also, Christopher on the phone call told us that he
Wait,
had
what?
the feeling that this
Oh no, dude. Wait. Think about it. Blindfolded. In my dream, I turned around. You guys were
Oh, he's
gone.
still talking
I
about the
turned to go back
nightmare he
down the
had.
cave, and I ran into a black wall.
Also, Christopher on the phone call told us that he had the feeling that this energy binds them.
Also, my forearm itches really bad for some reason. Well, it's probably because I got bit by a bug, but I shouldn't have said some reason. I've been going to hang out on the back porch once it gets dark, but I'm getting eaten fucking alive by mosquitoes because last week it rained like fucking 5 days in a row.
Like, I'm good.
That's what I said at the dollhouse.
Are you not good?
Norway, it's up there. It's up there. We're raising money for it.
Okay, I think.
And then
things
we're
may
doing
have
we're also doing
changed
a
compared to night one.
12-hour
The
stream on the
Chariot
28th.
reversed. Lost
I need to make a promo for it, but I haven't edited in a long time, and last time I did, my editing software was busted and everything would come out with like random media not found in the middle of every couple seconds. I fucking hated it.
Happening to this person in your group may not be easy.
You think Nightmare on Elm Street is a true story? Is that why he keeps bringing up the dream?
Something
is
No, these guys may
derailing
just
your
believe that like
direction,
dreams are
and
actually
chaotic
more than
forces are about to take
your own mind
reign.
running wild.
I'm not letting that happen. I am not letting this
Because these
happen,
guys
I
seem to
swear.
genuinely believe in spirits,
It's a
so they
warning,
believe
you're
that
not in
like
full control
because
right
they
now.
work in ghost hunting,
am.
that they're constantly in
Nine
contact with
swords upright.
spirits.
Nightmares,
Therefore, most of their
guilt,
dreams,
torment.
especially between
No,
ghost
this is one
hunts,
of the darkest
are like
cards in my
relevant
deck.
to the
Symbolizes
hunts.
hauntings.
Finally visit the Chaos Fox
Dude,
himself.
my
Maybe
body's
I'd like to go
chilling up.
visit
Mind you,
the
it's like
Netherlands,
99
especially
degrees in here
Amsterdam.
right now.
Okay, this is one of the darkest cards in the deck, symbolizing haunting thoughts, emotional breakdowns, and attacks.
My dreams are
in
just
the
regular
night. It
days.
feels like confirmation.
I
that
had a
what
weird dream the
whoever
other
is in
night
your
that I had to
group
kill my
is
brother.
Experiencing isn't just physical; it's
Don't
emotional,
ask.
even spiritual torture. Oh my God, the Bell Witch might be.
Unless you want to know how I did it,
forcing
don't
one of the
ask.
people in your group to relieve emotional pain.
Listen,
while
it was
feeding
fine. It
off
was
of
fine.
their
He was
suffering.
monster, and by monster I mean
Remember
What?
it said imprint yesterday?
What
He killed
this
a bunch of
spread
people.
means for tonight. The
it's
person
complicated to
is
explain, and I don't want to, especially after
likely because the
I've
entity
explained
sees them
the
as a
weird like
threat.
bug dream I had. Who remembers the fucking weird necro bug empire dream that I mentioned before? Fuck it, I'm curious. Was it with a Cheeto? No. How'd you do with it? I strangled him to death. With my hands. It was crunchy. What do you think they're going to school in your underwear dream means? You want to know what's something really funny? Is I have a memory, when I was in high school, I have a memory of me driving all the way to school and getting out of my truck and being in my underwear. And to this day, I picture that moment getting out of the truck and standing there and realizing why the fuck it's so breezy. So vividly. I can't even remember if it was a dream or actually fucking happened. I can't even remember. Which is what anytime I tell this story, I'm always like, I can't remember if it was a dream or real. It's too vivid for me to even be like, Thing is, I didn't go into school. I went back home and put on shorts and came back. But the nightmare becomes reality. Answer your question, the only expensive part of TwitchCon EU is private hotel rooms because they all get booked. Otherwise, it's the usual 120-ish for tickets. Ooh, neat. But no, I was also imagining like food's probably going to be a little bit cheaper. Hotels are probably going to be a little bit cheaper. But I'm also willing to travel in the case of like staying further away from the convention hall and walking than like staying in the hotel that's attached to it.
Or a target. Your team is losing control of the situation, and something doesn't want you to find out.
Listen, the fact that they're getting chat GPT interpretations, all I hear when they're doing this is just blah, 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 blah.
It could come at a cost.
Oh,
I was able to Peter Pan fly. I remember the feeling.
I don't like this, guys.
That just really scared me.
Take a tram/trolley. Honestly, baby, you have no idea how much times I'm gonna want to ride the train.
Do it like that.
That shit is basically an amusement ride to me. I was literally thrilled to ride the New York Metro when I was there. It was so much fun. Eventually, it'll probably lose its novelty, but right now, to my Texas fucking pea brain, and my only experience with metros being in Chicago and New York.
The real name. We were told that if we can
I'm getting on a train. I'm getting on a train, baby.
We can get her off of River. So we need your help. I know you need our help.
Hoping the ghost in the
We'll
machine
try
can
our best.
intercede for them. Oh
We
no,
got
not the ghost
word
in the machine.
that People are already looking for you. If you can, please help.
Ooh.
Why do I have a feeling that this mannequin's just going to turn its head? and
That's
look straight
pretty
for
good.
the app?
I like that.
But for some reason, she's looking at River.
that would be so cool.
Now I'm just imagining one of your classmates actually was married in their underwear.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think I like hopped out of my truck, was like, why am I so cold? Looked down, was like, oh, and then like jumped back in the truck
We are calling out to everyone.
as fast as possible. And then I remember driving home and getting like cargo
Can you
shorts
make your presence known?
that I wore to school because I was already late.
Why is this
But
entity
it's
trying
like-
to mess with me? What did
The thing
I
was,
do?
like, I don't remember if it was a dream or if it actually happened. I think it actually happened.
trying to mess with
I
me.
think it actually happened,
Confirm.
but I don't know
By
for
touching
sure.
that device right
I
now.
don't know for sure.
3, 2, 1.
Because I don't remember the rest of the day. It was just like an oh shit moment. Goes home, puts shorts on, and comes back, and it was over. It was literally like maybe 10 minutes.
It said that in the cave.
A variety of scenic train coastal tours. Maybe at some point we will. I want to try to convince Bacon Side to go on like every few months or something. We take like a weekend off, like a 4-day weekend, and we go on vacation. We just go somewhere. We just take a train. We ride like the train wherever we want to go.
Whoa.
Hang out wherever for a day or two, and then ride the train back. Good night, Prey. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out.
That's weird.
Bell? Bell?
Right.
You know, it sounds like a metal bell, but when I look at it,
The stairs are literally right here.
it sounds plastic. Or looks plastic. Sorry, it looks plastic.
Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that.
Who is this?
I guess it's metal. It looks like it's weirdly like cast,
Bring it along.
Oh yeah.
I
you
guess.
haven't even-
Like there's seams on it.
That's not a good idea.
Weirdly enough, there's seams on it.
Weird. This is weird.
Dead witch.
What are you?
Anybody
trying
ever try to
say?
interact with a haunt with a speak and spell? Oh my god, you should get Papa Mutt to do that. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Reflection. What did the card read just say?
I was punished. Oh
Punished for fucking what? How could you relate that
The
in?
card read was just
The
talking about
dad?
something about
The dad
mirrors.
being forced to drink
Like
poison?
different ways to communicate with the spirits. We don't have a mirror. Do you
Oh my
need
god,
one?
a speak and spell is like an EMF reader would be so goddamn funny.
What if they're talking about the water?
Punish because he's sitting on a pew?
Cave? You can see.
Is that why? Is it because he's sitting on a pew?
True. People have even used water to like scribe before.
I full on snog Patrick Stewart. What? Still not sure what the hell it was supposed to mean. It doesn't have to mean anything. It just means you want to snog Patrick Stewart.
Who is this? Is this the energy? Were you actually created?
How do you feel next? Do you want to snog Patrick Stewart?
Or is this a person?
My wrist hurts all of a sudden.
If there is anyone else.
All right, why
what's
do you
the
hurt
name
wrist?
of this
Flap,
energy?
flap, flap.
There's something else here. We know it.
They're being punished for using ChatGPT.
What?
I agree. I
Is the boy
agree.
there?
9 spirits.
9 spirits. 9 others.
Water.
Water.
Communication.
Oh, with the cave?
Is that what you're trying
They're
to
gonna
say?
tie it to the water in the cave?
Wait, whoa, how weird is it said dead?
I still don't like that. I don't like that statue.
What's in the dream?
No. Guys, this is insane.
Because the dude be ancient.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
so
he's
should
what?
he
Is he in
know
his
her name?
90s?
We have to find her name, guys. I don't know. if I can leave
ChatGPT's
this
interfering
place
with the
if we don't.
equipment. No,
We do not do
no,
what
they didn't
Chris
turn
told
on
us to
airplane
do.
mode.
I might be.
There's a water witch.
Whole new cleansing after this one.
Give us a name, please.
Could be
Help us out,
interesting.
Margaret, please. Yes, thank you.
How do you know it's this mannequin?
I don't know. Feels good.
If it's you, give me a pair.
All right, let's put away the trypophobia real quick.
You don't know.
Ah, there we go.
Margaret. Because it's not Margaret.
There's enough of the eye shenanigans for now.
Whoever's near that device, can you touch it twice again?
Like you just did. Make it go off
Oh, I hate that. It looks like a
Maybe
paper
Margaret's
mache
not in place, but I'm
face.
just saying, like, she might be able to help us.
She plays a really good game of staring contest.
She's probably like the world champion.
Yeah, it
My
really
uncle,
looks
something
like.
was just grabbing me again. Something just grabbed me again.
We've been
But again, I
Go back there. You're talking about the cave,
Hold on a second.
right?
water. Yup.
I wonder if the little boy has been grabbing me.
Where should we not go back? Are you trying to say the cave? We
Okay.
need confirmation. Please help us.
thank you for
figure
putting away
this
the
out.
eyes. Wait, do y'all not like the eyes on occasion? Is it because it's too trypophobia?
Guys,
Too much
guys,
like
they
it
are
triggers the
saying
trypophobia?
If we're getting it right and you mean
Tryptophobia?
don't go back to the cave, will
Trypophobia?
you touch that red light on the floor, please? Grab it really hard.
Grab it really hard.
One,
I mean, all y'all have gotten
two,
so far is flickers, which makes me think it's a bug that's setting it off.
Do you hear that?
Yeah. Did.
There's a deer outside.
That. Thank you.
It's the wrong parts of my brain. Oh, but it's so much fun. My bad. What do you mean,
Why
my
can't we go
bad?
back to the cave?
Oh,
Listen,
Bolin,
if you give
oh,
us some sort
oh.
of name, we will
Bolin, thank you for the
understand
follow.
what to
Holy
do.
shit, Lovecraft,
Is this
welcome
entity
in.
trying to-
Ariagnix.
I was
Welcome
aware
in,
of that.
Raiders. How was your stream?
There's.
How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Welcome in, welcome in. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mara. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my little inclinations like to get into. Tuesdays and Thursdays, though, we usually do just chatting streams. Tuesdays usually much calmer. Thursdays, who knows what it'll be. Today, though, it is ghost hunting. We are currently watching Twin Paranormal, their newest video on the Bell Witch. We do typically do like a little bit of debunking, explanations of certain practices, use of certain tools. If you have any questions, do feel free to ask. But if you have to go take a break or anything, I totally understand. Post stream, hit the bathroom, get food, refill your water, all that jazz. I totally understand if you need a break. But thank you so much for the raid. Also, y'all, we are making the slow crawl towards partner. Every little bit does help. We're like right on the fucking cusp. So if you'd ever be willing to hang out, leave a lurk, do all that jazz, it's always greatly appreciated and can get us closer to that sweet little purple check mark. A little late here, unfortunately, I have to leave, but I'll leave my little sapatos with you. Ah, sapotos. Chatinis. I don't know why that came to mind. I don't know why chatinis came to mind. But thank you so much for the raid. Get some rest, get some sleep. We still have about 20 minutes left in this one.
Wait.
We went with a long one. I've been stuck on this the whole stream.
This is Kate, the neighbor.
I don't know why
Kate?
that's the first thing that popped into my head.
Kate?
What happened to you?
When did
You
they
want
ever mention
revenge.
neighbors?
Why are you tormenting me? I'm just a boy.
Mart.
Mart.
Why are you tormenting me?
What if I did
Thanks,
something in the
WordBank.
cave?
Thanks,
I just don't
WordBank
know.
app number
We need
6.
this name. Please, give us a name.
Is that energy around
Okay.
us now? Is it always here?
Mm,
Yeah, I heard that.
hold on a second.
Whoever that is, come on in. Here.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. No, somebody texts me and tells me they need me to do something for them really quick, but I'm going to try and wait until the stream's over.
Was that?
Let me see. If they need him right now, I may run and go do it really quick.
What is going on? Did you?
Because they will need to go do something. It sounds like they need, somebody's going to come by to pick something up.
Get jumped by a raccoon or something? That was so loud.
And it's locked in one of the cars. I'm just a boy, a wee lad, a small bean.
Someone running out
I know,
there?
I was looking for you, but why are you looking at me? Marked. It's the witch. They want the twinks.
Why do you want to eat me?
They want the paranormal
We're
twinks.
just trying to find out, really.
Twin paranormal
Is this like
twinks.
Hansel and Gretel?
Follow us left.
Left.
Well, guess
Follow
what's
us
to the
left.
Yeah, if we go down the trail.
Pathway
That's a
Pathway down to
to
the
the
cave.
cave.
Who's us? The other spirits? Are you
left.
trying to show us
What?
something? If you give us the name, we'll go down.
I'm guessing they're interpreting it as
That's weird.
Are you the one who wants us to go left with you?
going back to the cave, but I don't fully understand how they come to that
Was that a
conclusion.
yes? Can you do it one more time?
There you go. There's your grab.
Happening? They're straight.
Interpreting.
communicating.
I've never, in my whole entire life
English.
of
English
doing
is hard, and my brain is fried.
this bad of anxiety ever.
Listen.
It took us
Are you one of the children? Are
it took
you
us
the
hold
boy
on,
that
we
communicated
started
with
at
us
like an
down
hour and a
in
half.
the
It's been
cave last
3
night?
hours for us
Is
to
it
get
the
through
entity
2
that's
hours
trying
of
to
this
direct
video,
us
and we
down
still
to
have
the
less
cave
than 20
again?
minutes to go.
Because there was someone who was just telling us don't go back.
Okay.
Look at it.
English do be super difficult.
You're not being very specific.
Beams.
That happened right in front of me. What just happened? Something.
Wait, what? Why do you
got
have your
moved
leg like that
right
on the
there.
chair, dude?
You're here, huh?
Is that what you wanted us to look at?
Oh my goodness.
Again.
Which?
Look at it.
Bug.
Which?
Bug.
Is it down in the cave? Can we see someone if we go down there?
What if we go back down to the cave?
Is that-
I know it's a bad idea, but
Wait, do they have the door
we'll
open
find out
now?
some
I thought
more
they were
information
closed
by
in.
doing an Estes method.
Should we put River under or have him ask the questions?
Rest is time.
Well,
All right, get the blindfold, kids.
Forward, I think River should
Marion Bug.
be in the Estes.
It's
I
the
think he
ghost
should
hunter
be
sit. They
asking
can't
us
sit
questions.
straight.
Dude,
Someone was just walking there.
yes.
Sato, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing?
Ancient time.
People hear my voice.
Oh, okay. Who hears
your
your
name?
voice?
Is this the energy? Have you finally come to talk
Feels
to
kind
us?
of culty then.
Shit.
What's the fixation of the day today? The Bell Witch, apparently.
Back in
Sitting
those
straight,
times,
blasphemy. Listen, I'm currently sitting as
it's a
straight
good
as I
idea to go
can in my
back down
chair.
to the
And my feet on my feet
It's a good
rest.
idea to go back down to the
Sitting
cave.
straight up. No shrimping. Must the photo? Well, welcome in. I figured since you just raided.
What we are being told right now is like the
Allows ghosts to
ultimate
possess you?
Don't.
Oh, here, let me just, I'll just bring a leg up. All right, there we go.
Right now.
Oh, I just got
All
told
right.
it was a good idea.
No more sitting
Well, yeah,
straight.
by who though?
No more sitting straight, although it does make it a little harder to sit up properly to avoid shrimping. Here, let me just, I'll just super shrimp. Hold on, just,
Behind you.
This is the kitchen.
y'all can't see it, but I'm
We are
super
literally
shrimping.
in the kitchen right now.
Listen, it's fine.
Yo, people in the kitchen, follow us.
He
Okay,
has leg out to
listen.
divert the
Answer this
possessive
question
energies.
for me.
Amazing.
Will I be in
Everybody knows
danger
bisexuals are
if I
immune
go
to being
back into
possessed.
The cave?
You know what? That actually explains a lot now that I think about it. Constantly from the non-straight sitting, you're doing it wrong.
Can you answer through my device?
Just drape my...
Please,
Oh, it's a
be
basket.
honest.
I thought it was a puffball of some kind. I just realized the thing hanging from the roof is a
talking to
basket.
This is very, very responsive. Very smart answers.
Can you tell us anything that we should do down in the cave?
Oh, goodness.
In order to speak to the energy.
These guys
You know
really are
something
trying to
that would
fish
help
for
us?
her
Does that have
name.
something to do with the portal and the
Which
water
I'm concerned that
runs through
the
that
word bank
cave?
is just going to spit out a name like Sarah or Wendy or some shit.
You talking about John
And then they're
Bell?
just going to scamper down to the cave and use that name as if it's
His way down to
credible.
that cave, and that's where he had gotten marked by the witch.
Oh, who knows?
And then after that,
Why does he have
years,
the watch
she just
sitting in his lap?
with them. She will touch you.
She's gonna touch the twinks!
Also, there's all those theories. Nobody really knows exactly what, but he was picked on for some reason, right? Most
Huh?
people speculate it's because he did something to offend that entity.
Who?
Yeah.
Something to the
Wait,
water.
who are you
Maybe he did
talking
something to
about?
the cave.
Who is she?
This is the
Answer
Bell
that
Witch
question,
situation.
Please.
She was the one that was bullying the family.
If you answer that,
A
that'll
giant
help
cat
us
nest chair for
understand.
bisexuals to
We'll
curl
have
up
a
in.
better idea.
Didn't somebody
Also,
make a chair that's
have I
for
been
like
marked?
sitting
Is this
cross-legged
a
in?
thing?
It just
This
has
is
like a really
thing?
wide
You know,
seat.
We just go and mark people. That's cool back in the 1800s? We just go and mark people?
Yeah, if you're a witch, why not?
There is.
I don't see a problem here.
Crazy movie.
Every single person that's visited my carnival is marked.
Whoever wants us to follow them, can you make a really loud
Don't worry
knock
about
for
it.
us again?
Don't worry about it, chat. It's fine.
They look normal.
Cross-legged right now seems fine to me. I like being cross-legged. I usually sit cross-legged during stream, but sometimes my legs get tired, so I put them
Can
down.
you physically mark it?
Mark this arm.
Excuse me, what?
I'll be able to see it better. I don't mind. I just want to find out what's going on.
I heard what sounded like a man outside this door too. It was really subtle, but I know I heard it. None of us were talking.
What do you
yet.
What do
It
you
was right
mean,
before he
a
started.
man?
That is what we're trying
Witch.
to understand. That's what we're trying to find.
I don't know why. That just made me think of the
Okay,
meme of the
listen.
person who's like, "Hey, can you take a picture of my
bunch of
costume?"
times.
Yeah, and she just
We need
points
to
at the person.
know the name.
Witch.
I just heard what sounded like.
That hand stamp wasn't permanent, right? Hand stamp.
I just heard what sounded like a man outside this door.
We don't use hand stamps here.
It's also the same area where that apparition of a man was captured.
Sunstar, do you remember how we do the markings here at the carnival?
Drop to the ground.
Would you like to enlighten the crowd?
No. It literally dropped.
Why does the darkness sound like the Faith game? Hi, Tag. It's not the darkness. It's the Necrometer app that they're using on these watches that they have. And yes, it is the voice from fucking Faith or Mortis or fucking Microsoft text-to-speech.
What if we find the rest of the answers in the cave? I say we go to that first portion again.
No,
and
it is
we
not a
need to
gun,
make our
Sunstar.
way
You
to
know
the
better.
end
I think-
where you had your dream.
I think we have to
Oh, so
make our way down.
yes, definitely a
By us
real
going
thing. A
down, I think
DRT,
that's where
correct.
We're gonna find our answers.
Correct. It is
I'm
a
scared.
whole-on
Not gonna lie, I'm
DRT.
scared. I think that's what we
It totally is not a word bank app that listens to what you say to try and get context of what words to send you.
Meanwhile, we're gonna ask questions, and while we're doing that, we're gonna have our devices going, and maybe we can find
Welcome
out
back to the super
why I
cool
had the dream,
cave.
Who exactly is here, and maybe if the little boy.
Yeah,
can
totally works. Totally
help us
works.
in some way.
Totally
Also,
a foolproof
If you
method.
guys have noticed,
for ghost
Ryan took one
hunting.
for the team, and
This is the ultimate SS method area. I'm lounged on water.
I can also see how many stalactites are fucking broken off here, and I'm kind of
you
annoyed
guys ready?
Yeah, ready. 3, 2.
because even those points there are probably hundreds of years
The
old.
deepest part of the cave. We were told that this is the most active, and we were
You touch
also
that shit,
being
and
warned
it
not to come
stops
back here
growing
yesterday night.
permanently.
Is anyone back here with us?
Actually stands for Chat Ghost Possession Team. Oh my fucking god.
Right now.
Mine's drippy too. Okay. Why did I have that dream last night? Is it for a reason?
Y'all better not touch those wet walls. I swear to God, boys. I swear to
What is
God.
it about River? You even said his name yesterday.
I told you not to.
Stamps. I mean, we get to take the chief around to show her the restaurants we visit. Yeah, that's also part of the reason.
Me.
No, but they're not stamps.
What's your name?
Can you repeat it?
No, you know the thing
Also, I
about me
wanna
having a
explain
bunch
to
of
you guys real
eyes.
quick that right now we are in the pathway which leads to the other giant room
Yeah.
at the very back of the cave. But right now, because of the
Anyway.
season or who knows
Anyway.
what, there is a lot of water and it is way too loud for us to even hear each other. Just to
They don't need to
explain
know
why
that from the
we're
get-go.
here,
It's
not
fine.
there.
It's fine.
Danger.
It's totally just to
This
go
part of
visit
the cave, is
restaurants
it
with you
dangerous?
guys.
Do not accept.
Not accept.
Yeah,
Except.
that's the reason.
Dark magic.
Dark magic.
Down here.
Oh, okay, that's
We
right.
were
He's
told that
he's
there is a
saying what
series
the
of
fucking
events that
the
happened
voice
here
thing is saying
that
in the
led to
headphones that he's
creation of this
wearing.
energy. We obviously know the history of the Bell family.
He's using the
We know that
generic
this
like
whole
radio.
area used to be Native American land, and there are many bodies buried here.
You should come.
Well,
Here.
Deeper?
Who?
yeah,
Make a
that's
noise.
that's one of those radio
Talk for
ones
me.
that just
You.
flips through
now.
all of the radio stations,
Not gonna lie. I don't know if
and
that's
he's
a good
just
idea.
saying whatever comes
Stop.
seems to pause. Again, it's flipping through radio stations. These are probably song lyrics.
I just saw something moving.
In the back.
I'm not even kidding.
Can you come
There's a
closer?
family-owned mixed Asian place I want to take your eye to.
It legit
Please, I'm
felt like
hungry.
A shadow that was darker than
I haven't
dark.
eaten yet today.
Who's back there?
I'm gonna eat after we finish this.
Our settlement.
Settlement. Oh my God, there's a witch kingdom under the cave.
Okay, so between the limestone, the water,
I want to join the witch
land,
kingdom.
And Pusa. What the hell?
I want to join the witch
the entity that calls
city.
itself the Bell Witch.
The fuck? How are you doing, Tag? Are you alright? Are you hanging out? How's your, what's today? Thursday. How's your Thursday going?
ENPUSA. Impusa? Impusa?
Impusa.
Impusa.
Again? Wait. After it said, ask me anything.
Impusa?
Impusa. If that's you, I want to hear your voice.
Are you the entity that has to do with the land?
Well, you'll have to change the language on the text
the
speech device
energy that
then.
was created by what happened here? Is that you?
Impusa. Greek mythology, Impusa is a shape-shifting female demon or supernatural monster who frightened and devoured travelers.
Sacred ground.
Someone said not to come down here. Did we make a mistake?
Word
Oh my God,
bank,
witchcraft.
word.
It's her. Her name.
Where did you come from?
It's a group of witch mole people, apparently.
He doesn't like you.
There's a lot of designs here that
In
I'm
Greek
seeing for what the
mythology,
Impusa
appears
looks
some
like.
shape-shifting female entity known for her connection to the goddess Hecate,
What? Wait.
often
Hecate.
associated with the night and the underworld.
Enough.
This is too weird, man.
It says an Impusa is able to change
It's,
appearance,
it's
taking
almost like
various
it's the word
forms to
bank just
terrify
picking a
or lure
random
travelers.
demon name because y'all kept asking for a name. Hi, Azrael. How are you doing?
When not disguised, it is described with flaming hair and two mismatched legs.
Danger.
Okay, the two mixed matched legs is
Whoa,
kind of
dude,
funny.
It gets weirder. Impusa is known for luring young men, often by appearing as a beautiful woman only to reveal monstrous forms. This has led to her being described as a kind of ancient vampire or succubus. Riv, some describe as a singular entity,
Okay.
while others depict her as a type of monstrous being.
Something just grabbed my arm. I felt it squeeze my arm.
Wait a minute. That is insane.
Okay,
Think
sure.
about the accounts of the Bell Witch, right? It was a
It's just,
singular entity.
I'm
a
sorry I
singular
always
thing
sound
that
like
happened,
frustrated
said it
whenever
could
they say
return at
stuff.
any
Like something
time.
just grabbed me,
But the
something
reading
just
that we
pulled
did
me.
with Christopher, he
And
described it as
they
a
have-
creation of energy. From
No proof?
different things that has like.
And they have a stationary camera on them. They just showed it. Now, if they could get on the camera and like put it in slow motion, or something, we could see like
many
his arm
names?
compress.
Yeah.
Sure, I
What are
would
the other
believe
ones?
it.
Are you
But
different from the
just
entity
having
that
somebody
calls
be
itself the
like,
Bell Witch?
something just grabbed me, something just touched
You have
me, and
something to
there's
do with the Native
no
Americans that
evidence,
once lived here?
no scratches, no markings,
What are you?
no
Are you a spirit, an entity?
like video footage of it.
Shut up.
It's
Curse.
nothing.
No
it
way.
means
I am a
nothing.
I got.
My proof is, dude, trust me.
What?
It's crazy,
Why are you
dude.
here? Dude, the natives.
Natives. Did the natives put you here? Is that how you got here?
I think the
Do they have
interesting
a
thing
name
too
for
is
you?
they've kind of just
The
assumed
one I found comes from a
that this
different
area
culture.
had something to do with Native Americans, even though
Is
there's
this a little boy now?
no proof, no story, no current tales.
You hear that?
Aside from that weird little box, that
that
definitely
also sounds
is not
like singing.
nearly old enough
wanna
to be
hear your
something like
voice.
that.
Speak to me.
You still have the
No,
EMF
they
thing?
keep trying.
Did
They
you
keep
bring
trying to
that?
tie it to things,
Maybe.
no
What
matter
is it that
how
you want?
minute
Why
it
are you
is.
still here?
right, get out the Geiger counter.
Who can't leave? The
It's
little
not a
boy
Geiger
or
counter.
this
I forget what that
entity,
thing
the
is.
energy?
Nothingness.
Nothingness.
Oh.
Forever world?
That's
Forever
kinda freaky.
worlds.
Nothingness, forever world. Part of the definition I just found was
Confusa.
What?
a different one.
No, different device?
Certain.
Guys, this is not good. I'm not feeling good here.
Dude, it said the name again. It said certain.
This feels
Certain?
really, really weird.
Impusa, certain.
What?
River, it just said your name.
No, it didn't.
Look at this ketchup
watch
looking
just
blood
said your
coming out of me
name.
where
No,
it was
no, no.
grabbed. Oh my
No,
god.
The
No.
watch just said your name.
And guys, I'm bleeding.
Why
Wait, but I'm
me?
not cut. That doesn't make
I know
any
we're in a
sense.
cave. Yep,
Yep,
Did you just
that's
feel the
me.
temperature kind of
You're
change?
probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Okay, that usually freezes and pauses things, but it doesn't work on this page. I need to get it to work on this page.
Stick together, definitely.
I think there's a way I can remake
So
it
we
so
have
that this like
strength in
whole
numbers?
panel works.
Protect.
But I'd have to double check it.
Did you just hear that? That just went off.
I think they updated it at one point because before the like pause stuff that I had
If the little boy
didn't
is still
work
here, can you leave this place?
on. Let me see.
Not
No way.
Why not?
Oh, it is. Okay, it is. It is a whole scene filter now. It used to only be for like specific items.
Did you just hear that? That was like two.
Did they Nutty Putty the ghost? Not Nutty Putty Cave.
I don't know what's going on.
The ghost name is Impusa Certain the Witch. Oh my god.
Pull you out?
I'm not
Impusa Certain.
It's just complete silence now.
Dude.
Oh, he put the watch on his belt. Okay, I was wondering why it was on his waist earlier.
We just got a name.
Okay, sounds good.
Have a good night, Wiz. Thank you for self-care.
Really, really
Watch
wet.
your head coming out.
I'm soaked. There's water coming down my pants.
Close it.
Did it say close?
I cannot believe you laid on that fucking shelf,
Wait,
dude.
okay, what's the name?
Eat the bad lady.
Did you just touch that fucking wall
Whoa,
too?
whoa, whoa.
Stop touching the cave wall!
Bad spirit? Okay, did anything make sense?
Okay, the name that came out was.
Oh my god.
Confusa.
Oh my god.
USA. The definition.
Why
as
would
I
they
will
do this?
find is
Support
from
John
Greek
Bordas?
mythology. It's a fearsome, shape-shifting female
I
entity
shoved him in a
known for her
box
connection
and
to
made
the
him
goddess
and
Hecate,
made him
often
listen to
associated with the
ghost
night and
voices.
the underworld.
Yeah, keep going.
Whoa.
Keep going.
Shape-shifting?
That's not even that weird. Listen.
It
That's
uses
not
various
even that
forms
weird.
to
Yeah, we can accept
terrify or lure
shape-shifting.
Travelers when not
Succubus,
disguised,
fine.
It is often described with two
But women
mismatched
liking
legs.
River?
It
That's
has
where we draw the
vampiric
line. That's where we're
tendencies,
drawing the
known for
line.
luring young men by appearing as a beautiful woman.
No way.
This is weird, man. I don't like this.
Oh my god.
This is led
Okay,
to her
so
being
the
described as a
Bell
kind of
Witch is a
ancient
Greek
vampire or
demon, is what I'm
succubus.
hearing.
Also, it's important to note that the accounts of Impusa vary across different sources. Some describe her as a singular entity. This is weird. Think of the story of the Bell Witch.
Yeah.
While others depict her as a type of monstrous being, either physically or like.
Is
what
Impusa
Christopher
a
was
name
speaking
or
of.
a
He was
title?
speaking
Is
of
it a species of
like a
monsters
creation,
or
right?
one person? One monster.
If this is the actual.
And you're telling me,
Shut up.
giving them the
that
credit
water?
that the Impusa is real,
What do we do? Should we do what?
she
Christopher
came
said?
to the US.
Did you bring the bell?
I did.
We might have to do this.
Let's go ahead and stand, the three of us together. He said, "You'll know when
Okay.
That's the weirdest thing.
I keep thinking it's going to be a
The
pun.
fact that this name 100% goes.
Impusa gets around, I guess. Impusa what? That's what this monster, that's what the
Again.
words claim that this spirit is. Impusa. It's a Greek myth.
Yours, Impusa.
Going to the land of the free, why not? I guess. I guess Greek legends don't say where you would expect to find Greek legends.
Sounds like singing.
I guess they could just be found everywhere? When do I get to see is it Thai? Is it Vietnam? I forget which Southeast Asian country has the vampire that like leaves its body and flies around with its intestines dangling around it.
That's a woman voice.
Can I go find one of those?
This is terrifying.
Listen, at one point, monster, you were gonna spell Impusa right.
We gotta do this, dude. We have to figure something out. What? You must not.
Oh Jesus, the Menangle? The Menangle?
Use the bell.
Philippines? I would doubt if it's Philippines.
Dude, your battery.
A what vampire? It's just the head of a vampire that flies around it and all its organs dangle beneath it.
Oh, brand new batteries. Oh my.
Grab that camera.
This way.
I mean, sure, it could be dad. I also don't trust
This is weird. We might have
the
to end
batteries
this soon. I'm
on a
not kidding.
device like this.
Something's going on.
Impusa. Oh my
We
god.
are protected. Impusa, let us go.
Twin. It's just a
Impusa.
twin.
We're gonna chant.
We are protected in Pew, so let us go. Which again? Here, give that to me.
This is also what happens when you have, okay, so they have 2 watches at least. They have 2 cell phones at least. They have this box, that's 5
Set your
tools.
camera down, facing us as well.
They
Let's all
have
stand in a line.
Imputia.
We are protected. What?
I never remember what the double letter is.
Say it,
Bananagal?
Dude,
Okay.
This is a confirmation. We need to do this.
Is this confirmation?
Put that to off.
Oh wait. Okay.
30 seconds ago.
Let's do this right now.
I don't think you did, buddy. I don't think you did.
One.
Doing this into the camera. Oh God.
And Pew, so let us go. And Pew, so leave us alone. And Pew, so let us go. And Pew, so leave us alone. And Pew, so let us go. And Pew, so leave us alone.
All right, now jump his ass. Now just take one of them and rip them down the hall. It's fine. They're gone.
Look at my arm. Sounds like somebody's crying.
Now look at my arm. Look at my arm. Take a drink. Take a drink.
Like no other.
I really wish Christopher was here.
I have no idea.
These guys obviously don't do any research, so why should I? They do like research at the beginning for like the history of the place they're going to. Never enough to understand if it was like a hoax or if it was debunked or anything like that. Just enough to know the story and why it's spooky.
To get worse. We might.
Abusa, give him some more. Abusa, give him not Abusa. Abusa. Ibusa.
I think we have no other
Pusta.
option. How are you still feeling, Riv? Do you still feel weird?
Honestly, I do.
When we were
They just turned off all the equipment that was making noise.
Like you almost let it get to you there for a second.
This is just something that I've never experienced ever. Mentally, physically, this is just drained me completely.
Talking
So it's
into the
like one of those
camera.
things that you just cannot.
I'm pretty sure that coffin thing standing there though, I'm pretty sure it's the music box. I think. It's something similar to like one of the music boxes that they have. That like typically when it's turned on, if you walk in front of it, it would play music. And Pew said, leave me alone, I'm scared. Oh my God. All right, that was long. Ugh. I think I'm gonna need to start doing these at like different intervals, I guess. All right, guys, I need to get some food. I need to do an errand for someone. So we need to find somebody to raid. Who are we going to find indeed? While I look for somebody, Anna's on break. Blorbo. Echo Paradox. Disarray. Pix is just chatting. Spooky things. Psy's live. We may raid Psy. Let me go look for something else real quick. Tomorrow we have Mage the Ascension over at Hectic Stream. We are going to be going for a few hours over there. And then I may do a spontaneous... Actually, I think I'm going to take a break tomorrow. So expect to stream on Saturday. We will do a stream on Saturday. I'm still just looking to see if I can find anybody of interest. Resident Evil. Oh, somebody's playing Resident Evil 1. Viscera is playing Resident Evil 1. The Power of Bells compels you in Pusa. And then Sunday night we have... Wow, there are so many people fucking live right now that I follow. I've scrolled quite a good distance and I just realized I'm still seeing partner people. Crazy, dude. Crazy. But come on, spooky stuff. That is generally our plan this week. Next week, I think our game days are going to be okay. I found somebody who's playing Resident Evil 7. I think that's who we're going to raid. I'm pretty certain that's who we're going to raid. I'm just double checking. Scrolling a little deeper. Okay. Yeah, we're going to raid Mungo. Raid Mungo Burrows. You can devour other partners to consume their partner status. Devour partners. Devour partners. No, no. Next week, birthday. Oh, my birthday is next Tuesday. That is true. My birthday is next Tuesday. We aren't doing anything special for it because I want to do a birthday celebration when I can do like another 24-hour stream. So it's going to wait until after we move. Sorry about that, guys. It just is. But for that case, I will do like a whole big planned out thing. I'm going to like schedule a bunch of stuff. I'll get people for it. We'll do collab games. We'll have like food. We'll do all that jazz. I don't know if I'm going to do like goals or anything for it like I did for the very first 24-hour birthday stream. But we will see. No cake. I may get a cake. Honestly, I wouldn't doubt if Faye or Sai make me get a cake since I'll be over there. But I know what we're going to do for raid message. We're going to do... Oh, I don't think I have a scream emote, do I? Oh, we'll use the shock emote. The witch stole our twinks. That's what we'll do. Chief go round content? Oh no, chef go round. You said chief, but I think you meant chef go round. The witch stole our twinks. The witch stole our twinks. But until next time, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. I will see you tomorrow at Mage. If I don't, and if I have the energy in the afternoon, I do recommend joining the Discord if I decide to have a spontaneous stream, because we haven't got to stream on the weekend in months. But we will be streaming Saturday for sure. I'm making that promise now. We will stream on Saturday. Until then, though, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show. Good night. Don't fall for ghost, goofballs.